2025 na my year. No matter waiting, them go talk. Oh. I go to shine for front, yeah. God don't bless me with good luck. Oh. See me the rise every dawn. Enemies go on, make I fall. But God, they carry me go. Faith is strong, I know good dog. Oh, oh, hallelujah, they echo loud. 2025 now, my breakthrough now. No shaking, I go shout, I'm proud. Now my year, I go testify now. Storms go come, but I go stand. God take my side, I no go fear. Blessings, they like rain.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. My name is Benorio. How are you all doing? Happy Friday, wherever you are listening and wherever you're watching. How are you guys doing in London, Canada, US, UK, everywhere? Shout out to all my real fam and shout out to our fantastic prestige fam. All right, we're gonna have a fantastic show today. As you know, um, my brother, man of prestige, is here with me already, and we just we just want to review all these battles going on social media together. More specifically, we're gonna be covering the ongoing issue or drama between actress Biola Adebayo and her husband. Now, let me just say this up front. Like I've always said, these people, they are human beings. They have their lives. And just like every one of us, they just happen to have their own issue and decided to bring it to social media. So even while we are addressing their matter, we are just using it as an anchor. And when I say anchor, I mean we are using it as a springboard to cover more in-depth conversation. Now, some of the things we're going to be addressing on this show might not necessarily point to Biola and her husband, but more or less pointing to we as human living our own separate life. So when you come in, or if you heard anything that doesn't seem okay with you, or it doesn't align with your principles or your beliefs, please don't get emotional. Just address it objectively. All right, I got my chairman, my own paddy, my paddy go all the way from, is it New York or New Jersey? MOP. Anyway,
Both, all of the above.
all right, and we see that.
I claim New York too, but New Jersey is home.
Okay,
Mhm.
Baba, they claim New Jersey, I beg. New York people, their blood to the hot. I they fear them. So
Yes, sir.
anyway, I got man of prestige in the building. Man of prestige, over to you, Baba. How you day? You welcome.
Oh man, thanks, Baba. I appreciate you for making the space today so we can do a part two. We said it's a part two, right? I
Yes,
showed up
so
yesterday. I said make we do part two so we can have time to talk about this. And then in that last 24 hours, what's happened? TikTok does
ah,
scatter.
oh,
TikTok does scatter. But we did here, Sha. Thanks for having me, boss. I appreciate you. I appreciate
you're
you.
welcome. You're welcome,
Yeah.
MOP. You won't believe that I went to New York. I say New York. I went to TikTok
Mm-hmm.
because I just feel like, okay, let me just see if anything pops up as regarding this case. And voila, it's like Nigerians have decided that New York is going to be their second home. They are
Which part
there.
of New York?
I mean TikTok. Sorry,
Okay. TikTok,
Nigerians.
now it's making sense.
Nigerians have made TikTok their second home,
Uh-huh.
and they were judging this matter. However, we're gonna get there shortly, and
Yeah.
you won't believe what we found on TikTok. So, for those who are joining today's show, this is how we're gonna roll. Hold on, let me quickly take this out. Yes, okay. Let me take that out real quick. So, for those who are joining the show, you are all welcome. Thank you, everybody. So today we're going to look at Abiola Adebayo, and the focus is going to be on what the in-laws are saying. So in-laws tell the other side of the story, and shockingly, the side of the story they are telling, I don't buy it because we really don't know what happened so far. uh Biola is not the one speaking, and the husband is not the one who is speaking. I'm just taking everything with a pinch of salt, but then in every rumor there could be some element of truth. Abi mop.
Yes. There's no, my wife will say, there's no smoke without fire, I think, here. Something like that.
Yes, so
Mhm.
we will look at the other side of the story, and then we're gonna talk about some of the claims that were made on those trending and viral stories out there. So one of the claim is that Biola wanted another surrogacy. The husband don't want it, and that's part of the reason why they splitted. Also, I took it upon myself to go back all the way back to when Biola started her channel on YouTube. And the first two interview that was on the channel were the interview from Biola herself, where she spoke about her surrogacy journey and her
Hmm.
marriage. And the second video was the interview with the husband. However, something uh, I quickly pick on something. The interview with Biola was like 1 hour, 14 minutes long.
Mm-hmm.
And the interview with the husband was just about 29 minutes. Then again, I noticed that I'm an editor. So when I was watching the interview with the husband, I noticed there were a lot of cut on it. So I'm like, well, it is what it is.
Oh,
So
jump cut on Biola's or the
the
husband's?
husband, the husband, that's why the husband.
Oh, that's a nice one you picked up. That's a nice
Yeah.
one.
So that's why the husband's interview was just about 29 minutes,
They cleaned
but
it up, huh?
Biola interview was like 1 hour, 14 minutes.
Yes.
So I pick on that. And from there, I started paying attention to the husband. And I realized that the husband body language was kind of off. So we'll talk about that. And then we can draw some lessons from what's going on. 5 lessons from Biola Adebayo's divorce. So for the people who's going to join us on today's show, the main talking point is a form of a question. You know how we roll. So
Mm-hmm.
please get ready, be prepared to help us answer this question. And the question is, who decide how public or how to go public with surrogacy, and should that be husband or the wife? So we'll look at that. But first, let's welcome our people. MOP is here, and I believe my sisters from Prestige Farm, they are here too. So, real quick, shout out to you, Comfort Adagri, Mercy Ajini. How you doing now? My own Juliet, Mercy Kendra, how are you? Look, look, you are always here learning, and you need to learn. Balogun Bawoni, I hope you are doing okay. Deshola, shout out to you. Then I see my cool mama, my sister, you're welcome. And if I miss you, please no verse. People plenty today. Shout out to our own Adana the troublemaker. And then my sister Chiye in the building, and Dr. Adama. You are all welcome. MOP, if you see
Adana,
anybody,
Dama, my people.
yeah, please. This is also going live on MOP's platform. So, MOP, over to you. If you're gonna
Yeah.
shout out to our
Well,
prestige fam.
well, I'm hanging out with my brother Uncle Beno, so we're going to be talking, and just one small thing you have to do for me today. Just make sure you're hitting like, no, not hitting it. Hit it one time. Make sure it lit blue. Make sure it lit blue, okay, and make sure you help us share everywhere. But yeah, we're gonna have this conversation. That's all. Just do me that one favor, and then we'll chat.
All right. So, welcome everybody. Without much ado, let's dive into today's conversation. Thank you, everybody. All right, all right. So first off, in case you if you miss Biola's interview,
Shout out to Natu. Natu is hanging out on our end here.
Sister Natu. Shout out to you, my lovely sister Natu. So, in case if you missed the interview that was done by Biola, is it Biola now? Not Bishola, it's Biola. So
Yeah.
please go to her channel. Her channel is Biola Adebayo TV. So you can go and watch the full interview. But here is a snippet
Dr.
from
B. They call her Dr. B.
Dr. Biola. All right.
One of the things that I discussed with my husband, Bobo, I don't know. I know I'm not barren, but I know that there's been speculations, there's been this, there's been that. I heard him speak and it was different. He said, child, Shalom man dagon. Shalom didi dagon. I saw one comment where somebody said, I don't blame you. I blame your husband. Me, will I marry somebody that has wasted our youthful age, destroyed our womb? Think maybe because of that abortion that I've done. I'm that woman that I can cry in the place of prayer, which I saw. No, not expensive now. The emotional trauma, the pain, the sometimes when I remember those if I wear sometimes that you know that there are times that your tummy is just protruding and then you now start seeing comment that what am I saying? Am I saying is that a baby bump? Is that
Oh my god.
please
Instagram.
stop it already. You don't know what people are going through. You don't know how it makes people feel. At some point, I almost stopped posting babies on my page because of they are praying for me. Oh, next year, by this time next year, you will carry your babies. Is your plate that's your is your baby that I'm waiting for? Is your clinical when
Nigerians.
Biola have babies like this? I will be all over. I can't be afraid of marriage that people are doing and they are successful. How much more me and they are happy. So I will comfort myself like nothing happened.
Yes, I mean your smile.
We still come out to smile. That's why I tell people these bullies online, stop bullying people. You have no idea what people are going through that they don't come out to share with you. The last 2 years for me has been a lot. To encourage women, I'm going to tell people so that they know that there is a way out. Don't sit there and wallow in self-pity and cry. It can get to you. I think with the whole process, I think we did the surrogacy like 5 times.
Wow.
Yeah.
5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
The first one with one lady.
All right. MOP.
Yeah.
Over to you, Baba. That short clip. What can you say something about it real
So
quick?
I watched that full interview yesterday, but I didn't hear that particular part in the beginning where she said in the beginning she came up to her husband, because I think that was a bone of contention for you yesterday when we said, should you tell people up front, right? When you're
Yeah.
dating. And she said she came up to her husband, I don't know, I am not barren, but there might have been speculation here and there. I think she used to be married to somebody else, probably for a short while too, right? So and so she might have had idea. She shared it, and they also tend to speak kingdom language, which is what she would say by I'm not barren. That's the scriptures talks about let the weak say I am strong, let the sick say I'm strong, right? Let the poor say I'm
Yeah.
rich, right? So she was speaking with faith, and she was like, okay, but she actually let him know what is, and the guy was like, God did not create. I think that's what she said, that God did not create barren. So the guy was in full support at the time, whatever journey they were getting on. And I think I heard somewhere in the interview, the guy's part of the interview, where he said he's around 48 years old, which means it's probably not his first rodeo. It's not his first time around the block too. So that's some signals that we should pay attention to.
Yeah. I'm glad you pick up on that. And I also noticed that when the husband speaks, for those who don't know, that's the husband on the screen right now. when the husband speaks, he speaks in Nigerian American accent, which gives me the impression that
He might have
he,
been around the block. Yep.
yeah,
Again,
he probably lives in America or Canada or something like that.
I think he might have lived in America. He's because one of our points of contention was that she didn't want to date anybody. She doesn't want to japa. So she was clear about that
Oh,
from the beginning. Yeah. So the guy might have moved back to Nigeria or spent some time here to study or something like that. So
all right.
and don't be shocked. There are people in Nigeria with better American accents than us. So don't be shocked. Yeah.
Possibly, possibly.
Yeah.
So another thing I noticed about the husband, you welcome everybody, Misty, Sister Rose, Adama, everybody. You're welcome. You're welcome. So another thing I noticed is that the husband.
Hmm.
Hmm, I try to say. I try to look him up. I comb LinkedIn, Google. I did everything, went to social media platform everywhere. This guy seems not to have
Non-existing.
yeah, he seems not to have footprints. Now he pops up on blogs, he pops up on news outlets and things like that, but him personally seems not to appear anywhere, which kind of tells me because he's doing great. The guy is a successful guy anyway, for those who don't know,
Hmm.
and he's running a good business too. So I'm like, there's something strange about this. In this modern time, everybody kind of have a form of digital proof footprint or something, but this guy is not showing. So what's going on? So it makes me feel like maybe there is a deliberate effort to to just stay under the radar. So, but that has nothing to do with their marriage. So that's just one of the things I picked up. Now I'm gonna play the husband short clip just for you to get to hear from him. Take a listen, guys.
Yeah.
Having to go through um, different, you know, options because I mean, she was just the only option I had. She met all the criteria I wanted in a woman, and as soon as I saw her, I just knew she was the one, and then that just confirms my decision.
Wow.
So she's obviously a very upfront woman. She knows what she wants. She goes for it. She's very positive, and that for me is a big catch.
It was quite a catch. And you didn't wait. You just
I just went ahead.
and
Straight
thank
up.
God. And thank God. So what all the process, what was it like? Was it like it was looking difficult initially, how you can get through to her, you can be busy sometimes, you ask to call back and all of that, you know, having to wait hours before you talk to her and all of it.
You almost give you the man code.
Well,
That's
okay. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I think Mr. Sheni is not ready to give you men's code, men's nuggets. He doesn't want you to get that.
oh well, yes. I mean, it wasn't. She's a very busy woman. It wasn't that easy accessing her, obviously. But I mean, once a man is determined, you just go for it, and that's what I did. And all I needed was just that first phone call, and that's it. The rest is history. Yeah.
Wow. The rest is the history is very long.
Yeah.
You might not want to. You understand. You can listen to the history. You can watch the history from Auntie Biola's interview. She told us in detail. You men, you don't like too much stories. It's headline. Baba is giving you headline, but you hear the main gist from Auntie Biola's interview. So do yourself a favor. Click on the next one and watch our interview.
Okay.
So
All right. I think that is just like introducing
More
kind of.
points are cooking already.
So so here's the thing though. I
Mhm.
watched the full interview. Like I said, it's just about 29 minutes, and I had to listen to that interview twice. Um, there's just a lot of there's just a lot I can deduce from that interview. And the one that got me mostly was when he was asked about the surrogacy.
Mhm.
And he was just kind of like walking around it.
He was beating around the bush.
Exactly. He did not say anything
He
specific.
was not comfortable talking about that part.
Exactly. So all he was doing was just say, "Oh, as men, you have to support women on this journey. You have to go with them on this journey. You know, where surrogacy it's a good option. People need to understand it now. But I'm not gonna lie to you. What I see and I noticed from that interview is that the guy is playing more of a supportive role. It's not
Mm.
like he's completely in it. Like, you know how men get excited about something. So, and I think I don't know what happened in their marriage, but I think from that interview, the guy isn't that fully comfortable. It seems more like I just have to do this just to make my wife.
He's definitely not comfortable.
Yeah,
And to be clear, what is he not comfortable with? That's we need to define that, right? We need to define when we say something is a red flag. Maybe we should define that. Red flag does not mean a bad person. I find that
exactly.
in this internet street, we need to spell that out.
Mm-hmm.
Red flag does not mean a bad person. It's with respect to the dynamic they will create in a relationship together.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So,
Go ahead. Go
so
ahead. Hmm?
we're gonna dive into the full conversation now, but let me just
Yes.
inform the Prestige Farm and the Real Farm that we're not gonna do panel because of how sensitive this matter is. We're just gonna allow each person to come in. You will have the floor. You will contribute to whatever talking point we got going on, and then when you're done we have to drop you and bring someone else in, because if we do a panel it's going to be a lot of bass or argument or something, and we don't want it like that. So I hope we all understand that, and I'm going to try as much as possible to make sure we read comments. So if you have anything you want to address already, please drop it in the chat, and I'm gonna share the link right now. But in case if you come in, we're not gonna add you until it is really time to start contributing. All right, to address the red flag thing, um, to be candid with you, I kind of agree with the fact that if you are a businessman and you are doing fantastically well in this digital age, and you do not even have a professional um, profile, something is off.
Not
Something is
not TikTok, oh, not Instagram. Oh. We didn't say only fan, no. We're saying a LinkedIn page, even if the picture is blank, some kind of LinkedIn page. To be fair to him, I searched his name real quick after you said that, and at
off.
least I see two profiles on LinkedIn. One says his
You can
name.
share it. If you have it, share it. Let people see it, please, MOP.
Oh, okay, okay. Because his name is public at this point. Let me share my screen.
Hmm.
Here you go. All right, can you see that?
No, I
Yeah,
can't. Where?
you have to allow it or something like that. I think you have to allow it. Okay, you have to pull it
Okay,
up.
okay, I
You
see
have
it.
to
I
pull it.
see
Yeah.
it now. All
Hmm.
right. Let me take this off. Okay, we're done with that. Thank you. All right.
Yes. You see how this one doesn't say picture, but we can see the page. And somebody is dating you, and they go here and they see customer relationships officer at UBA, and they okay, you work at BA. Yet at least you told me once upon a time you used to work at UBA or some kind of track record. Maybe you're in banking or something. Something. Yeah, I have to see something. Now, red flag doesn't mean it's completely bad. It just means you better investigate more, because that person that's doing a ghost in a social media era, it's something you should pay attention to. It doesn't mean they are completely bad. It's just something you should pay. That's what red flags are. It means screech, slow down. No, okay. They better tell you they're FBI or DSS or something like that.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. So let's quickly answer this question. I'm gonna read Sister Yinka's comment and then we'll move to the question. Sister Yinka said, He may be a private person or just does not have time for that. My hobby doesn't have doesn't have social media page. He says I do enough for both of us, and folks recognize him even when we weren't together. So I that's a very good one, Sister Yinka. It all depends on individual, but these days it's freaky. It's so rare. It's rare that you will say, I don't see uh, to have no public profile, get as it be. So let's quickly address that question together. Remember, the main question we're looking at today is who decides how public to go with surrogacy, husband or mother? Then let's start this one now. If you are watching, kindly drop your take on this one. Is lack of professional profile a
I think
red
the better
flag?
question is the word you used earlier, which is digital footprint. That's a
Digital
better.
footprint, right? Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay, I can change it to that. So,
Mhm.
is lack of digital footprint a red flag? All right. Is lack of digital footprint a red flag? So, kilo mwe mi ò tí dàgbà. I'm still a young man. Ke àkóbá mi mo
Maybe we
kàn
need maybe we need Simbi.
mo kàn pa lórí ni.
Shout out
And
to Simbi.
Simbi is here already, Seth. So
Okay, okay.
I'm gonna add that for moderation now. Simbi is doing a lot of work behind the scenes. She moderating in the chat, welcoming people and all that, and still doing bars both. All right, so that's the question right there, please. Is a lack of digital footprint a red flag? We're gonna start with that. While we move on to address other issues, Sister Natu, I can see you in the backstage. Now, let's get to the main issue here. So while I was digging yesterday, I saw a video on. No, my girls actually shared it. Trendy Tosin shared that video on my operation platform. I click on it, and it was one of these Yoruba platform where you know how we do our thing Yorubas now. These sisters they will gather and they will talk, they will gist. And there was one of these in-law that showed up, and she was blasting Biola. I want to say she's blasting her though, but I think she's just so passionate and very critical of Biola. I'm gonna play the video, but the video is in Yoruba language. So what I did was I got Trendy Tosin to extract the summary of all the claims she made in the video.
Mm.
Now, before once I heard that, I'm like, okay, this is becoming interesting. It's becoming super interesting. So I dig further, and then I saw Honorable Florence. So if you're looking at the screen right now, the auntie in white attire behind the ex-husband, that is the ex-husband senior sister. I think same father, same mom.
Mm.
And she happens to be a honorable from the federal constituency in Nigeria. She's a very popular lady, very famous. So she was the one that came out and she dropped a post. All right, let me see if I can add that real quick for everybody to see. Here we go. So she dropped a post on Facebook, and I think this is what they call cryptic post. MOP, can you see it? Okay, everybody,
Let
you
me
can see
see.
it, right?
Yes, I see that.
All right, so she dropped this post, and I'm gonna read what she said. Where is my Ojugo? Sorry. Mhm. So on the post, she said, Biola Adebayo's sister-in-law, Honorable Florence Funlola Akinrinde, breaks her silence. That's the headline. And the message said that in a heartfelt message, Honorable Florence Funlola Akinrinde, sister-in-law to actress Biola Adebayo, has spoken out following the recent marital crisis. She wrote in part, Oluwaseyi, you've always been a sweet soul. You love deeply and unconditionally. Somehow, your open heart, your desire to hold your home together, and your constant efforts were misunderstood, perhaps even seen as being too demanding. MOP, I know you. I know you,
He's the good guy.
MOP.
He's the good guy.
I know, MOP. You're gonna start
Y'all gonna
picking the
learn.
word.
Y'all gonna learn the hard way.
So,
He's a
so
nice guy.
the key word in the first paragraph is that these are the keywords me I notice. You love deeply and unconditionally. Correct? Somehow, your open heart, your desire to hold your home together, desire to hold your home together. I underline that. And your constant effort were misunderstood. I underline that too. Perhaps even seen as being too demanding. I hope you guys are taking note too. So let's go to the second paragraph. She said, whenever we spoke, I could hear the longing in your voice. Even this morning, yeah, as you fondly call me, you still asked, let me talk to her first to take down the post. I'll take that again. Even this morning, yeah, as you fondly called me, you still asked, let me talk to her to take down the post. Meaning, the ex husband now is telling the sister when he
Mm.
called, apparently on that very day when she made that
The post, the
Facebook
happy
post.
birthday post.
Yes. So he called the senior sister and said, Auntie, please let me talk to her first to take down the post. So it means something. Now I continue. Despite the public shame, despite being misunderstood and wrongly crucified, you still seeking peace. You
Mm.
never rush to revenge. How pure can a heart be? Please accept my sincere apology for being too harsh on you. Truth is, you were right. You saw this coming long ago. Her words have stirred a wave of emotional reactions online, shedding more light on the complexity behind the scene. So, MOP,
Yeah.
to start with, is this a loaded post or not?
Ah, Auntie has told on the guy. Oh, Auntie has told on the guy. Again, keep in
I, I,
mind.
I don't even think on the guy alone. I think Auntie told on the entire marriage.
Of course, but there's a part of the marriage that we already know. Biola is a public figure.
Okay.
Okay, we already know that part. She's a public person. She has a public persona. She's an ambitious person. And we also already know, we've already picked that up here earlier, that the guy is private.
Yeah.
That is a good reason why a person might have ghost accounts and they don't want to show their face. We're just saying in this digital world, you're going to be interpreted as red flag. It's not that you're necessarily a bad person. You just need to know that and know peace. Not only us, even employers will interpret you as, why don't you have some kind of LinkedIn profile somewhere? You know, so the it's not that he's a bad, this marriage of a thing is usually, it cannot be 60-70% divorce rate because people are bad. No, it doesn't add up. Most people are actually good people. There's a few bad eggs here and there, and they tend to create the loudest noise. But that's not what's creating divorce. What's creating divorce is small hidden things like, I am a nice guy, I put constant effort, I am too demanding, I'm just trying to get us right. But the other person is interpreting it as abusive, controlling, right? So who would interpret that as controlling, abusive also depend on the other end, right? If the person tends to be big, they're loud, but you're trying to tame them. You're trying to tame them to become a housewife. Don't put that out there. Don't talk about this surrogacy thing. Why don't you just announce? Because we found that out that he did not want her to announce the surrogacy part of their stuff. He wanted to just say you had a baby. You don't have to. Last minute he wanted to change his mind, and she had to beg, please. I wanted to encourage other women that may be going through the same thing. You see, she wanted to do what many people might consider to be the right thing. He wanted to do what many people would consider to be the right thing, like I saying, like keep our house private. But then there's basketballs, there's conflict. And that's what created our question here today, right? Who decides how to go public when it comes to issues, sensitive issues like surrogacy within a family? Especially when you didn't really know this guy. You married him in 6 months. Especially when you don't really know yourself, because do you know how you will react if you end up with a guy who is private, quote unquote? He's just a private, nice guy. I believe the auntie. It's just that when you end up in certain relationship dynamics, it's red flag. I'll slow down there. I have a lot more.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Let's do this real quick because CC, shout out to you, CC. Shout out to my Chidima, my AI.
Your AI witty.
My AI, madam.
Hey, you have to complete it now.
My AI, madam. How you doing, Sister Chidima? Shout out to everybody. Thanks for joining us.
Shout out to everybody.
Let's get this going real quick. I see Troublemaker CC is already accusing you and I say we want to do brotherhood. Yeah, CC say we want to do brotherhood. That's why we don't want to do panel. So, but I just want us to have clean conversation because of the sensitive.
We'll go do them small. We'll just be careful, yeah.
So just to bring in some balance, I'm adding Sister Natu right now.
Okay.
Sister Natu, can you please walk us through what is your take on what this in-law, this senior sister, shared on her social media?
So my lecturer is
Hey
in the panel.
Natu.
Hey MOP, hey CB. You know my lecturer is in the panel. Allah is to tell us to be very. He tell us to be very careful because we always be if you're a family member involved, you always take sides. It's going to be like you're not taking sides, but you're taking sides.
Please take sides, that's where the lessons are. Don't worry, I will stop you when you take too much sides.
Well, I remember you used to say that the person that would tell us the other side of the person that we know is the person that is romantically involved with the person. And I think I've taken that lesson to heart. Like I took it very, very personal. So anytime there's a complaint about any family member, I tend to side with the wife a little bit because now she they live with her. Now she go tell us the other story where we don't know. You know the person as a relative, but you don't know. You've never been romantically involved with the person to come out and beside the person. You're a good person. You don't know the times that he don't used to talk to his wife. You don't know the times that he used to go to the parlor and go and sleep for 1 week. He's just high. She doesn't tell you. He doesn't tell you. You understand what I'm saying? So it's a lot going on there. That statement looks. She was very, very biased. That's one thing I'm going to say. This Mama Rosaline, this trainer on Instagram, she said when her first marriage broke, people were trying to put blame. She said, no, two of us had our issues. He had his own, I had my own. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when it comes to the issue of infertility, I'm going to be very honest with you. It's a very, very dicey topic and couples have to agree. Like the way I used to talk about my own, I swear to you, if my husband wakes up today and tell me that he doesn't like the way I'm talking about it, I'm going to stop talking about it until we agree. That's just the fact. So if your partner is saying he doesn't want it, you're going to give the person time and try to make the person understand. If the person is not okay with it, that's it. Because let me tell you, there are things, and the thing that is painful about her own part is that it's mostly on her own part. So if most times if there's surrogacy, right, it's usually the woman issue. most times if there's surrogacy, because the woman can't carry, so they
She
have
can
to look for
carry.
some.
That's what it means. Yeah.
Yeah, so they have to look for somebody to carry. So I used to feel like you have to extend grace. If the other person can extend grace and agree for somebody to carry because they want to be with you and they still want to create that family with you, if the person has some little concerns, you want to consider that too. Because in our own society, especially in the African society, it takes a lot for your partner to be able to accept, because it's not a norm for us. We are beginning to normalize it. It's going to
Sister
take us
Natu,
time. We're getting there, but it's not something that we can force.
Sister Natu,
Sir,
for that statement, the
you're
statement
sending
you
me
made
Hennessy.
that I swear, you know what thing I want to talk. You see, this is the problem.
He
When people
said two
don't know you
bottles.
around you too much, they go know you inside out. How did you know
Two
that's what I
bottles.
was gonna say?
Two
Because the thing is,
bottles.
mhm, the thing is, sometimes when I say some of these things, it sounds strange. It might sound maybe a little bit harsh. It just be like, Ben, don't say that. It's traditional, it's culture, it's culture. God bless you, Sister Natu, because what I kept telling people is that you have to recognize the society where your partner comes from. There are some things people pretend a lot these days. They pretend a lot.
Yep.
People, so many things they are not going to tolerate, so many things they know they can't deal with. They will pretend that it's okay because of what they want to gain or what they want to have access to.
Yeah.
And you will just ride on it that, oh, they are in it. Oh, let's do it together. He's in it. Please. I'm a man, I'm very strong on brotherhood, but I will tell you this thing about brotherhood. Make sure you can see that guy's heart or soul. Like you can comfortably trust him deeply. That when this person says yes, his yes is yes. That when he agrees with you, he's not just agreeing with you just so that you can be happy.
Yeah.
I watched the interview of Bishola and the interview of her husband. I swear to God. In fact, I go drink water yesterday. Before I went to bed, it was like around 4 a.m. No, I took my time. I respect my elders. Uncle Patrick sends me some message. I go through the message and I listen to the guidance Uncle Patrick was giving me and everything. And I'm like, okay, if Uncle Patrick can create time to explain all these things step by step to me, Uncle Patrick is an elder now. So after I came back from work, I say I have to dig into these people's affairs. So from 12 all the way to 4, I was watching their video back to back to back, doing as much research as possible. When I finally came up with what I made of them, I said on today's show, I'm not going to talk about what I saw in Bishola or Bibiola. That's just what I said myself. I said on today's show, I won't tell people what I notice about her, because right now people are being emotional about this case and they are being sentimental. And when
Ben, let
yes,
me add something real quick, right? You see this thing. This their whole issue. I understand what you're saying, that people are being sentimental. They're like, oh, now she wants a child, she wants another child, he doesn't want it. What is this surrogacy? Just because of this foundation work that I'm doing, I've met a lot of, I told you now, two of my aunties that pied was because they said they don't want to remove their breast. And they don't need the breast. So one was 46, never married, like that one don't even plan to get children. She said, so so when I go for outreach and talk to people, I will tell them, if you know come out the breast, you go pie. If you come out the breast go pie. So which one you want pick? Do you understand what I'm saying? So I saw a lot of comments online where people were saying that the guy is being selfish. No, I just feel like people that are siding the woman are the ones that are being selfish.
Yeah.
And this
I wouldn't use the word.
okay.
The
Well,
word
maybe
not you. I'm talking about the people
no,
that
I said maybe wrong choice of words, but
Yeah.
this is what I'm saying. See, before I got married, I had 2 surgeries, and all of the surgeries that I've had, every one surgery that I've had was bringing me closer to, like, every surgery that I have, they will tell you, okay, this one will reduce your chances of having kids naturally. Second surgery, the same thing. When I got married, third surgery, the line became thinner again. So, but before I got married, when my husband started talking about marriage, I was like, okay, I've had 2 surgeries, and this is what they say. They didn't say I cannot, but my chances are slim. Do you understand what I'm saying? And this is the options that I have. And he was like very okay with it. He was like, okay, if God wants me to have kids, fine. If God doesn't want me to have kids, fine. And it has been his stand till today. But if and then when the whole process, sometimes like after I went through my first to IVF, Baba was like, can we try something else, because this thing is too gruesome. Like, why do you have to put your body through that? Blah blah blah. So he was open to like other options. A lot of people will not be open to. Do you want to judge people on that? No, you're not going to judge people on that, because guess what? That's their own. That's their own. How they
That's
feel,
a
and that's their choice, and that's very okay. I understand we're saying like, oh, we need to normalize this. We learn from other people's story, yes. But I want to also tell you that it's okay to allow people to tell their own story at their own time when they are comfortable with it, and that is fine. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do I want to say that my auntie that refused to remove her breast and pie with it, did she do the right thing, make the right decision? No, but that's her choice. Do you understand
That's
what
a
I'm
matter
saying?
of
So,
choice. Yeah.
yes. So if the guy says that, okay, I don't want another surrogacy, so maybe in the beginning he
Wait,
wasn't.
Natu. So let me highlight something for you there, right?
Mhm,
Breast, your
mhm,
body, your choice.
mhm,
Surrogacy,
mhm.
there's two people involved.
Well, yes, it's two people involved. That's one. Two, most times it's not an issue of choice, but it's a situation that presents itself, and you're left with we don't have plenty of options. Do you understand what I'm saying? And because you want to bring for the life, those are the few options that you have to pick. So when it comes to stuff like
Oh,
that,
sorry. To be clear on what I'm saying on the surrogacy thing, on if to make it public or not, the
two
guy
people, yeah,
agreed to
yeah, I
it.
know, that's what I'm
Uh huh.
saying. So the two
Okay.
people have to be on it. If one person wakes up and say, I don't want to be on it to be public, you have to respect that. Because like I said, it took the person a lot to also respect and accommodate. Do you understand?
Yeah.
That
Oh,
side that we need to
oh.
do this is the only way that we have, and like, okay, I'm okay with it. If he wants to keep it private, I'm telling you, people, it's really no big deal. It's people's life. If I don't want to talk about that I adopted a child, like, that's fine. The
Sister
world's
Natu.
not gonna end.
Mm. Thank you. Thank you, Sister Natu. God bless you
Thank you so much, Natu,
for your sincerity, for always
for being
educating.
vulnerable. Always being
Yes, for
vulnerable.
always educating us, and at least, in fact, you, I don't even know your spirit, your confidence. Like, it's not hard to forget. Your baby is coming. My spirit tells me that, and it's going to happen in Jesus' name. Forget that.
Me that I know. Don't
I know.
worry. I'm gonna see
Coming.
by the time it happen. Let me tell you, people, all of you here, just listen to me. Let me talk to you nicely. Y'all gonna come from everywhere you are for this name,
Ah,
okay? Because I have to turn New York down. All
it's
right.
not your place for my place is $400 ticket. Oh, cheap
You see, huh?
bàjẹ́.
At
Wo
all.
gbogbo lé ni màá kó wá. I go
All
bring
right,
everybody.
now.
Now, I really want to
Thank
thank you,
you.
Sister Natu. I want to thank you
Thank you
for
so
at
much.
least educating us with this thing, because you made a very, very valid point now. And I just want our people to listen. That's why I said that if you come on our platform, if you are not ready to have hardcore conversation, please don't come. Because the thing with social media is you can either go soft, be friendly with everybody,
Mm-hmm.
or you can go hardcore. People who are deriving value, they will appreciate it. So if you don't want hardcore conversation, don't come. Because the people me I'm rolling with here, all these my sisters and my brothers, they go speak their mind new. You know, even if you cover their mouth, self.
Mm.
If you look at my eyes, sometimes when I they yell or anything, my voice they go, they know they send my papa. They go say, Uncle Ben, you are loud. Oh yeah, bring and come down. May we talk this thing. So, but that is how you have conversations that can really add value to your life. So, Sister Natu said, this thing, both of you have to be in it. If your husband said, I don't want to go public with it, you got to respect it. Honestly speaking, respect to all my Yoruba brothers and sisters. Me, as a Yoruba man, if we have to do this thing, if I tell you I'm in 100%. But if I tell you I don't want people to hear about this, let them gossip, let them say whatever they want behind us. But you and I don't want us to put this shit out there. If you
So,
venture go put them out, now while you
mhm.
define, so while I'm actually,
So for me, Uncle Beno, on that issue,
Mhm.
I differ a little bit. Okay,
All right,
just a
let's
little
have it.
bit.
Let's have it.
After all, I'm always on the fence. So allow me to be on this fence a little bit.
All right.
Especially considering the fact that she is a public figure. She was a public figure. She's a public figure. She will continue to be public figure. And you know what you were bargaining for. This is a major part of a person's essence, identity, right? And then when I had that on top, the fact that this is a woman and we're talking about fertility issues, I am afraid it's not going to be that easy for her to just keep this major aspect of her life secret. What is the big deal? Just keep it private. Exactly, because on your end, it is not a big deal. To her, it's a big deal. The certain part of you as a human being, forget women for a second, all of us, there's certain aspect of you. Okay, I'll give you an example, Kubeno. You know how me, I like a certain demeanor on my shows. You like a certain demeanor on your shows, right? Or vibe or energy. There's, if anybody come and watch both of our shows, they can see distinct differences, right? On how we run our shows. When you go to RTB shows, you can see certain distinct. Imagine somebody come to your show and they literally tell you, well, why don't you play 5 minutes music in the beginning like MOP used to? And it happens not to be your style, right? You'll be like, wait, like that's not. So when something is somebody's identity, something that has to do with their very being, the way they've lived their life for the past 20 years, and suddenly they're supposed to just turn that off, I'm afraid it's not going to be that simple if it's real life. On this internet street, we can say what it's supposed to be. Ideally, you know, if she gets to a point where she says, yes, you're right, let me do the right thing, let me turn this aspect of my life off. Yes, let's make it private. You know, the problem will be solved, right? But then we also know that inside of marriages, people harbor a lot of resentment. And oftentimes, especially when you're talking about a woman, she might not necessarily tell you because you said something earlier. She's trying to potentially make you happy. She won't tell you, or she might not even be able to identify what is wrong with her all the way through, right? But that resentment is there, right? So should she just go ahead and do whatever she likes? No, I think it's a conversation that needs to be had, and everybody needs to be clear on what they decide to do after assessing everything that can be affected. Things like resentment, things like their emotional stability, things like my livelihood, things like how does this affect me internally? How does this affect you internally? Where do we compromise? Who compromises? What do we combine? It's not going to be as simple as, no, just do the right thing. Since one person said no, just shut it down. Sure, you can shut it down, but I'll tell you with some of the, I don't have my Oberni button here. They will bring it up 5 years from now. 7 years from now, and it will be bigger. See how it was easy to push it under the rug? It will be bigger. Yes.
Wait to MOP. Let us make a couple of things clear here real quick. I know Dr. Adama is in the background right now. And like I said, Dr. Adama, I already said it. Anybody who want to join the conversation, you can join. But we're just gonna do it one person at a time. We won't do panel. With panel, this conversation is complicated. So we may not move forward because we will be interjecting, and so we're just going to give each person opportunity to address the whole
Make
thing.
their point.
Yeah, then I can put you backstage. Then when we are addressing any other aspect of the conversation, you come in again. So Dr. Adama, you are welcome. So but MOP real quick, let's get something straight here.
Yeah. While you're saying that, highlight Yiku's Pepe, Sarah Luge's highlight that while you're saying that.
Yeah, I wanted to go through all the comments so we address them together. I already
all right, perfect. You start them. Okay.
I start them already. So,
all right, perfect.
So we can address them together. So, but I quickly want to do a pushback on what you just said, and I want us to make it very, very clear. So, are you saying this type of situation that involves surrogacy and all that, and because one of the parties involved is a public person, obviously an extrovert, and the other person is a private person?
Yeah.
Are you saying if the private person that happens to be the husband says, I don't want this thing out there, don't bring our family matter, this very crucial matter, I don't want you to talk about it in public. Are you saying because she's a public figure, her fans are waiting, her fans want to hear?
Mhm.
She still need to tell them she shouldn't keep it down. Is that what you're saying, MOP?
No, not exactly. What I
All
am
right.
saying is that as a man, as a husband, so let me
Mm-hmm.
make it solution oriented, right? As a
Mm-hmm.
husband, my wife comes to me and she said, um, and she didn't even ask me for, women will not even ask you for permission. Some would not ask for permission, right? So it's I'm letting you know, it's FYI. For your information, they'll be excited about how they're going to help other people. When help all these people that are looking for the fruit of the womb, I can encourage many people. And then I feel some type of way as an African man that I am. I feel some type of way. This is, inú ilé èèyàn nìyàn ti ń say, òkété onídodo. Why should we expose this aspect of our life? Monitoring spirits are at large. They are everywhere looking for something to drag us with, right? So me, I'm thinking, I'm not being a bad person. I'm also thinking the best for us as a man, right? The first thing I would do is like, babe, I feel some type of way about this part of I would really like to keep this private.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to know what your thoughts are about that. Okay. I'll keep it open ended, make it a conversation so that she can feel safe to really express us. I'm trying to gauge to see if she even have room there or not. She might be actually open to say, you know what, you're right. I know I married a quiet husband. She might not, she might now, but at least if she has to do it, she'll feel safe to say, babe, this is very important to me that I'm able to encourage other women, right? And we can go back and forth like that until we get into the compromise that's suitable for the dynamic of our relationship. What works for this relationship may not work for that other relationship. We cannot make it a cookie cutter thing where you see that one, they did surrogacy too, right? Why didn't they announce it to the world? You know what that causes in a marriage? Bass bows. So what I'm saying is that it's a conversation. It shouldn't be a cookie cutter where you just say this is how it's done or it's not done. And I'm looking at the nature of her public life. She's been doing this for 40. She was a grown woman before you, especially she was a grown woman before you married her.
Okay.
The alternative is just keep your foot down and say, I'm the husband. I don't want us to announce that. And knowing who Biola is, she's probably going to cave in the corner. So, okay, I'm your friend. It's resentment. So it will come back and bite you in the butt later on. And in a way that we can't always predict. That's what I was saying.
Okay. Okay. What I would say about that is this: I have a complete different take on that. I agree. If you and your spouse have that conversation, maybe your husband says, "No, I don't want my son to be discussed publicly." Then, whatever process we arrive at getting my son is my son. I want to protect my son. I want our affairs private. For me, if I have such a conversation with a woman, and you say because you are a superstar, you are a celebrity, it doesn't go well with you, you have to make it public. Oh my dear, wahala, I won't lie to you.
Yeah.
There are limits to something. Everything is not cruise. Let me say this, MOP. Even we that not even we many I've seen a lot of family, husband and wife, that God bless with children. The children are grown, some of them are little. They don't post their children, they don't discuss their children on public platform.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a taboo to one of the people involved. In my own case, I'm a public person. I don't even believe say anybody wish or village people there or something. I will post anything if I want post or anything. In my case, my madam, we had the conversation, and my madam was so serious about I don't want my children out there. I don't want it out there. Initially, I was just like, waiting there. People are posting their kids, everything. Waiting be the
Mm-hmm.
wahala. But she's like, I don't want my children out there. I just don't go well with me. And then I look at her lifestyle. She herself, she's not putting herself out there. You know, she doesn't do anything on social media. Now she says she don't want it, even though I be coconut head. I have to agree.
No, you're the husband now. Why didn't you say no? I'm doing what I want
That,
as the husband.
that is the point I'm trying to make here. Because if we say, oh, she's a celebrity, no. There are some things that if your partner say, this, especially when it comes to children and all this pregnancy and all that thing stuff, there are people right now that these days when some women they are pregnant, when they are pregnant, they will go do baby bump picture that photo shoot that they will start sharing all over social media. Hey, my baby is coming.
Baby
My
shower,
Eh.
baby.
No, baby
Uh-huh.
shower, all those one is okay, but
What a
your husband,
beautiful voice to interject such a masculine sausage voice.
you
Thank you,
know,
Jare CB.
but your husband
Continue,
may
boss.
say, your
Uh-huh.
husband may say, I don't want you to post this pregnancy on social media. I don't want you to do anything. If you can't respect that, say because you are a popular or something, you are already calling for gas bows. So that's why I just feel like
So if you marry
some
Uncle
things
Beno,
are no. Yes, sir.
I'll say something very small based on the last statement you make. If you marry a 39, 40-year-old woman
Mhm.
and her personality tends to be the one that will put the bare pregnancy, the whole thing, almost to the point where you can see her fupa. If that's what she want do, you go have problems. So because she go put them on, and
Then
you
that
know,
marriage
you know, you know,
goes
you know, the
bad.
beautiful thing about it, right, is that no be one person go have problem. It's the marriage that go
MOP,
pafuka.
MOP,
Uh-huh.
MOP. I'm sorry to put you on the spot right now, but
Feel
I want to put
free.
this question to you.
Yes.
How many times have you posted your children this year? I've checked on your platform. I haven't seen your children posted anywhere. No,
I've
no, no,
also
no. It's just for
I will
people to
answer.
understand.
I will answer. I don't do
Okay.
it often. I only do it okay. Even in recent years, even their birthdays, I don't. And
Okay.
there's a reason. My presence on social media is about 98% business.
Okay.
And I'm being I'm that 2% I'm being generous, you know. But a major reason for that is because I've also been doing the marriage thing for 18 years. I come from the era where it is not a thing for me. Okay.
Okay.
If I marry a woman today, a 39-year-old woman for that matter, I better be adjusting though, because these are the reasons why men are getting dumped left and right. These are small
And that
reasons
is
here.
the same reason women are getting dumped up and down. That's why I want to allow Dr. Adama to call me. No, I'm just
nice,
trying.
nice
I
one,
don't
nice
know.
one.
I don't know if people really understand where this conversation is going. People are,
The reason why I made it about men is because I'm talking to you, right?
yeah,
As a
and because
man.
we also have
if a
women
woman
here.
if a woman was the one talking it, right, I'll say, the woman will be the one complaining. People that follow me knows I'm talking about the person that's complaining. Whoever is complaining, if you are complaining about this, and I'm telling you that you have to have room for compromise and you have to consider more factors than two factors. What are the two factors? Yes, no, black and white. There are more
All right.
factors than black and white you have to consider. And the answers are not going to be it's not going to be easy because you're looking for something beautiful. So the answer cannot be yes or no. I'm sorry.
All right, all right. I'm gonna go to Dr. Adama while I will put this poll question on the screen. We're just gonna use one or two. The question is gonna be: when it comes to social media, if one spouse said pregnancy, children, I don't want them to be posted online, should they honor it? If you want them to honor it, you drop a one. If you want them to do not honor it, everybody do your thing, drop a two. Now, Dr. Adama, the floor is yours, man. Welcome, my sister. I know
Hello,
yesterday.
Dr. Adana.
Good
Well,
day, good afternoon, everyone. How's
good
everyone
afternoon.
doing? Sister
Yeah.
Natsu, thank you for sharing your story with us.
Able.
Yes. Okay, let me start with the first question we asked when we started the segment about digital footprints. Okay, and I wrote in the chat. I happen to marry someone, and including me myself, I am very private. And I married a man who doesn't have LinkedIn. And I know a lot of professionals as well who are in the medical sector as well who are not involved in that. Like for me and my husband, there's a reason behind ours. Okay. So that is it. So it's up to the person what your preference is. If you're someone who is into social media, I am not. I go to social media to just laugh, have fun, and I married someone who, whatever I put out, I have to be careful. I don't post anything. I don't post my pictures. I don't post my kids. I don't post nothing. So that is for us, me and my host household. And it ties into this question of if you marry someone who wants to be in social media and you're not so the other person is not a social media person, how do you find a balance? I think this is where the emotional intelligence has to come in. I believe in respecting people's privacy, being married or not. If my husband say, Adama, I don't like this, and I don't want my children, I don't want this out there, I have to respect it. As much as I might love social media, I have to respect it because anything that affects me is going to affect him and my children as well. So you have to look at things broadly and not just for yourself in particular. So Uncle Ben, I understand. I agree with you that we need to learn to compromise, and at the same time, social media for me is becoming something else. Social media has really gotten out
MOP,
of
over
hand.
to you.
Yeah.
Go
Uh,
on, Dr. Adama.
over to me. Okay. Go on, Dr. Adama. Go ahead.
So
Finish
after
your
that, the
thoughts.
next thing I wanted to say was what we're talking about surrogacy. I want to remind our viewers surrogacy is very expensive, very expensive.
I missed that
And
part.
yes, it's very expensive. The eggs, the process you have to go
Mm-hmm.
through
Mm-hmm.
to get a healthy egg, you might have 6 eggs, and each of those eggs, it will only end up being one that is healthy.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a very, very, very difficult and challenging
No,
process
Adama,
to
you
go
missed the
Process.
through.
part of paying the person that's going to carry the
That's
pregnancy.
what I'm saying. It's
All of
very
the above.
expensive.
Yeah.
All of the above.
In
It
every
is
sense, it's
It's
expensive.
10
expensive.
million up for surrogacy. 10 million
It's
naira up.
you can't wake up and say, "Oh, I want to do surrogacy." For me, I think it's more harder on the woman than the man. And I'll say this. Let me be clear now. Sometimes when a woman can conceive, just like I said last week, men need to see a urologist twice a year. When you get up in the morning, you know your balls, excuse my language, I know it's in the afternoon, please feel them. Because sometimes in your balls, you can feel lumps. Just like we tell women when you're taking a shower, do a breast assessment on your breast to make sure you're not feeling any lumps. Same thing goes for the men. So it's like for the women going to a gynecologist for their JJ. And for the man, is a urologist because men do have low sperm counts. Men do have low sperm counts. So it's a lot of things that are involved. I feel like for the man, he can say, okay, if you want your own child, I know someone who said, I don't believe in someone else adoption. I don't believe in this. I want someone that will physically carry my own. And that's what they did. And the wife was okay with it. So to each his own. What works for A might not work for B. But I'll tell you guys my own story. When I met my husband, I did everything about my medical assessments, his were perfect. But guess what? When it came to conceiving, it took me 2 years. My daughter is a NICU baby. She came at 7. My daughter was born at 29 weeks. Okay. So with the how old I was when I conceived her and how healthy I was, I never expected I was going to go through any difficulty conceiving her. So what am I trying to say here? When it comes to fertility issue, it is very sensitive, and at the same time, we have to be careful what we are involved in because it's not a one case fits all. It's something that we need to respect people, their opinion, and what they're going through. And at the same time, let's learn to have empathy for one another. That you can be able to get a woman pregnant like this, bam, and a woman can take him like this. Please do not think it's like that for every other person. No matter what age, wherever stage you are in life, fertility issue can happen to anyone, even the most healthiest person. So that's my contribution. Thank you all so much.
Before you leave, I have a question for you. Welcome. Thank you so much. I appreciate your contribution. Allow me to celebrate you because I think I was listening to Uncle Beno stream, a replay one day. How long have you been married, please? If you don't mind sharing that. Is she still
I've been
there?
married for 24
Yes.
years.
24 years. Dr. Adana, stop the cap. I don't have my sound effect. Stop the cap. When I say, let me explain this, okay? The LinkedIn thing is more so for the people that are dating right now and they're trying to vet a person, especially if they are 39-year-old, like a person of a certain age, right? It's just one out of maybe about 2,000 other things that you need to be observing anyway. It's just if somebody doesn't have a profile somewhere, a professional profile, because I see, please highlight Uncle Patrick's thing again.
This one?
Especially for those of you in the medical field. I have a lot of friends in the medical field, clinicians. Oftentimes you can't find their LinkedIn page, but there's this small page you can find somewhere, a couple of pages with their name, possibly with their ID number, medical. What do you guys call it? Dr. Anana, help me with their
Medical identification number and stuff like that.
yeah. You might not even see the face, but if this person they're a doctor, they took you out on a date, you can see those pages. Just things like that, you know. If you can't see a footprint of that anywhere, that's why I had him change it to digital footprint. In 2025, that will be a red flag. Something it means something we have to look into. I'll give you another caveat to that, right? Usually, when a woman is in love and she feels safe and secure, she's not digging stuff up anyway. Okay. But if she's already digging stuff up, and in addition to that, we can't find a page anywhere, that's what we need to pay attention to. Now, in Nigeria, it might be a little bit slightly different. I may be speaking Oyinbo now. But the point is really just to pay attention to small, nuanced based things like that. That's the point, not the specifics of a LinkedIn page, particularly. And we can still respect people's privacy. Any pushback to that, Dr. Adana?
I agree with you 100% what you just said. I agree with you.
Thank
All
you. I
right.
appreciate you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Adama. I have to drop you. You can always come back if
No
another
problem.
bad
I'll be
thing will
backstage.
happen. All right. Thank you, Mama. All right. I'm keeping Sister Natu because the topic we are discussing today, she has in-depth knowledge about it, and I love my sister. She's always bubbling and willing to help others to navigate the challenges. So I'm going to add Honey Babe real quick just to get her take before we move on to the second part of this conversation. Honey Babe, my wahala, Honey Babe, have you done with your
Hello.
jet lag now?
Onyidamola Onibe.
Kosola.
Oyikosola.
Oyikosola.
Sorry, I gave you a second name.
I
What?
know, right? Sorry, I was literally like napping, you know. This jet lag is still dealing with me. I don't know what's going on.
All
So
right,
I
all
missed
right.
the beginning. Sorry, what did you want me to give my take on?
Yeah, have you been following this lady's story?
No, so you're gonna have to, sorry guys, I just
Okay,
came
then
back on. Yeah.
it's gonna be difficult for you to participate because
No,
we've
she
been
can
on
just tell
this.
us on the social media postings. We can just use
Yeah,
that.
we get there, but you might need to go back and watch a couple of the show again. But where we
Hmm.
at right now,
Yeah. No
uh,
problem.
where we are right now, this lady,
Hmm.
she's a very famous lady in Nigeria. A
Sure.
couple of days ago, she came up celebrating her husband's birthday, and she used that
Yeah.
opportunity to tell the world that they are divorced. So, long story
Yeah, I
short,
saw that yesterday.
now,
Yeah,
yeah, just hold on, honey babe. Let me just finish. So,
sure.
long story short, the in-laws from the husband's
Mm,
side, they are coming out now and they started talking. And then we also do
mm,
our own research and everything. And as we are having the
mhm,
conversation, we are at the point now where we are asking two
mm,
people if a partner said, I don't want
mhm,
my pregnancy, my children picture,
mhm.
everything about my children, pregnancy, everything. I don't want it on social media.
Sure.
But one of the party is a celebrity. He got followers. They are
Mm,
interested in
mm,
her lifestyle, her story, her journey,
mhm,
especially
mhm,
this type of journey that it took her over 40 years before she finally got her baby. So we are
mm,
asking, should she go ahead and furnish the story, the picture, everything about it on social media when the husband, who happens to be a private person, might probably not
Mm,
so that's what we're talking
mm.
about. What's your take? Should couples
Yeah.
listen to each other, or they should just communicate and do it your own way? What's your take?
Of course, because the whole essence of a relationship or a marriage is about being a team and about communication and respecting each other's decisions. So why would you be in a marriage and you now decide that you want to be on social media, knowing and being very much aware that your husband or your other partner doesn't want to? I think if your spouse doesn't want to, I think you need to respect that. Personally, for me, um, when I was in a relationship and even now I have kids, I would never put my kids on social media. The only thing, my social media is for my business, nothing else. I think you need to be very, very careful what you put on social media. There's a lot of people that don't have sense. And there's a lot of so-called perverted, deviant people online. So you don't want to give them access to your children for them to use as means and stuff. And I think when you expose too much of yourself, there's this saying, familiarity breeds contempt, and I believe in that. Personally, for me, I think if your spouse doesn't want you to be on social media, or your children or your family life, I think you should respect that.
Okay,
All
I have a
right.
question for you, Onyi Consola. Um,
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
what if he doesn't want you at all on social media?
I mean, the question I would say is that when you were dating, he obviously saw you on social media, so it's all about
No, no, no,
communication
no.
for
He
me.
doesn't want his wife on social media.
No, but
Just
what I'm saying to you, when they were dating,
mhm.
she was, I assume, on the same social media. So I think that was a conversation they should have had. And if at the end of the day, he was very, very vocal in that and she chose to do that, then that shows that there's an issue with communication. But I think when they were dating, he was very much aware. You have that conversation at the time when you're dating. This social media shouldn't be an issue. So
Right.
I think for
There are
me,
two. Sorry to
mhm,
interject you. There are two
yeah,
conversations we should have had. You already
yeah,
mentioned one, right?
yeah.
Which is we should have had a conversation that social media, whatever, right? Another
And the
conversation we
limitations
should
on
have
what you can
had.
post. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Which one? Say it again.
No, I said the conversation you should have had is that, first of all, is that if we're going to be together and
Uh
we
huh.
have kids, am I comfortable in us you? Because I
Right.
assume it's the lady that's famous, whether she wants
Right.
to have her business online. I think a
Right.
conversation you should have had. And I'm going to ask the question: if you know you're not a show busy social media person, why
Uh
would you
huh.
marry someone that is a social media
Oh.
person,
Oh wait. No,
i.e.,
no.
an
Don't go that
artist?
far yet. Don't go that far
I will
yet.
go that far. I will go that far. I
Wait,
will
wait.
go that far.
But good point. That's what I was driving at, but you are getting ahead of me, right?
Apologies. I'll let you land.
Right. So if one conversation we should have had is since you're a popular person, we should have had that
Mm,
conversation. Another conversation we should have had is that the man is the head of the family. Another conversation we should have had as been of contention for the past 30 minutes, which is we should just respect each other's privacy, right? So
mm.
now if we're married and we're one, especially if both of us are Jesus babies,
Yes.
right?
I got you there.
So if both of us are Jesus babies, we should know that the husband is the head of the family. We should know that we have to be conservative. How far do we go with conservatism, right?
Mhm,
And
mhm,
and
mhm,
definitely the idea of surrogacy. We should have known up front that
mm,
we're going to do surrogacy. We should have also
mm.
known. I'm being condescending, excuse me, right? But
I get it.
we should have had a lot of conversations. We're presented with this situation, and the husband said,
Mhm,
I'm the head of the family. Yes, somehow I skipped that part of I didn't want your own picture either on the internet, right? Or
mm.
as you count it for you, it could come in the form of let's limit it, let's regulate how
Yeah.
much of yourself is
Yeah.
on the internet. Or you wanted to
Exactly.
start a
Exactly.
podcast, right? And I said, you're out there too much. I want you at home at 2:30 p.m. so you can cook for our family and our children, right? it gets very tricky. So my
Visa.
question
Yeah.
to you, Oyin Consola,
Yes.
is that how far do we
Okay.
go? Yeah, because some of us were very precise. We like to know
Yeah.
upfront what we're dealing with, right?
Yeah.
How far should we go with this privacy of a thing? Because as Christian Jesus babies, we are one. So
Mm,
if you are not private, that means I'm not private too. I'm going to be exposed. His picture is everywhere on the internet now because of your exposure.
mm. Yeah. 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 I think the answer to that is not a simple one. I think it's a case. I do agree with a lot of the different approaches that you said, but I come back to the fact that when this gentleman was dating this particular lady, he saw her social media presence. He should have had that conversation or said that I'm not comfortable with you being on social media. I'm not going to continue this relationship. Or if I'm
Uh,
going to continue with this relationship, we need to have let me land, please. We need to have a conversation.
Mhm.
I personally think that so, these media spaces, you need to know your limits. My thing is business. You see that picture, you will not see my kids. You will not see my kids on anything. There's no need.
Yeah.
Anyone that needs to see my kids, they're my personal friends. They will see my kids when I'm hanging with people, when I'm going out. You don't need to see it on social media, but that's me. I personally think there needs to be limits to social media. Find your celebrity. The new thing is to be on TikTok, to be on Instagram, to be on YouTube, blah, blah, blah. I can't remember the other social media channel, Snapchat. But I think if you're in a relationship or you're married, you need to have that conversation as to where does it stop? Is it just me and my pictures? Is it just me to do with work? My to do with me going out to events? Do we stop at the fact that I don't there's no pictures of my spouse, there's no pictures of the kids? These are conversations that you need to have before you get married. In the same way you have conversations about how many kids you want and your expectations of what should happen in a relationship as you the wife, and him the husband. This is social media is a new phenomenon, and it's something that a lot of people have become obsessed, and social media is out there, and they seriously need to have serious conversations about you as a family unit. How comfortable are we as a unit? How far we put our business out there? It's very, very important to have these conversations, because I feel for the guy, but I think he's a mumu, because at the end of the day, he should have thought about these things before he married her. You're marrying a celebrity. What was you expecting? And if she's going to put all her business out regarding her surrogacy, which I very much respect, because I think there's this kind of ignorance, and there's not a lot of education about what surrogacy entails. And I think it's very important to get that story out there, because a lot of us Africans don't understand the complications, and the moving parts about it. And for me, education is very important to understand certain things. But I
all
think
right.
if your husband is not comfortable, then you shut it down. You need to respect your husband, and the other way around. If you have a celebrity and you a husband that has a celebrity, then and the wife says, "I'm not down with this. I'm not comfortable." The husband needs to respect that as well. I think it goes both ways. But I think in these YouTube streets and social media, too much information is not good,
All right.
and there
All
needs
right.
to be boundaries in terms of how much you put yourself out there, especially children and stuff. Because once it's out there forever.
Mm, mm, mm.
All right. Thank you, honey babe.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Uncle
Thank
That is
Ben,
you,
very
Honeybee.
insightful.
I'm sorry
Yes.
to interrupt you, sir. Please,
Go
Sister
ahead,
Natu
Simbi.
needs the link. She needs the link, Sister Natu.
Oh, oh, sorry. Let me
You
even
don't
drop.
know. You don't know Natu. You have to get the link standby for her. She will drop in and out like 50
Uh,
times.
nah, no problem. Let me. I'm dropping the link in the Real Farm MOP. You can share
Yeah.
the link to Prestige Farm too,
Share it with
so
me.
that
Okay, I
they
have
can.
it. I have it. I have it.
Yeah, so they can
Yeah.
have access at any
Sorry,
time.
can
So,
I just sorry to interject. I think Luke said something, and this is an example of what happens. You know, is it Halle Bailey? Her
Yes.
business is all out there. She's fighting with DDG. Tell me if I've pronounced his name. It is
Yeah, some
whatever.
rapper dude. I
Now
think I've seen that.
look at the situation here. She's all over YouTube. She's having issues. You know, when she had the relationship, it was all out there. She was flaunting her business. A lot of people had opinions. Now
Mhm.
they've had this particular child. They're going back and forth on social media. This is an example of when you put your business out there. Look at the repercussions. You know, it's very messy, very nasty, and it's affecting her brand. She's supposed to be filming somewhere and she's got temporary custody of the child. And this ex baby father is dealing with her all over social media. This is what happens when you have your business out there. This is
Yep.
affecting her brand. No one can tell me any different. And I think because she put her business on social media, dating him, when the baby was first born, they were doing, they were doing live shows with the child. She started it. Now it's turned into an issue where they're both slagging each other off on social media, and it looks really bad for her brand. So people need to be very careful putting stuff on social media, because when it's lovely and great, it's fine. But when it turns into a problem, it's a problem and it can affect your brand. So I think it's very important that don't start what you can't finish.
All right. Thank you very much, Honey Babe. That's a very valid point. Okay, Honey Babe, I'm going to drop you now so we can bring other people in. Thank you very much for your
Shout out to
contribution.
Honey Bay.
Yeah. Unyi Consola. All right. This has been a very, very interesting conversation, and I want to believe everybody we are all enjoying it. So now let's bring the people in the comments. Some people are at work right now; they really can't come into the studio. So we're gonna read some chats real quick, and then we will move on to the second part of this conversation, which is the basketballs that is going on now. My Yoruba sisters
Ah! Which one is louder? Your ha, be mine.
MOP. My Yoruba sisters
Wala. Where is portable?
So we're gonna get there, but let us really do comment real quick. Simbi, are you there?
Uncle Ben, please, real quick, right? I just want to piggyback on what Honey Bay said. So I know that the guy married a celebrity, yeah, but we have a lot of celebrities that we don't know anything about them
God bless
because
you.
because they have built a personal brand outside of their own family, so they don't need their family to feed or any story that affects their family to feed. Chioma Chukwuka, have you ever seen, even when she was divorced, how long did it take us before we knew that she was divorced? Do you have pictures of her children? No. Excuse me, Melio Edochie, with all the basketballs going around, what's the only thing that she's posting? Business. I'm moving on. So I do understand that he married a celebrity, but people will choose to tell you what they want to tell you about their life. There are celebrities that are private. You understand what I'm saying? So if the person that you're with, I'm not a private person. I'm just going to be honest, but I'm a very private person. That's why I say, if I start doing anything today and he's like, I don't feel okay with that, okay. And there's something that Allah used to teach us. Women, I think we are missing this point though. Seduction. Yeah? Even when you marry coconut, you can soften it. Yeah, things that you can do.
So now to pop quiz before Uncle Beno go. Pop quiz for you.
Mhm.
Since you're a good student. So shout out to all the work you're doing, by the way, with the charity organization, breast cancer, all that stuff. You're doing a
Thank
great
you.
job. So
It's not just a
hypothetically,
great job, she's doing a fantastic job.
Let's
An
yes,
say no.
awesome job.
yes.
Thank you.
So hypothetically, I'm your husband, and I say you don't do 3 travel this year. Can you slow down? You're not
Can I
allowed
do
to
what?
try. Can you slow down? You don't do 3 travel this year. Can you
Yes,
slow down?
of course.
And can you slow down
I'm,
for
I'm going to slow down and rub his head and make him understand why I need to do that. He used his credit card to buy me the ticket.
Okay, that sounds good. I love it. I'm a man. I'm an African man. When I
I
hear
know.
that, I love
Yeah.
it.
So it's not that we don't listen, but there are ways that you can do. I want to believe 100% the reason why that guy is acting now. Probably he said no, and instead of her calming down, talking to him and rubbing his head to be able to get him to understand why she wants to do it, maybe she said, "Why can't I do it?"
I can give you another angle. The other angle is that he had been sulking up in the house for about 10 months. You have no idea what is really going on with
There you
him.
go.
And one day there's an outburst. And then
Yep.
he told you with all your nonsense, breast cancer nonsense, you're going all around town. See, these are the nuances. Uncle Beno, continue.
All right. I'm just doing one or two things real quick. Okay. Just hold on. All right. So, Sister Natu, thank you very much for that, your contribution right there. The only thing I'm going to say is this, just to round up that segment and move on to the next one. Please, please, my sisters, I know social media, wokeism, and all those things they have taken over, but this is what me I would tell you. What is more important to you? Is it your marriage, your children, or the people outside that are interested in what is going on in your house, in your life, in your children? That's what I'm gonna say. You can analyze it however you understand it. And I'm also gonna include this. When you see people that have been married for the longest, for a very, very long time, our second name is compromise. Oh. People like me, we are still a baby in this journey. I've been in it officially 15 years. I think MOP is like MOP 17, I'll be 18. How long you been in this thing now, MOP?
Sorry, wait a minute. That.
This marriage journey, how long you don't dey inside?
Ah, this year now 18. No, without it,
Eh,
with the pusher, with the pusher.
eh.
It's God's
So
blessings. It's one day at a time, Baba. One day
exactly.
blessing at
So
a time.
when we say some things, is coming from personal experience. You see, this particular topic we mentioned right now about respecting your spouse privacy as well as their opinion on certain things. What me I used to tell people, and what me like in my own household, what me and my madam we practice is that the people outside, they are not important. It is you, me, and our children that are important. We don't try to impress people outside. We don't want to show you what's going on inside. And it works for us. When it comes to making decision, when your partner says, I don't want this. Now, some partner may be selfish, controlling, and you can see it in them. But you have a partner that allow you to be you. You work together, you have understanding. He's not, you don't see that he just want to, no, he's not doing that. But on certain area that has to do with your finances, maybe your business, it has to do with your children, your health. If your partner says, I'm not comfortable with you sharing this, my own, no take my advice for it too. I'm just saying from my personal experience. If your partner say, I'm not comfortable with you sharing this, ask them why. If they give you what you know deep down is a reasonable reason for not doing it, please respect it. Respect it. People react differently. And I also remember that I've said on this platform before that in Nigeria, one of the tribes that people under, can I say, underrated or misunderstood, that tribe is Yoruba. Yoruba people are very patient people. Yoruba people are super, super understanding people. If you are doing yan yan yan, Yoruba person go play mumu for you. And all I always tell people is this: don't deal with a Yoruba person to a point whereby that Yoruba person has to play a fool for you. Once that Yoruba person is playing a fool for you, you won't like the outcome. So please, to just run this up and move on to the next one. Forget, say, oh, we are in modern day, Western world or something. If it's your wife that say, darling, I am not comfortable with this thing, I'm head of the family, no reach there. Respect it, especially when it comes to your health, your finances, your children, your household. Respect it too. All these people, that this lady that they are saying she's a celebrity, she's not her celebrity, no, near Omotola Jolade. Oh. Now baby celebrity she be, oh. Still, Omotola Jolade kept it on the low, respectfully. Auntie Jolade, they enjoy her marriage till tomorrow. That's all I would say. Now, Moving on to the next Baz Boss, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? We're gonna talk about what aunties are saying on TikTok. Give me just 1 second. So, the aunties on TikTok, they have took over this case. The video I'm gonna play right now, all the conversation is in Yoruba, but I asked my baby girl Simbi to do me a favor, not Simbi, Tosin. So I asked Tosin to help me summarize the key points that were raised in the video. So while I'm playing the video, those who understood Yoruba, you can help me interpret. If not, but don't worry, I will summarize everything that was said in the video. Okay, fine. I find this one. This is good. All right, please take a listen. I will explain.
The two of them. Okay, I just want to find instance. Biola has a friend, like I want to say Adubo, yen kan lorúkọ baby yẹn. Ọkọ ẹ̀ dẹ̀ rí wípé tí baby bá ń wá àwọn ìwà ẹ̀ bóyá ìṣesí ẹ̀ kò tẹ́ òun lọ́rùn, ó máa di common ẹ̀. You can't jeopardize your marriage for a friend tí ò lọ́kọ nílé, hell no. No. Bọ̀bọ́ ẹ̀ dẹ̀ ń sọ fún ẹ wípé òun ò fẹ́. Ó lọ ìwọ́n ní òkè baby yẹn náà ó wá kó wá sílẹ̀ ẹ̀pẹ̀ kan tó bá máa ṣe ló máa ṣe. Ṣé yìí ló nílé Bíọ́lá kọ́ ló nílé? Gbogbo ilé ìtàn ọ̀pá àwọn divorce, they are not divorced. Biola ló kó kúrò ní last month, oṣù kẹrin last month, April Biola ṣe kó kúrò nílé o. So
all right, let me just interpret that briefly. I was gonna bring Tosin to come and interpret this, but I don't even see where she did now. So, for those who don't understand Yoruba, the lady called in on a popular show on TikTok, and she claimed to know both Biola and her husband closely. So, according to the lady, Biola and her husband, they were not officially divorced. This lady claim, now TikTok claim, I beg you, I'm not saying this is the authentic thing. No, this lady claimed that
Allegedly.
so you did there. That allegedly loan sound rich, increase and made them no consume MOP.
Allegedly. Please.
Now you come. Not be say we go finish now. You go say Uncle Ben, I need NSC. You never do one single work this morning. Anyway, so the lady claimed she knew them deeply and that they were not officially divorced, that Biola is lying, and that Biola actually moved out of the house this April, this year. That is about 2 months ago. That's what she's claiming there. And then she also claimed that Biola is not the one that owned the house. She said the husband owned the house. However, when Biola now makes money, she bought her own house, blah, blah, blah. She also claimed that Biola was cheating on the husband. And then she claimed also, and this is the crux of the whole conversation, she said Biola has no egg. I was confused. She said Biola has no egg.
Hey.
MOP no made me laugh. She said Biola has no egg, and that one shocked me. In fact, it was because I was listening to this thing in the middle of the night. I wanted to call either Dr. Adama or Auntie or Sister Natu to help me explain this has no egg.
How old is Biola? How old is she?
Biola is
she's 43 now.
43
She was
now.
like a 40.
Okay, Uncle Ben. So before you continue, I'm not a medical doctor. Let me explain that part to you. But from my own experience. So most times when they say that the older a lady gets, her eggs become less, I don't know the right word, but fertile. So the grade of the egg becomes, it goes down. I'm sorry. So it's not, you know how a girl of like 20, 25, 30,
job,
like how, yeah,
good job
how fertile their eggs are. So if the older you get, the less this thing your eggs are. So when she says she has, it's not like she doesn't have eggs, but her eggs are not fertilizing. That happened to me too a couple of times. So the eggs are not fertilizing. So when you have options like that, I have some that did fertilize and some did not. So when it happens like that, it has to do with age. So baby, that's why she went for surrogacy, because with her age too, her eggs were not doing the job. So they have to go with somebody that has a younger person with a more viable egg.
All right. So thank you, Sister Natu.
So
God
sorry,
bless.
let Natu add on to this. Natu, isn't that the
Sir?
reason why people freeze eggs?
Yes, that's the reason why people freeze eggs. So that in the yes. Yeah, and if
Nice.
see, remember Ife was advocating for it to diary of a Nigerian girl. She said she freezed her egg at 38. She should have done it earlier. So that's the reason why women freeze their eggs. So that by the time they don't get married on time, they get married late, they'll still have good eggs and they'll use their own eggs, not another person's eggs.
So she could have frozen eggs. So
Yeah.
she doesn't know for a fact if she has eggs or not based on
Yeah.
age.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
she's full of shit, essentially. Okay, all right, continue.
Basically.
All right. Shout out to everybody. We're gonna come to the comment. It's just that we have to take this thing one step at a time. I've seen that we have plenty comment now. Wosimbi, you go work for your money today, but anyway, let me go back to the highlights of that video. I'm still gonna play more of the video, but because it's in Yoruba, it's just gonna waste your time for especially those who don't
No, you did a good job
understand.
with this thing you have on the screen. Thank you so much. Make it
Yeah,
easier. Yeah.
the credit is for my baby girl, Trendy Tosin. That's why I
Oh,
know
thank you, Tosin. Thank you.
yeah, I have to send. I forward the video to her, and I'm like, Tosin, please help me extract the main claims from this video. And by the time I woke up this morning, she already did. So I beg, Mona, help me give my baby girl a thumbs up. I beg. They are doing well, though. Simbi Tosin, B Flex. Oh man, credit. Now let's come back to what's going on here. So these are the highlights of that video. That video Nagbaz goes, and the video is generating a lot of controversy now. So number one, the lady who claimed to know them deeply, she's an insider. She said Sheyi, that's the husband. She said Sheyi had a disagreement over Biola's friend, whom her husband wasn't fond of. Please take note of that. Two, Sheyi is the owner of the house, not Biola. They are not divorced. Three, Biola packed out of the house without her husband prompting. Four, Biola just bought her home and packed there last April. Five, it's just 2 months since she packed out of the house. Six, Biola is sharp-mouthed. Now, the ones that were at the first throwaway, I'm like, oh, Bini, you are not okay. So, it's number six, she said, please take note of the numbers in case where you want to address any of this if you call in or in the chat. So, number six, Biola is sharp-mouthed. Number seven, a fight ensued between Sheyi and Biola's friend, who he detested, that landed them in the police station. We never heard about that, but my instinct tells me this is true. Number eight, Sheyi is not troublesome, but Biola, you see this one? I X him straight off because it sounds biased, but it can be. And again, I have my reservation. We'll come to it when
It's possible. It's possible.
yeah. So number nine, Biola wanted to do another surrogacy to have two kids with her husband, but the husband kicked against it. Now, I've seen this one trending. Besides the video, this one was also trending, which I think also may be a possibility. But let's move on. Number 10, Biola has no egg. Now, this one I knocked me out completely. Like, are you kidding me? So number 10.
This wasn't a man. There's no way a man put this list to. There's no way a man was on TikTok saying this.
No, now woman.
That's what I'm saying now. There's no way a man brought this to the internet. Now, woman, they bring this kind of thing to the internet.
So, number 10, Biola has no egg. She can't carry a child. The bass boast on this one was straight to the roof. Number 11, Sheyi saw hell with Biola. Number 12, Biola did not do well, even if she had wanted to announce her separation. She wouldn't have done it publicly. Okay. Number 13, Biola doesn't want a husband. She doesn't value their marriage. So that is our 13-point agenda. I will come back to this 13-point agenda and then we will start go into it one at a time, just like we did.
I beg, flash them again. Okay, flash them again. Okay, just flash them.
Yeah, I will bring it. I just wanted to like.
No, just real quick. Just real quick so I can have it. Just flash them real quick.
Okay.
I don't got time. Yeah, you can take it.
Oh, you want me to send it to you on WhatsApp?
No worry. I got it already.
All right, Baba.
Yeah, thanks.
So let's go back to the video just for you to hear a little bit. And this conversation is going to be interesting right now because we will go through this one by one and we will be voting on each one of them. MOP is here, Sister Natu is here, and then we have people in the back stage that can also contribute. All right, take a listen to this.
So if you don't know anything, I'm still sorry, Emma, they want divorce. Wọn divorce last month April ní Biola ra ilé tó ṣe kó lọ sílé wọn sì jọ ń gbé títí di last month April yìí kò tí ì oṣù kan tí Biola kó kúrò nílé o so ẹ má tanra yín tẹ́ bá mọ̀ kankan nípa
Ìbàdàn láti ẹ̀rí fi sọ English. Oh, kò sọ English.
ọjọ́ birthday tó bá tẹ̀ sọ pé ex husband ẹ bàbá ọmọ ẹni ex husband ẹ ọjọ́ birthday ẹ.
MOP àdékọ́ máa bẹ́ẹ̀.
Bóyá yìí náà bóyá lábúrò ọkùnrin àbẹ́lé ọmọ ọkùnrin àdé lè gbá ọjọ́ birthday tí gbogbo àwọn èèyàn ń kí o pray fún ọsọ kò bànújẹ́ sínú ayé ẹ hell no ọmọ tó bá ọmọkùnrin lòun náà gbé dání yẹn what are we saying they can fi sentiment sọ̀rọ̀ ṣe ẹni tí yóò bá mọ nǹkan ó ti sọ nǹkan kan pé Bíọ́lá ẹ máa ní ẹnu ẹ mú tó bá wà ń ta ẹ gbàgbé ò tẹ bá mọ èmi mọ mo mọ ẹnu ọkọ ẹ dáadáa ẹnu Bíọ́lá mú ẹ wo nǹkan ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nǹkan ó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nǹkan tí ọ̀rọ̀ bá jáde àwọn evidence fẹ́ now ó wá ṣẹlẹ̀ wọ́n wá ja ìjà kan bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn gbà tí bèbí ẹ̀ ṣàlóhùn pé tí ọkọ̀ iṣẹ́ yìí ṣàlóhùn gbà láti lọ sí station pé kànjọ́ ó ní nuisance kan nínú ilé ó ló ní ilé ẹ̀ kán wá bò ń gbé kúrò ó ló ní ilé ẹ̀ tó bá lóun fẹ́ kò fẹ́ nílẹ̀ kò fẹ́ kó dá léun rú tó bá nífẹ̀ẹ́ ọkọ ẹ̀ ṣáàrí gbogbo kínní ọgbọ́n la fi ń ṣe àwọn tó bá wà nílé ọkọ tí ọkọ ẹ̀ bá lé bóyá ọ̀rẹ́ tẹ́ ti jọ wà yíbọn kọkùnrin yẹn tó mọ̀ ẹ́ ọgbọ́n ni bàbá yìí ó ti fẹ́ ṣe pé kinní kan bóyá sí ẹni tó bá pọ́n ọkọ ilé èmi máa ń sọ nǹkan kan fáwọn èèyàn pé ṣẹ́rí in life kò síbi tí kò sí ups and downs ṣẹ́rí two things number one tó bá níbẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run in marriage number two tó bá nífẹ̀ẹ́ partner ò ní.
I can't play the full video, make una no vex because she was just ranting.
We don't need to. Most of us don't understand Ibadan English.
This is the most interesting part of the video, however.
Terrible.
See, MOP.
I want to jump out of my screen and slap that auntie, I swear. Go for it. I'm not a violent person, no. But she said evident. Come. Evident.
On seat. Biola seat against of me. On seat.
City. Auntie Willie.
See, there is a reason.
But to be clear, Uncle Beno, those are all valid points we must address today because these are the issues. Okay.
I don't laugh. So the thing is this: there is a reason I don't go to TikTok. The people where they date TikTok, they know normal. TikTok and X, I don't go to those two platforms. I go only peep and run away because the people where they there, it be like say not come up for the eye. Anyway,
now my guilty pleasure. TikTok now my guilty pleasure now.
The most interesting part of this conversation is that the people who are on the live on this TikTok, Nigerians are bad people. They allow this auntie to rant.
Of course they will, because only we're alone. There's a point where I'm
not supposed to laugh, man. So they allow her to rant and tell all this story. When she come finish, they come fire her like say tomorrow no day. Make una hear the
fire. Yeah, let's hear small.
Baby, mo lọ sí Sokoto lọ́la. Who does that? Àǹtí tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí tí ẹ má bínú. Ẹ̀mí àbúrò ọkùnrin ọmọkùnrin náà. Who does that? Ó fẹ́ ni náà. Ọmọ tó dẹ̀ fẹ́ náà kì í ṣe.
Ọmọkùnrin bọ̀ mí nífẹ̀ẹ́ kí tiẹ̀ bàjẹ́. Ó fẹ́ bà kárí àìjẹ́ pẹ̀lú nǹkan tó ń sọ ìwúmọ̀ ẹ̀. Obìnrin yẹn náà. You are spoiling a career the way you are talking. Kò sí any reasonable person tó máa gbọ́ nǹkan tó ń sọ bí ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí. Tó bá wà one side, tó bá support ṣe yóò possible bí ìjà bá ti ṣẹlẹ̀. Èèyàn máa ní ẹni tó máa mú. But mi ò mọ understanding. Mi ò mọ surrogate. Excuse me, woman. Tó bá sọ nípa ọ̀rọ̀ surrogate pé yẹn ló fàjà. Fine. But kò ṣe gbogbo ìkọ́kọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀. Ó ti wash ẹ̀ down jù. Kò dáa. That's a bad one, man. Yeah.
Ìwọ́n tó ń sọ ṣó ní ọmọ tó lè gbàdúrà.
Bad person. To make a family share, you don't do that in public. That's a bad one.
What's in manipulate around? So the gbàdúrà.
Àwọn ọmọ ọkùnrin wọ́n máa fẹ́.
Àwọn tiẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn tiẹ̀ wọ́n máa pàdé bó tí o bá ẹ̀kọ́ tí oníṣẹ́ bí ní ẹ́. o wá síbi wá bá ọmọ yẹn jẹ́ ni for what reason kí ló ṣe fún ẹ tí o bá ní egg wọ́n ló dá tí o lọ lọ́hùn tí o sọ pé ní kò ní egg ètò wọn bí o ti gbogbo jáde lórí wọn o ti ní ọpẹ́ lórí wọn o máa ṣọ́ ẹni ẹ̀kọ́ yẹn máa sọ ọ̀rọ̀ burúkú bẹ́ẹ̀ sí lóbìnrin ẹgbẹ́ you don't talk like that to a woman kókò ní egg wọ́n tó ní egg owó lọ́lọ́run tó fún ẹ ní egg ni.
Olabibi is your name or what? You call yourself a woman. I'm so disappointed in you. A woman for that matter.
That woman for that matter. Girlfriend, she knows too much. She knows too much. Girlfriend, she know my jet.
Too much. Don't fetch it. You need.
She knows too much. Baba ti já lọ na, kò bá ti dúró.
Kò bá dúró.
Wọ́n tó bọ̀ yẹn ní díọ̀.
Ní egg.
Owó tó kàn láti wá defend.
I'm sorry. Oh, I feel so bad for the people who don't understand Yoruba language. If you understand Yoruba language, you will know that this is not comedy gold.
You see the guy at the top of your screen that's just Tony Mumbe. Did you hear the drum rolls? The drum crash? More TikTok, Nigerian TikTok is something else.
Man, if I come this life again, may God carry me, may I still be Yoruba.
Wow.
LOB,
yes.
You know what the funny part, they allow her to talk. She said everything. Biola did.
You have to allow people to talk long enough because if you catch them too early, it might not be good enough. They will tell on themselves. You have to let them talk long enough.
When they fire her, she run. Anyway, let's come back to the main conversation. Please hit the like. Let me even check how many likes I don't give us because if I know
drop the likes, drop the likes, hit the like buttons. I'll tell you what you would miss right now for likes.
Only 33 likes.
Guys, come on, guys. Come on. Let's get that up to 50 at least. Let's get that up to 50 likes. Thank you.
Yeah.
If you're on Prestige family, we need to get that up to 20. We need to get that up to
least. 20. Come on, I'm gonna hit like. You didn't give us super chat. Thank you. And Simbi go say make I buy an NSC by the time we round up here. Which one be this one now?
Yeah.
Hit like. Anyway, MOP, may we run through this thing real quick. And where is Sister Natu? Anybody? Let me share the link again.
Let I do fire round and then I'll do fire round. I'll make one point each. I won't elaborate. If you want us to elaborate, just wait around. I won't elaborate. I'll just make it fire round. Yeah, and then we'll take it from there. Number one, Sheyi had a disagreement over Biola's friend, whom her husband wasn't comfortable with. That is a telltale sign that Sheyi was controlling. Controlling is not a crime. It's something you do when you don't feel safe in your relationship. Number two, Sheyi is the owner of the house, not Biola. They are not divorced. Irrelevant what the specific label of their status is. The point is that they're not together anymore. Number three, Biola, I was about to say Biola. Biola packed out of the house without her husband's prompting. She wait so the controlling man can stop her. Number four, Biola just bought her home and packed there last April before Uncle. Number five, again, if I say before Uncle, it means irrelevant. Number five is just 2 months since she packed out of the house. I think it's irrelevant too. Sometimes people are separated in the same household. Number six, Biola is sharp-mouthed. Every quiet woman on the internet streets is sharp-mouthed inside of the marriage. That is a fact. Let me repeat myself. Every quiet, slow, demeanor, gentle, people like, shout out to Binkwe in the chat. I see when you see a Binkwe on the internet, you see a gentle person. They're all sharp-mouthed inside of the marriage. Just so you're not telling us anything new. All right? No offense, Binkwe. Shout out to Binkwe. The other one, number seven, a fight ensued between Sheyi and Biola's friend from whom he detested that landed them in the police station. I believe that. There's no smoke without fire. There's some truth to some of this stuff here. I believe that. It doesn't mean it's true, allegedly. Number eight, Sheyi is not troublesome, but Biola, they are the worst. Mr. Nice Guys are the worst in relationships because they tend to expect too much because they think they are quiet. They think because they are a nice guy and that's all the skills they should learn with relationship. That's why they collect all day long and they're still confused. I'll leave that alone. Number nine, Biola wanted to do another surrogacy to have 2 kids with her husband, but her husband kicked against it. I believe that African coconut head man is not your mate. Number 10, Biola has no egg. This is disrespectful. This statement is disrespectful, and that woman deserved all the dragging. Number 11, Sheyi saw hell with Biola. I believe that. Mr. Nice Guy, they collect woto woto. They also finish last. By the way, Biola also collect woto woto. Don't get it twisted. If you collect from the hands of a controlling, quiet man who the whole world think they are quiet because they're actually quiet, if you collect from them, you're not going to understand. One of the things that you won't understand, the mystery in that is that a woman will be going through inside, but nobody will believe her because the only thing that people see is quiet. You see, when you deal with Uncle Bendo, you say he called himself coconut all the time. If somebody come and say, it's coconut, you're not surprised. The other one is the surprise, the one that's very quiet, the one, especially the one that keeps silent treatment. They are quiet in public, but they also know how to go into a corner and be quiet. Again, I said fire round. Let's keep it moving. We'll elaborate more. Number 12, Biola did not do well, even if she had wanted to announce her separation, she wouldn't have done it publicly. Well, Biola made a mess. Announcing on a person's birthday shows lack of emotional intelligence. Yes, we should highlight that. And to be one thing that really makes that even more dangerous, because I believe she truly believed she was being gracious by doing all the prayer. May God light your path. She thought she was doing something, but that's emotional intelligence. It's not common sense. Common sense says just be nice, but common sense will make you skip the part that this is his birthday. This is probably going to be a bad move. Anyway, did I do 12 already? Yes. Number 13, last but definitely not the least. Biola does not want a husband. She doesn't value their marriage. That's possibly true. Women, 70% of the divorces are initiated by women. What that means that if I'm generalizing, men are getting dumped. Particularly because women are starting to value other things. That's okay. Women are starting to value other things besides quote unquote marriage or the label of marriage, or they are valuing. We can start with, okay, maybe they value public sympathy, but maybe they also value mental health. There's 2,000 other things I can measure. I yield for now, Uncle Beno.
All right. Thank you very much, MOP. So, for the people watching, this is how we roll because we are in the general session right now. Unless people join us in the studio, we will allow them to speak. But for now, Honey Babe is still here. Honey Babe, you have any reservation or anything that were listed here?
I think for me, it's very deplorable and disgusting that a fellow woman will slag off another fellow woman like this.
Honey Babe, your gender do that a lot these days.
Yeah, you're right. And I'm saying, as a prefect, I'm saying that it's not good. It's not right. Like I said, I do agree with a lot of what MRP said. Why would you post, or we're separated, when you're trying to say congratulations? And I still don't get this year. When I'm wishing someone happy birthday, I see them face to face or I phone them. I don't understand this kind of new concept where you wish someone happy birthday on social media. It doesn't make any sense to me. Never understood it, will never do it. So I think that doesn't make sense to me. I personally think that, yes, you should have a relationship with your ex because of the kids, and you can wish him happy birthday in a text. Why do you need to do it on social media? But that's just my take. I personally think that I'm not going to address anything from 1 to 13 because it's disgusting to me. And for a fellow woman to do that, it just speaks of our gender. We need to reset our brains. This is not the brotherhood. I guarantee you guys here, you wouldn't do that. Even if you knew everything about a fellow gentleman, you wouldn't do this. And I think us as women, we really need to realize that this is enemy of progress. Honestly, this is just not right. I've got nothing else to say. I'm not going to address anything. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Honeybee. That's good. Thank you. So, all right. So, for those who are watching, we're all gonna go from 1 to 13 together. And we're just gonna do agree or disagree. If you agree with anything we put out there, you will type 1. Okay. Agree is 1, while disagree is 2. All right. So we're gonna do it together, and then we will wrap this up because I'm enjoying it too. But this is really like fun for us. So let's do this together. And Sister Yinka, no, Sister Yinka, na comedian. I saw a comment of Sister Yinka. I went back to look for it. The comment went. Sister Yinka said the woman was living in their house. Abi, she's flying all over their house to know what everything
That's
was going on.
yes, that's actually a major point. There's too many people who really does not understand that you will never know what those people went through in that marriage. You will
All
never,
right.
as in like that is not an absolute. As in it's never, never, never. You will never know what they went through, no matter how close you, even if you're a child in that house.
All right. So now let's take it one at a time. Number one, Sheyi had a disagreement over Biola's friend, whom her husband wasn't comfortable with. Do you think this is true or false? If you think this is true, meaning you agree, drop one. If you think it is false, drop two. My take, I think this is partially true. Why? It's possible. These are just like general issues that can happen between husband and wife. Now, the tone at which that woman said it, it may sound like she's biased, but it's possible. Sometimes men we frown about some of their
Sometimes me, I don't get into problems with my wife's friend now. Is when you don't know any better. The one of the first people that rub you off the wrong way is your wife's friend. They are annoying. When you don't know better, they come off very annoying. Especially if there are disagreement and there's conflict. She takes side with a sister or a friend. It takes extra wisdom, special type of wisdom to get past that and say, of course, she has friends that she will lean on. Of course, she has her sister. And as a man that I've gone through, you know how to not make it a big deal. But as that man, 48, we don't know anything, that guy doesn't know anything, he will just drag everybody and then he will collect. And then his wife will dump him, you
All
know.
right. Okay. We are voting on number two. We are voting on number two. Sheyi is the owner of the house, not Biola. They are not divorced. Now, whether Sheyi owns the house or Biola owns the house is irrelevant. But the other part, they are not divorced. That's the key. Do you believe they are divorced or not? If you think they are divorced, drop one. If you think they are not divorced, drop two.
But Benno, the thing is that divorce in Nigeria takes ages, and I think in the post she said we are separated. So I think it's very clear that she's not divorced.
She said ex-husband, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, is what it is, mate. Like I said, when I was going through my divorce, I referred to my ex-husband as ex-husband.
Ex-husband to be.
Yeah,
to
it
be
was
to
gonna
it.
happen. Like I said, mine was 6 months. Nigeria, it takes a while. I have a friend of mine and she's been on it for over 2 years. Nigeria, when it comes to divorce, is a long time. So it's the courts. You can't really blame her and try and misquote her. He is her ex. It's just taking a long time.
Yeah.
Okay, so we
That's
should.
also what makes it relevant because she also said, "Baby, my baby father." That if it was here in the States, it's not the term "baby father" is not something that people are proud about. But you can see she's using it in Nigerian context that she doesn't care if he's divorced or actual divorce. She's just telling you it's over. That's what she's trying to tell you.
Yeah,
It's as simple as
again,
that.
like I said,
Okay.
she shouldn't have posted it. I said that
Oh,
before. I think.
right. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Let's move on. So, based on the vote we are getting on that one, majority of the people said one, meaning that they are not divorced. And with Honey Babe justification, they are not divorced. And I agree. Truly, divorce take forever. I don't even think May and Yo Edochie, they are still officially divorced yet. I think they are
Nope,
still
they're
divorced.
not.
All right. Okay. So we are voting on number three. Biola packed out of the house without her husband prompting, that is, without her husband knowledge or whatever. Do you think that is true or false? True one, false two. Let's go.
Let's have it. Let's have it. Let's have it.
Yes, for me, I agree that Biola, that lady can pack out of the house, but fight day.
Yes, now.
So, and then she built her own house. The whole thing is kind of complicated. So I believe she truly packed out of the house without the husband approval. But I don't think there's anything to be approved if they're already having bad both.
And
So
that fight where they no be today. And nobody and people often come and will say, I never see it coming. No, yes, you saw it coming. You knew that there was problems in that relationship. But you also were taking that person for granted. You didn't think they could leave you. And one day they will leave. or they might never leave. But that's what makes it sweet, because one day they might just leave. So of course I believe that she probably packed out. She also seemed to be the avoidant type, meaning they don't. She said in one of those videos, she said, "If you slap me, I'll just like, oh, I'm sorry." Like she will beg, she will kneel down. You know what that means? When you go to work, she will leave.
And also, let's not forget something here. Like I said, I don't want to say anything about her. I saw a lot of red flags around her person, and I'm sorry, but I don't want to
Why
talk
are you
about it
sorry, Uncle
because
Benu? Why are you sorry?
I'm sorry because people don't want you to talk about something, so don't talk about it. Like Nigerians,
Biola was a walking red flag. That's the
uh,
fact.
Nigerians are the type that if they like somebody, especially celebrity, even when you see the celebrity shortcomings, her flaws or his flaws, if it's all over the place, they don't want you to say it. When you say it, you are an enemy. So when I watch her video, when I watch people's video, I'm looking at your body language, I'm looking at what you are doing. Remember, I'm also into media, and the most dangerous people in this world when it comes to listening to interview or watching somebody saying something on camera are actors and actresses. These
Let me
actors
ask you a question, Uncle Benu.
is dangerous.
On that red flag issue, I just want everybody to hear this, right? If somebody is married to another human being
Yeah.
and they just don't ever, they don't want problems, they don't want to deal with it, they would rather beg you and apologize than to deal with the issue. Is that a red flag or not?
To me, it's a red flag. That's me personally.
Now, so why can't we say with our full chest that that person that admitted that with their full mouth was a walking red flag?
Okay.
Red flag, again, I said in the beginning of this stream that it's not a crime. These are signs of things you should pay attention to, right? When you're about to engage a person.
Honey
Because
baby.
as good as it sounds, it can become a problem when you end up with a person that's not compatible with that. She said
Exactly.
in that video, she didn't. I'm paraphrasing. She over apologizes to push issues under the rug. And even when she got to a point in that video when she was about to talk about the guy being difficult, she whispers herself, "I'm an easygoing person, but my
Mm-hmm.
husband is difficult." She whispered it. That
Mm-hmm.
that is a red flag. It doesn't mean she's a bad human being. It just means these are things you should pay attention to when you're
Yeah.
dealing with. Is they tend so it doesn't mean you shouldn't be with that person. It means you should be emotionally intelligent around navigating relationship with this person, because they will tell you how they feel up front. They might beat around the bush a little bit, and you have to do more active listening to hear these things. Because if you're just going by right, wrong, right, left, right, sometimes you'll be in a relationship for 5 years and you don't see that the divorce has happened 5 years long before that. Thank you, sir.
All right, all right. Thank you, MOP. Let's keep it moving. I like how this conversation is going. Honey, babe, please keep asking. What are the red flags? What are the red
Joe,
flags?
can you please tell me? I'm begging you, Joe, please.
Ah,
What are
honey,
the red
babe,
flags?
we won't live here. If me personally, if I
That's
start
just one
eh,
of many.
talking
That
about
Okay,
what
no
I
problem.
know,
Let's move
we not
on.
go
No
live
worries.
here.
I'm just joking.
All right, all right. So, number three is what we just handled. Number four, Biola just bought her home and parked there last April. Do you think that is true or false? That she just parked there last April?
well, she's listening to women's advice. Get your own money so you can escape easily whenever the marriage is over. What's the problem?
But MLP, the thing is, yeah, she's separated. Wouldn't you move out and get your own house? I don't know the
Exactly.
I don't know the timeline. But I'm assuming that yeah, it makes common sense. They're separated. She's gonna move out, buy her own house. So that could be the case.
Exactly. She could finance it. She could get loan from the bank. She could have her own money. She moved into a house is the bottom line. She left the marriage is the bottom line. The
Okay.
main point of issue here is that why would that person make it an issue on TikTok? That's where we should be looking at. What is the hidden issue that person is? That person is trying to use that to shame her.
Of course, totally. It's name and shame.
And guess what happens when you shame women that already left? She already left. It's a useless talking point. You got dumped, bro.
Exactly. And okay, let me drop the link one more time. And another thing is this that I want people to know. This one is crucial. There are just so many layers that we still need to unravel with what is going on here. Like I've always said, we are just using them as anchors. The lessons are for us to extract and apply in our own life. Biola buying a house is not a problem. Please, if you are a man and you are listening to me right now, have this at the back of your mind. Every Nigerian woman, the way me I know, man, no generalize. Okay, a lot of Nigerian women they want to have their own house. So please get that, understand that, because some people are in marriages now where the woman is building house and is causing big wahala for them and their husband. But as a man, know this: if you are married to a Nigerian woman, you are working together, you are building houses and everything together, fine. But just know that Nigerian women too, they want to build their own house. And there is nothing wrong in that. It's part of their dream. It's part of what they dreamt of, that, oh, one day, me too, I'll build my. And if you have the money, what's the problem? If you have the money, let her have their. So this is, to me, this one nonsense. Oh, Biola just bought her home and packed there last April. It doesn't
It's
matter.
the shaming. They're trying to
Yeah.
the shaming tactic will not work. There's a reason
eh,
why people do what they do.
Yeah, but the thing is,
so please.
it doesn't make sense because I was just about to type, but before she got married, she was living on her own, right? In her own yard.
For the last
In her
20
own
years.
house.
Yeah.
So I don't understand.
So
Make it make sense. She's gonna
yeah.
have her own house. She just moved
Yeah.
into it because the marriage is over. It's convenience.
All
Exactly.
right. Okay. Number 6. Number 5 is just 2 months since she packed out of the house. Okay, that one is irrelevant. Number 6, Biola is sharp mounted. This one, I can tell you 1000% true. She has a sharp mouth.
Before Uncle.
If you agree, drop 1. If you disagree, drop 2. Let's do that real quick. Biola
Let's do
has
it.
a
Let's do
sharp
it.
mouth. Do you agree? Drop 1. Do you disagree? Drop 2. For me, oh, she gets sharp mouth because I've watched her video. I watched her video. In fact, that interview that she did, that was a terrible interview. From the production point of
It
view,
was
it was
self-staged.
terrible.
It was self-staged.
Thank you, MOP. I didn't know you caught that. So she was just talking all through the interview. And what I saw was she has all these things in her on her mind
I
that she wants to
think
get out.
I think she was this is the part that I didn't say earlier on in the stream. I think she was overzealous about advocacy for alternative methods to childbearing. She was
Yeah.
over. Anything we do in this life is double-edged sword. It can cut both ways. You have to slow down. You have to relax. You have to, even if you think you're doing the right thing, sometimes, not sometimes, all the time, there's a blind spot that you need other people to. And the best person to be, if you know what you're doing, the best person to also be that balance for you in that blind spot will be a spouse, a partner who will say, if the husband, like if you can sit down, like you overzealously want to tell everybody about surrogacy and stuff, and you sit down with your husband and you say, hey, I really want to announce. The husband said, I'm not comfortable with that. Okay, let's discuss this. This is the reasons, this is the opportunities in me discussing that. And then the husband can share the threats in that situation, and then you guys can come up with something that works. And the something can be like, okay, let's not do that. You can even do it in, I'm just giving an example. You can do it in such a way that you start advocating for surrogacy and you never admit to the public that that's what you did, and everybody go just buy for wondering for the rest of their lives. Or you can still announce it, but everybody's on board on how you decide to do it. She seemed like that interview was more so about the surrogacy, and she was overzealous about sharing that. And if you're doing that already, it's going to backfire because already you're not carrying the other person along too. And that guy was living with resentment for the past 3 years. That's what it looks like.
All right, exactly. So, number 7, a fight ensued between Sheye and Biola's friends, who he detests, and landed them in police station. Blah blah blah. I think that is true. It can happen, but the thing is this: from my own point of view, if your husband and your friend have to actually fight to the point that is getting to police station, that is a big, huge United States of red flags. It's just my own opinion.
There was problems. There was violence.
Bigger one. You see, there is something about men that I know from my little experience. You can have 6 friends as a woman. If your husband pick a particular one he said he's not comfortable with, if you still love that marriage, that friend got to go. Now, unless that your husband na mugo pack is abusive, he's maltreating you, and that your friend is the only friend that stood by you, that is saying, no, you can't treat my friend like this, that is a different ball game entirely. But if your husband, you claim is a nice man, he treats you right and all that, and he has that one particular friend of yours that he said he don't want you around, something is wrong.
Let me allow me, Uncle Beno, to elaborate this
go
too,
ahead, sir.
because this one I have personal experience with.
Dr. Adama is here too. Go ahead. Dr. Adama, we are doing panel now, so you can chip in on anything. But MOP, over to you.
Yeah, and feel free to interject me. If I don't like it, I'll tell you. All right, so I have personal experience. About six years or so into our marriage, there's a friend that I had this friend. This is a friend, but she's a lady. But we have like a group of friends, right? But so she's one of our many friends. So my wife got to know her through my group of friends. So she took a liking to my wife, and they started hanging out. And my wife is a very jovial person. She's outgoing, all that kind of stuff. So of course I have no problems, right? On the surface, I'm giving you some secret, ladies. On the surface, I have no problems. So until a couple of arguments with my wife, right? You know who is the easiest person for me to blame for that argument, right? Whoever she's hanging out with, whatever is in our surrounding, the weather, the sunshine. You know when we want to point fingers, accountability prefects. When we don't want to be accountable, the easiest things to point fingers at are the closest things to us. Sometimes it's the person we're having sex with, right? But sometimes I'm already arguing with the person I'm having sex with. Who is the person she's hanging out with? It could be her sister, her mother. So the person that was closest at that time was that person. So I came home one day. I have a special parking lot where I pull in my car, right? And this young lady was parking in that spot. And I already feel some type of way about her.
Are you serious?
I'm dead ass.
MOP, you are a traditional man.
Dead ass.
Oh my God.
Now, of course, I entered the house. I said, and then I entered the house. I think she had her feet up on my couch too, or something like that. Something like that. I don't remember very well. But I was pissed off. I was absolutely annoyed. So when it's time to talk, I drag this lady. I drag her. Woto. And my wife was very defensive, because women, they don't like it when you're now detecting what kind of friend they can have and all that kind of stuff. This is what's happening with some of these men, that they're not able to get to the root, all the way to the root. They stay on that surface, the friendship thing. The thing is that that's the easiest person for me to blame. And of course, there are more than enough reasons for me to blame her. So she had her feet up, and I just, and she was very mannerless. But I didn't see the mannerless until there was problem. Somebody can help me translate that, right? So in all of that, I was just like, okay, what's going on? We're just having the conversation, because now the matter has spread to my mother-in-law, and people were getting dragged left and right. And then I'd never heard this word before. That same issue dragged until, you know how they say Ondo Alagidi, Londo, that we are stubborn-headed, coconut head from Ondo. I had never heard the stereotype before in my life. And I was on the phone with my mother-in-law, and she said it. She said, Uncle Kuti Sobe, that you Ondo people have agidi. I said, what did you say? Mufanoje. Before this matter was getting dragged. So when my wife started getting defensive, she was like, you can't tell me what friend not to have. The truth is that this young lady, we're still friends to today. We're not close, but we're still friends to today. This young lady she had issues in terms of, like, she's not a perfect person. That's what I mean, right? Yeah. But those issues that I pointed out, that was easy for me to point out, eventually my wife, if men can be patient, let women have their friend. If there are issues, address the issues. Don't make it about the friend. I'm advising the men for a second. I'll come to the ladies in a second. Okay. If there's an issue, don't be so quick to blame weather, rain, sunshine. Go back inside. Accountability is a self thing. What are the real issues happening between you and your wife? You're going to need to be patient to get to it. Because if you're not careful, you will drag everybody into it, and you will have more than enough reasons to drag them, because none of them are perfect too. Maybe their mouth smell, maybe that's why her mouth smell. I don't like that girl around here. Why is that crooked feet like that? You have things you can point at. But the issue is not that. You're dealing with the wrong issue. The issue is between you and your wife. Ladies, if you have a friend around you and your husband is starting to complain about some friend around you, the issue is not that. There's something else going on. Thank you, Uncle Beno. That was a long story.
Yeah, ladies, you want to add anything? Dr. Adama, Honey Babe, you want to add anything to that? Or you haven't experienced this thing where your partner say, I don't like this, your friend say.
I've had a situation like that where I remember my husband didn't like a particular person. And to be honest, yeah, I just said, yeah, no problem. I just didn't want an argument. Like, this was years ago, obviously. But I just did it because of peace. I just didn't want the argument. But I do understand what MOP is saying. I personally believe that when you start saying, I don't like your friend, you're deflecting from the issues you're having in your relationship. And I think that any friend, like I said, is going to be an issue. If it's a friend that you're going to be doing deviant behavior, breaking the law, etc., then yeah, fair enough. You need to kind of, take yourself out of that friendship. But I do believe that what MRP makes sense now in reflection to how I was when I was married. I would personally think that you need to kind of look at your relationship rather than try and deflect and blame the friend. If your wife is misbehaving, it's not necessarily, in some cases, it may not be the friend. It could be to do with the fact there's issues in your relationship. And rather than being denial, address that issue in your relationship. So I very much agree with what MRP is saying.
Yeah.
What
Dr. Adama, anything? Yeah, go ahead, man.
this is what I have to say, the caveat with what MOP said. I agree. But this is the thing, we need to be careful as well, because sometimes people are trying to control who they want you to be around because they like being in charge. They just want to they want to tell you what kind of friends to have, what and so you should just, at the same time, know if my husband is telling me or this particular person and say, listen, there's something about this lady I quite don't like, and I'm looking at him, I said, okay, so what do you want me to do? And he advised me, well, I think you need to tone down how much you're associating with her, or he's influencing or coming into our private life. Then there's a problem. But when none of that is happening, and the pushback I have for MOP, when it's a situation of this person wants to control you, how are you? For me, you can tell I'm outspoken. I can be quiet when I want to be quiet. I can tone you off, like you can be saying a lot. Maybe that's just how I am. I can tune you off, and everything you just said to me, I didn't hear it because I don't want to hear what you're saying, because I know what's like. When you stop making sense to me, this is me personally. I just tune
Yeah,
you off. So
but
you can.
we're talking about friends now.
Yes, that's what I'm
Friends.
saying. Yes, we're talking
Yeah.
about friends. And I'm
Yeah.
saying the pushback I have for MOPs, when it's a situation, the person is trying to control who you are around, the kind of friends you have. That's the pushback I have.
Yeah, that one is
Well,
toxic.
our experience, my wife's experience at that moment is that I was trying to control the friends around her. You understand what I mean by that? Using the word experience, right?
Yes,
She's
yes.
not able to see the issues that I have. She forgot we had an argument that I'm still resentful about some arguments, right? So she's just like, what do you mean, my friend? See, I'm trying to also shape it in a way. Me too, I'm learned, right? So I'm like, this is your friend, you might want to be careful. Remember, the friend is not perfect too. She might have one or two things I can point at and say, the words that we typically use as men is to say, you don't want bad influencing friends around you, right? Or there could be active arguments going on that's actually very active, but your wife tend to lean to this group of friends, right? And of course, I'm actively trying to control, That's actually the given. It's actually a fact. I'm trying to control, hoping that I can tame whatever I'm feeling. See, I'm disregarding my own feeling. I'm focused on what I can control on the external, which is this: get rid of these people from my house, all these bad influential friends, right? If your wife is yielding to her sister, her mother, her friends, rather than you, it's not your fault, though, but this is your power. Look inward. How come I'm not able to be a bigger influence on my wife? A lot of people interpret this as we're blaming the man or vice versa. No, it's power. When you're able, once you can say, this is my fault, without making it a fault thing, you gain a certain level of power on the situation. You just calm down. And yes, her mouth might be stinking. She might be a bad influencer friend. She might be a person who wears skimpy dress to club every other night, and I'm now afraid. I'm insecure. My wife is about to start going with this woman to the club every other night. That is the real insecurity. But she married me, I married her. That becomes both of our problems, and we better iron it out, because it's not going. That problem is not going anywhere until we iron it
All
out.
right. All right. MOP.
Thank you, Dr. Adama.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Let us
You're
move.
welcome, sir.
Let's move really quickly. Here is what I would just say about that. Me, my own no, I don't have problem with madam having friends. My own be say I can't stand male friend. Finish. Maybe anything when I want to talk, when I talk.
What if it's a male? What if it's
No,
a male
be no,
Bobrisky
no,
for Lashade?
no,
Bobrisky
no,
for
be like
Lashade? So
MOP.
Bobrisky don't change
Uncle,
name.
Uncle Ben, you can't say that. Define why you can't stand a male friend. What is
I
wrong with
just can't stand male friends. Hi, hi, how are you? How are you?
Bobrisky don't
Finish.
change name to Folashade. What if he's that type?
Ogun fẹ́ pa ni. I better go. I better not play rough play. Anyway, let's move on. The next one, number 8, say Sheyi is not troublesome, but Biola. Now, this one, you guys got to be very, very careful with this one. I'm not a marriage counselor. Thank God I have a counselor here who might look at it.
Let's have it. Let's have it. I want to hear it.
This is my take. Sheyi is not troublesome, but Biola, let me tell you, when I look at those two, when I watch their interview, I see two people who is deceiving each other. I see two people who fell in love initially, and then when they started that marriage, it was crazy.
Yeah.
So both of them are troublesome. Let me tell you something I've learned about people who create this impression that I don't talk too much. I'm a calm person. What I've learned about them?
Mm-hmm.
They live double life.
Yes, they're putting up a front.
The
That's
one they
as per
want to show
normal.
you, the one they want to show you to the public, and the one they actually display at home. When I look at the Biola, that is who she is. I don't live in the house,
Uncle
but I
Mano,
can
let
tell.
me shock you. Let me shock you.
Now, yeah, they come about. When I
Go
look
ahead.
at the Sheyi himself, I see a man who not anybody can tell me that dude has girlfriend even when he's in that marriage. It's just my take. I don't live in their house.
It's privacy, Uncle
What
Beno. You know, we should respect people's privacy. Remember?
So both Sheyi, this number 8, Sheyi is not troublesome, but Biola, that is a lie. Both of them are Dagbana Shoko behind closed doors. My take. MOP, over to you, Baba. Ha.
MOP, can I say something, please, before I put
Go ahead.
myself mute, if you don't mind?
Go
I
ahead.
agree 100% with what Uncle Beno says. There's an analogy you gave when you're speaking. You said Uncle Ben always says something that he's a coconut head. MOP, you're calm, you're collected, and I listen. My husband is calm. And this and I always say to people, you see these calm ones, you think, oh, they speak so eloquently, they will and they're the most dangerous. You
Yeah,
see how
y'all
MOP
don't
is
know me.
sitting down and taking the question and like doing all these things, like, yes, I agree. Yes, da, 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 da. You see, Ben, like Ben and I, we have the same spirit. He's loud, he knows when to tone it down, he knows when to just ignore you and all the stuff. They always call us troublemakers. But you see, I think society have a thing for people who are calm. You see, if you
Yeah.
notice when the guy was speaking in the interview, how calm, collected, I can tell by his body language that he doesn't want to do that interview. I'm just doing this interview just to please
He
you.
didn't want to. He did not want
God
that
bless.
I
interview.
can tell that.
Wait,
So
wait.
I agree
Where do
on
you
the
want your NSC first? Where? How many NSC we don't promise now? Where do you want me to send it?
man, my guy is here looking at me laughing. I see you see how my husband is coming, said he's looking at me.
But
It's true.
The thing is, Dr. Adana, she should have read the room. You can see by his attitude, he didn't want to go to that interview. Why would you force him to go?
He's
Like,
trying to please his wife.
I'm an extra, I am very social, but, I don't claim to, to know everything, but it's pretty quick that I would notice that my partner doesn't want to go to a party or doesn't want to go to an interview in this particular example. Your husband is not comfortable airing out his business. You've just said it, Brother Ben. Why would you still insist on going out that show?
Well, we don't. So that we don't know if he was forced to do. In fact, the point we're making is that such men will not be upfront by saying, "I don't want to do interviews." Such men have a tendency not to be upfront too, right? So we don't know if he was forced there. We're just going by body language. He didn't want to be on that interview, but he handled himself very well. And also remember, we're saying this in hindsight. Being 2020, right?
That
But
interview is like 2 or 3 years. I think 2 years ago.
1 year ago, yeah.
Was that 2024?
Yeah, and Uncle Beno said there was a ton of jump cuts, meaning it was quite edited heavily down, right? And
Okay.
I have a feeling, I could be wrong. I have a feeling it was Biola who edited it down. Biola would be a controlling type. Let me explain. Okay, she is quiet, right? In terms of mannerism, in terms of right. But this dude,
I'm up in November. Let me adjust my seat well because
What?
you want touch the anointed now. You want go touch the anointed.
this dude used the same technology to chase her down. She was actually in the middle of a celebrity activity when the guy yelled out, "You're so beautiful." That's literally what the guy said out of a crowd. And then she had left through the back of the building, and the guy had to chase her down by asking for people with phone numbers and stuff. That's actually their story. So, but also when you know that you have upper hand, right? You know that this person would do anything for you, right? Yes, you might manipulate. Yes, you might be controlling. Yes, you might say, "Babe, I'd like you to do this interview. I really don't want to. If you do it for me, it will mean the world to me." At what point does that cross the line into manipulative behavior, right? This guy, man, let me shock you. This man said, let me use my British accent. Man said,
Please do.
2 years of bliss. Guess what woman said? I know you guys don't say woman said, right? Guess what woman said? Woman said the first year was bass. She didn't use those same. She said first year was a struggle.
Really? Interesting.
Let me shock you. My own marriage, the first 8 years in my eyes is bliss. My wife's story is different.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
MOP.
The thing is, MLP, I think the problem I have is that you just gave the example of how they met, that she was in a celebrity function and he now was like shouting, "I love you," or whatever he said. I can't remember what you said. You're dealing with a celebrity. I mean, oh my God, it make sense in the sense, if you know that you want to be private and you want why would you marry a celebrity? When you're marrying a celebrity, you're taking on the responsibility of knowing that all your business is going to be aired out. If you want to do the normal everyday Joe blogs, marry the everyday Joe blogs. Or, Mrs. Joe blogs.
I disagree
That makes
with you
sense.
on
I
that
just
one.
don't get it.
Yeah,
I think Uncle
disagree.
Beno, you talked about they fell in love. I think she fell in love with the idea of marriage. I think that and that's not necessarily a bad thing per se. I'm just saying that's more highlighted. Listening to her, it was more so she was looking for the idea of marriage with a Jesus baby boy. That's what I picked up from everything I saw on the internet.
Yeah, let me just add this. Maybe it can make sense. that the two of them, like I said earlier, they both love each other. And just to push back on what Honey Babe said, you can marry anybody, whether they are celebrity or not. What matter is respecting boundaries, being firm, recognizing that this is who I am. No, when somebody said no,
I
respect the
don't try to
no.
change that.
I don't agree with that, Benno,
Exactly.
but I'll let you
Yeah.
finish. Cool.
Now, no, we have to move on. We can't even do much of back and forth.
Okay.
I'm just saying that saying somebody is a celebrity, why did you marry? It still doesn't matter. A lot of people marry celebrity and they're having
No, but okay,
fantastic marriage.
let me give the example of
So
you've got a boyfriend, you're dating someone and you know that he wants to have Kerewa every single day. You know you
mhm.
don't like it. You now still marry the guy. It's a
you
problem.
talk you
Right?
talk about it, you
How are
resolve
you
it.
talking about if someone likes it more than another? What are you talking about?
I
There's
don't
You
nothing
I,
to
talk
I
talk
it,
don't I
about.
don't like talking
honey
about
babe,
sex. I
honey
just like
babe,
to
What are
have
you
honey
it.
talking
babe.
about?
Honey babe, hear me out. Hear me out. We are being respectful when we are treating some of these
Hmm.
topics.
Yeah.
And I've said something during the course of this Biola show that one thing I'm
Mm.
beginning to realize is this: women just want things their way. They just want it their way. If you are
That's not
not
what I'm
agreeing my
saying.
way, no, just hear me. If you are
Okay.
not agreeing their way, it's not the way to go. You can't have a blissful marriage like that. In marriage, things change. What you people
There,
we pass through this year will different from
uh,
next year. So when we talk of something as simple and as sensitive as sex, you want to be
yes,
having sex
said
every
it. I
day,
didn't.
right? Is that
Mhm.
not the example you give? Somebody
No,
want to
I
be
said
having sex.
Kerewa. I didn't want to say the SCX, but you said it. I hope you don't
We
get
are
me
all
demonetized.
adults. We are all adults. You want to be having
I'm
sex
talking about YouTube. I hope they
every
don't
day.
demonetize you. Yeah.
Yeah, we get you. We got you. Yeah.
So you
Yeah,
want
go
to
on.
be having it every day.
Yes. Yes.
Your partner
Yes.
say no. I can only do 3 times a week. I got
Yes.
busy schedule. I got all this going. And you know
I
it
don't
has to
think
be every day, every day. Hold on, honey babe.
okay.
First, do you love this person? Is your life all about sex? Is that the only thing that matters to you the most? These are the things me I talk about. I used to say something that people can marry whoever they want to marry if they can take time to understand each other and have conversation about some things. So it's not
Then
just you don't want this, I want this, let's shut it down. It's not like
no,
that.
but what I'm
There
saying
are
there has
some
to be
issues
there
that
has
can
to be
get to that.
compatibility. Compatibility is what I'm talking about. If someone has a high hunger for Kerewa and someone else doesn't, there's going to be a clash.
All
There's
right,
going
let's
to be
move on.
a clash because some
Let's
women, I know some women don't like Kerewa. I do, by the way, but they're not me. I'm talking about other women, and a man wants it
you,
all the time.
you
There's
honey
no amount
babe,
of talking that is going to change that.
Ideally you shouldn't marry a
Am I
honey
person
making
babe.
that's
sense? I don't
clear
know if
like
I'm
that.
making
Yeah.
sense.
I think you're making sense. I think you're making sense, and I get where Uncle Beno is coming from. I think the
Okay,
key thing to
I
what you're
agree.
saying, Onibe, is that if it's so highlighted that this is a public life,
Yes, 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 yes.
Okay, let's
if
move on.
somebody said, I'm not a Jesus baby, I don't like Jesus,
I think you get what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say.
why would you want to change them to a Jesus baby? Are you okay?
Yeah, I
All
think
right,
your
That's
point
if
is
you
valid.
know. That's if you know, because somebody can end up 2 years in a marriage and say, I don't like Jesus anymore. That can happen too.
yep,
I think
yep.
you get my point.
Yeah.
Like me. When we were starting, I used to go to church very well. At the fire prayer, because my madam, she has a deeper life background. With the fire prayer, and I was very poor then. Self, I'm a badura. Nisi, sometimes you go
Not the
drag me go.
burger. It's the burger. McDonald's, the water down. McDonald's, the
Sometimes
water down.
you will drag me to go to church at one time in a month. So something
Let's
changed.
blame it on McDonald's. Let's break it, man.
So let us move on. Shout out to you, my sister Yolanda. How you doing? All right, let's move on to number 9. Number 9, Biola wanted to do another surrogacy to have 2 kids with her husband, but her husband kicked against it. I've had this one twice, but here is the thing. When this running mouth auntie said this on TikTok, it sounds crazy, right? Until you remember how we started this show, the anti message, MOP, you remember the anti message? Okay. You
Sorry,
remember
what you say? Sorry, what you say?
remember when we
I missed
started
it.
the show, I started with the anti-message, right?
Yeah.
So it was from the anti-message that I kind of believe this is true. That Biola want the second kids and the husband don't want it. And the entire energy for me that I'm getting from all these things,
Mm-hmm.
it seems the husband was deceived into that marriage. The Biola did not disclose to that man what's really going
Let me say this about that. Let me say this
on.
about that.
I suspect. Oh, that's all. All right, go on.
Let me say this about that. I always say one of the most dangerous word on the internet is the word pretend when it comes to marriage. Okay? And it's not necessarily the word itself, it's the context that is being used in. The same context you just use the word deception in. Look, me and you, all of us, Uncle Beno, you know they do this thing for over a decade. Me too, right? Me and you, we can point at 2 or 3 different moments where we felt like this woman don't deceive me. I don't enter one chance. All of us can claim that. You see what I'm saying? So if we can point at 2 or 3 different events, things that happen over the years, and we can say that I was deceived, or you can think about a moment where she felt deceived, then unfortunately we don't get to use those rhetoric. They pretended, they brought me to. As long as you're one day, if you're at least one day inside that marriage, nobody deceive you enter anything. No, nobody know
No,
what
no,
they're
no, no,
doing.
no. MOP. Let me clarify.
Land the
Let
point
me
now.
clarify.
Okay.
Just so that I can help with your point. May we not go too far. When I
Okay.
said I think the husband was deceived, I don't think Biola opened up to that man about these her challenges with conception and things like that. It's like after the marriage, that's when the bubble busted. And that is why she had that first year of struggling. And I think that guy have checked out of that marriage.
That's
Not
not
even
what she
before
said.
that marriage made it to 6. But I'm just saying, I said this is what I think. We are not there.
Okay.
So I
Okay.
said I think after watching their interview, everything, I think that guy checked out of that marriage before 6 months into the marriage.
I'm gonna
So
go
go
with what
ahead.
she said. I agree with you. It's just your own speculation, right? Me too. I will speculate a little bit, right?
Let's go.
What she said is that before we got married, there might be. I talked to my husband because she's actually one of those girls who think they can talk everything out and suddenly they will guarantee marriage. She's actually one of those people. Okay, she's coming from a place of, oh, we're going to be super intentional about this. That's why she waited for whatever she thinks is the right time. She did everything the internet said to do when it comes to being intentional. I'll tell you the part where she missed. Okay, she said they had a conversation and she's like, based on some speculation there might be some things, or she did what she used, that I am not barren. She was speaking life into herself. She said 6 months into it, once they discovered that Yoruba people say right, they started together working on it. Now, for the ladies, does that absolutely remove the cultural aspect of this for us Nigerian, African, traditional men? No, it doesn't. This thing called African traditional men is, see me, I can rub my mouth on the internet for you all day long, quote unquote expert nonsense. There's some things that's internal, that's inside, that's deep inside. Until I find myself in that situation, there's only so much I can speak to it. The fact of the matter is that most men want to do things biologically, right? But some men are more intelligent emotionally to navigate this if this actually happens in real life. You see what I'm saying? So she said they started working on it 6 months into it. Baba, they've been married for 2 years or less. They lived together barely 2 years, right? So I don't think she outrightly I'm just going to hide information. That's my speculation. I don't think so. I think he ended up in a situation with a modern woman and he was trying to extract a traditional woman from a modern woman. Now, when I say modern woman, traditional, I want to say that I say that lightly. You see, all these ladies are all traditional. You see, this is a point of a big deal to them. They also want to do things the traditional way. These women would drag themselves in the mud. If they find, some of them would drag themselves for doing a CS, for having C-section. So yeah, they do. So they are all so they are just as traditional. You see what I'm saying? So it's not until you find yourself in this situation is when you know. I think real life presented themselves or presented itself to these two people, and they were absolutely ignorant. They had never been educated. And honestly, the average person is like that. Most people that say I do, they don't know what they're doing.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Baba. Real quick, let me quickly show you guys this before we move on. The conversation is still getting we are not done with this second surrogacy thing. No. I think we just addressed
No, you didn't
one
let me
part of
say.
it.
You
We're
didn't
coming
let
back.
me say something regarding this
Just
one.
hold on, babe. We're gonna come back to that. You will express yourself. I just quickly want to show everybody this beautiful page right here. This page on Instagram belongs to our own sister Yinka. I am Yinku's Pepe. So, Sister Yinka is a fashionista. Please, ladies and gentlemen, if you really want Nigerian fabrics, a really good one for your wedding, for your occasions, or maybe you are just busy, you couldn't go and source material yourself, and you don't even know what is trending right now as far as fashion is concerned, contact Sister Yinka. She's really, really good at this. I've patronized her myself, and I was blown away when she sent those clothes to my wife, and I'm like, what? And the thing is, the prices are so friendly. I think that was the first time I actually spent reasonable money to buy something that my madam thinks say the money pass how much where I pay. So check out Sister Yinka. You have your wedding coming up. You don't know the attire you want to combine and all that. She will work with you. She does a very good job, an amazing job. So please follow her on Instagram. Also follow her on TikTok. And as we are still going on here, I will show you her website where you can go and pre-order. Please, even though she no send me message, but I just have to tell you guys, it get her own is on demand, and what Sister Yinka does that really impressed me, that I'm like, no, we have to do this. My wife used to be the one that bought almost all my native attires, and when it comes to buying women's stuff, I don't know how to go about. So when I reach out to Auntie Yinka, I'm like, Sister Yinka, please, I want to like shock my wife. I need you to help me get her some really good designer and everything. So I gave her my wife's size, everything. And then she's like, okay, let me just speak to her. And they talk. And by the time Sister Yinka sent those clothes over, they were fantastic. So please, as a man, maybe you want to appreciate your wife. You want to like also let your wife knows that you're ready, but you don't know how to go about it. Please contact people like Sister Yinka. And if you are having a wedding again, you don't know what to do, contact her. She will help you out. She will walk you through all the processes, choosing the fabric combination and what is trending. And for the women that really want to order, Sister Yinka is like one leg in US, one leg in Nigeria. She knew all the latest style. And the one she is doing mostly, because right now women don't want to wear common. What is Sister Yinka called that in service? Like, I forget lemon and novels, but what it boils down to is that women don't want to wear a style that another woman is wearing and all that. So they want their thing to be unique. That is why you see that whenever we have this wedding, women go crazy now with all kinds of styles. Sure, you see. So please contact Sister Yinka. She do customized fabric, so your style will be unique. And you can
Uncle
see
Beno,
that
what's her handle again? What's her handle again on Instagram?
I will share all of them now. This
And her
one
website,
is
please.
Sister Yinka. Can you please help me type those things and share it in the link? I wish Sister Yinka don't go save. But please, me, you know me, I don't advertise anybody unless I check it out and I confirm it. Wow, fantastic. And she be fashionista. That is she modeling some of the clothes. And make I shock you, I don't want to tell you her age, but please don't go and enter my sister DMO. She no be small pikin o. No let this her chakara fool you o. Her pikin, her sons 24, 26 o. Àwọn ọmọ àtìtì dàgbà o. No mind how, even me, I almost fell for it. She no be small pikin o. No go toast. I think my wife get this one wey just show last now. So please, I just want to let you know that we have them all here. God bless you. I will show you her website and every other thing as we proceed. But my sister know they play. I'm fashionista. Make I know that me, I'm not a fashionista. So when I see people will pay attention to fashion, I dey respect them well. All right, let's go back to our conversation. And I said, MOP, you only pick
Sorry. Before I let Honey Bay, let me address something that I think it's very important because of the sensitive part of the conversation, right? I'm engaging Marriott a little bit here, and she's concerned that why people don't talk about, like, how could she maybe conveniently leave that part out, right? Of her status or ability to be able to carry a baby before. And I said
You see
to her
the comment. I like
think,
the comment. MOP, please, I like the comment.
I'm not able to highlight it. I'm not able
Really?
to highlight. No. I can't
All right.
touch the whistles here. If you scroll back up a little, it's Marius. Yeah? So a lot of men, especially if they're Jesus baby boys, the issue is quite complicated. Okay. She said something. Remember, I'm picking apart some of the things she was saying. She said one of the things that women that have these issues, which is about 10 to 12% in the America here, that will have fertility issues or the other, right? A lot of situations when you end up in a cultural context like Nigeria, right? They are told to just wait because, number one, we said it earlier, surrogacy is quite expensive, right? So they encourage people to wait, but it's not just people that some people can afford it, but they have an emotional attachment to actually doing it naturally, right? The same way a man, it's just that we say men should kind of leave that to women to discuss because it's their body, right? Out of respect for women's autonomy when it comes to their body, right? But oftentimes there's complications in this conversation because women actually themselves, they judge themselves, even internal judgment in terms of like, should they wait and do it naturally or they should go the alternative route? And she was making a point about how people would just say, wait, like why not just do it? This Jesus baby boy, my suspicion, like Uncle Beno have his own suspicions. My own speculation is that he didn't see the point in taking yourself through the whole story. He wanted to, I like you, you're 39 years old, just wait. He's the one that said, according to Biola, he's the one that actually said that God does not create barrens. When Biola was actually hinting it to him that, hey, because of my past experience, there might be some succession and there, just so you know. Before they got married, she was saying that, she said in the interview. And the guy was like, God does not create barren. But he also didn't expect that his wife would bring up surrogacy 3 months into the wedding. So now it's a shocking environment for him. It's a very difficult conversation for him because ideally, somewhere in the deep of his brain, he would like to just do it naturally. If it doesn't happen, I will just support your wife. Because many men will actually say, why are you bothering yourself? They don't know that it's not just a matter of bothering themselves. It's something that's very close and dear heart to that woman to be able to have her own offspring. And how she decides to navigate that, gentlemen, if you find yourself in this situation, you really need to come from a supportive standpoint because everything else, no matter how right you think it is, might backfire. I think Natu will be in a better position to actually speak to this one.
Is Sister Natu here now?
Can I quickly say something?
Please.
I agree with you because I forgot she's been married before. But I think my perspective is that some women don't actually know that they're going to have a problem conceiving. I have a friend of mine. She never knew until she got married, and it took her 10 years, 9 to 10 years. She had to wait in the UK. I think you have to wait a certain number of years before you can apply to do IVF. She's got 2 beautiful children, but it took them more or less 12 years. Now, and when she was obviously dating my friend, because I knew her through my friend, who is the guy, she didn't know that she had a problem. So in some situations, people don't actually know. In Biola's situation, she did know. And I totally agree with MLP. She did. There's narrative based on interviews and certain things she said that she told the guy. And this is my problem, is that as soon as someone tells you there may be an issue conceiving, educate yourself. Right. This idea that God will do it, it's very irritating and very annoying. Yes, God will do it, but at the end of the day, there's medical technology, medical science out there for you to educate yourself, because there may be a possibility that after praying and fasting, it may not work. So I think my issue is not even with her, because I totally believe that she did tell her husband. It's with him. Yeah. This mentality that, oh, let's not discuss it because you don't understand it. The problem is a lot of people are afraid of things they don't understand, and I'm all about educating yourself. So I think the issue is with him, and that's why probably with this and other things the marriage broke. But I totally think that she did the right thing telling him, and he should have educated himself, spoke to doctors, done tests in order to now move himself forward and get these things done. I do think that she shouldn't have entertained him if he wasn't on board and educate himself in terms of maybe we have to do this surrogacy. I think he married her because he loved her, but didn't educate himself to know that there's going to be problems in the future.
All right.
Uncle
Thank
Beno,
you.
sorry, it might be
Let's
no.
just,
It might be no. To be fair to him, right? He was even talking about this technology that even in the future that you might even be able to incubate your whole baby in the tube without even coming into somebody's body. He was saying a lot of those things. But what that tells me is that they went through a phase where it wasn't always easy to agree to that, but he's coming around, right? But the other thing it tells me is that the issue is not about the baby. It's about a person's personality and temperament. If they tend to be hard-headed, it also shows up in other areas of life. You see what I'm saying? So the issue might not have been about specifically surrogacy, to speak to the point that Uncle Beno is talking about here. The issue is like, in what other areas do they have to struggle in their conversations to come to an agreement? Go ahead, Uncle Beno.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks.
all right. Let's move on. I really don't want to talk much about that particular one because people will get offended if I really bear my mind. So I'm just gonna let it go. Let's move on to.
Shall we
Sir?
scatter the table? Shall we scatter the table?
No, there are some conversation that if you say it, women they're really gonna be so angry. It's a very hardcore truth that
I think, when you
might
say
come
that
off
you
like
act
maybe
like we're
sensitive.
babies, say what you need to say. We will not
No,
cry.
honey babe,
But I
let's
got
go.
you, bro.
You act like we're
I got you,
stupid.
bro.
Come
We will
on.
balance it now. I got you. I will
No,
just let you finish.
no,
And
let's
then
go.
we have a lady on the platform too.
No, the topic is sensitive, and most of the ladies these days they are into no, don't talk about that. No, they should understand. No, so let's go.
Don't speak for
Number
us.
10.
Yeah,
Don't speak for
I
us.
don't
It's
think
not just speak
he's
for us.
talking for me and you. He's talking about. I mean, we're all on here discussing things. I may
I
not
already
agree.
crossed the line.
Honey
If
babe,
we're doing that, I
honey
already crossed the
babe,
line.
Yeah, well, I may
honey
not agree
babe.
with you, but I'm not gonna cry and don't say that. Come on.
No, honey babe. The thing is, if I just you saw what happened yesterday now,
Oh,
so
okay.
some conversation are so tough that you got to have certain level of maturity and ready to accept that it be like say this thing now they happen, but how about this for you to grab it? So that's just what I'm saying.
The
When
truth
I
shall
get
set all of us free. The truth.
Amen.
no, there are some things that people don't get, and this particular one, ladies, if you are 35, you are crossing 35, don't fool yourself. Don't fool yourself. You got to be damn honest with yourself first. My mom used to say something. God bless her memory. My mom said, if you are comfortable lying to people, after a while, you will be comfortable lying to yourself. You will lie to yourself so much that even when the truth is staring you in the face, you will still reject it. If you are dealing with African men, unless you meet that African man in places like United States, Canada, or even UK, and they've been living in those states for 20, 25, 30 years. If the African man you are dealing with is the one, maybe he just came from Nigeria 5 years ago, or he still lives in Nigeria, and you are 35 plus, you have a lot of battle ahead of you. Some men cannot stand the idea of, so they go carry my sperm, carry your egg, we go plant them for another person body. We go they check on this person as the pikin they grow. And you won't tell me, say, now you born the pikin. Some Nigerian men won't, they might be laughing in your face. They can't get above it. Now, there are some who are very, very understandable and who love you dearly. There are some that will tell you, babe, after we've done 3, 4, 5 IVF, don't bother about it. Don't stress yourself. I can't be watching you going through this process all the time. Maybe God just said, we're not going to have kids. Let us adopt or let us just enjoy our life. What matter is, what impact do we make in life? A true man who loves you die will tell you that. But they are rare. So if you are looking to find a man like that, I beg, hold on tight. But majority of Nigerian men, typical African men, they struggle with this thing. Oh, that is why that conversation is very important. If you are 35 and you have not been even, they take in, you they knock, every time, they miss your period, you have an issue.
Are you
If you
talking about
meet
the
that
man or
man,
the woman? Sorry, are you talking about the man or the woman?
women this time around, women, they knock.
Doesn't make sense.
You're
Doesn't make sense.
35.
Doesn't make sense.
That's why I said it's a conversation
You
people like
never,
this
Okay,
can
I
have.
you
will
never
give
see
my
You
anything
experience.
never
yet.
But
see
let me
me?
land. I will give my
No,
experience.
don't
I
worry.
was on, no, let me land. Let me land. I know
Let
that
me move on.
I'm
I'm
an
speaking,
exception.
honey
I'm
babe.
in
I have
Nollywood. I
not
was on
landed. Honey
Google
babe,
for
honey babe,
let
I
me
have not
land. Let
landed.
me land, please.
I
I
have
was
not
on
landed.
Google.
You
Hold
cut
on,
in,
honey babe.
honey
Let
babe.
him land.
Let me
Let him
land.
land.
I've not landed. You cut in. That's why I
Just have some
said,
respect to the
Apologies, I
platform.
thought you landed.
yeah, that's why I said there are some conversation that you better not go there at all, because it's so hard for women, especially these days, for them to accept. And that is why you see men, they won't talk. Now, women go, they talk. And because women are talking and people are coming on comment and they're like, yeah, yes, that's how it go be. It creates this sense of, now everybody know. Now everybody accept it. It creates that sense in women. By the time you now meet a man, you are believing, oh, since we'll be talking about it, you should have accepted it now. It's a lie. A typical African man, hear my word though, person where they live for Nigeria, it will take the grace of God for him to be fully on board in this surrogacy thing. Many of them might go with, oh, okay, let us adopt. Many of them might be like, okay, maybe if we born outside, we bring it. But it's not all of them. So if you are 35 plus, my advice to you is that wahala day. First off, pray and be ready. And if you are thinking the way I'm going, it be like say it should day somewhere. Oh, start talking to your man now. And if you see any sense that your man is more or less like sympathizing, he's not really into it. But he's just like, I don't want to hurt her. Okay, wahala deo. That's my take. Honey, babe, you want to
Um,
respond to that?
I'm tired, mate. Yeah. But what I
Yeah,
want to say is that I'm tired. But what I want to say is that this generalization, like the thing is, yeah, you need to understand life happens. Everybody has said that it makes sense and it's preferable for a woman to have children earlier when she's younger, 20s, 30s. But life happens. There's situations where some women, they haven't met the right person. And I don't really think it's wise to advocate for women to have children just because they're 35. You want to meet the right person. And I think you can knack without getting pregnant because there is medical science where there is contraception. So this idea that you can knack and get pregnant, there's great contraception, especially on this side of the pond where you can, there's no complications. So I personally think that we shouldn't be advocating that just because you're 35 that you should knack and have a child. Are we advocating for baby mamas up and down? I don't think we should be doing that, and that's very irresponsible for that type of narrative that we should be speaking about.
you are referring to the show we had yesterday, not what I just spoke about now. You are talking
Yes.
about what I spoke about yesterday.
Yes.
All
Let
right,
me
let's
finish
move
what I'm
on
saying.
then. Let's not
Yeah.
waste time. Let's move on.
All
Because
right,
that
let
is
me
yesterday's show. Let's just move
But
on.
I'm just
Okay,
responding to I'm just responding to what you said.
yeah, because what I
Yolanda.
said right now
I'm
is
responding to
not
what you
what I
just said.
said yesterday. What I said right now is if you are 35
Yeah.
and you have never conceived and
Yes.
you don't know what's up,
Yes.
when you meet a man that you're gonna be married to, make sure you people have this conversation. That's what I say for
I
today.
understand, and I've just said to you, you
Yesterday
assume
on was
is you
I
assume
I
that every woman, you assume that a woman of 35 naturally, because she's 35, may be infertile. Now, let
No,
me
no, I
ask
think I
you,
think he adjusted it.
yeah, let me ask you,
let me
but there
let's keep
are
going. Honey babe, that's why I don't want to do panel because we'll be going back
no,
and
it's
forth.
okay,
We
it's
won't
okay,
be
it's
I'm not
okay,
able
going
to
it's
back
okay,
and
Uncle
move.
forth
Beno.
because the impression I got is that we all have different opinions. If you
No,
want
no,
to
it's
shut
okay,
me
it's
down,
okay.
I will come off this live if you want me
No,
to.
no, no, it's okay. This is
No, but
called
I'm
understanding.
trying to give my opinion here. What I'm
Yeah,
saying
this is
to
called
you is that
understanding.
you're assuming that some women of 35 may have trouble conceiving. There's many women that are over 35 that have conceived naturally. There's men
Yes.
that may struggle to conceive. Both genders struggle to conceive, but the narrative I'm getting from the show that it's just women. And I don't want us to be deceived because there's many men that struggle to conceive as well in terms of getting women pregnant. So to put this whole bias on women, I don't agree with that.
Okay,
It's
let me
ideal.
say
It's
this to it.
Where did
ideal
you
for
get the
women.
bias from? Where did you get the bias from?
Let me highlight it.
I
Let me
haven't heard
highlight
you
it.
mention about a man the possibility that men can be infertile. All I've heard is women.
That
So
that's
unless
because
that's all I've been hearing.
that's why when you watch show, you have to listen to everything that is being said, not
Yeah, but
what
you've not
you are
mentioned
more
about men
concerned
having the
about.
possibility of being infertile. You've not mentioned that.
Did
So
you
let
hear
me
me
Anyone's
say
let,
it
you've not
yesterday?
mentioned that.
Did you hear me say it yesterday when I asked that if a man is impotent or maybe a man is infertile, and
Yes.
before getting married to a woman, he now tells the woman that, babe, please, I need to let you know I cannot impregnate a woman. You heard me say that yesterday when I said, what would be your response? Would you say, now that we have not been married, though, I have an option. Oh, don't let me go into the. Or you will say, "Oh, let me. Okay, baby, let's just do it." We go into it, and then when you go into it, while day. I mentioned yesterday that when it comes to this infertility thing, it affects both men and women. I mention it all the time. I don't do all those. They talk down women. They talk down women. I don't have time for that. The only problem is that
I'm on this show
women.
today.
The only problem is.
I'm responding to what you said today. Today,
All right,
as
go
in
ahead.
Friday. That's what I'm responding to. And the narrative I'm getting, you're talking about women. And I'm saying that men can be infertile as well. That's all I'm saying. And I say this again, a lot of men and women do not know that they have infertility problems. Some people don't know until they get married and then they try to get pregnant. So this assumption that every single person knows, it doesn't make sense. Some people don't know until they actually try to get pregnant. That's all I'm saying.
All
all
right.
right. Let me speak to this. After all, Uncle Beno was right to not scatter the table earlier on. He knew what he was talking about.
I'm
But
telling
that's
you.
okay. But here's the caveat. That's okay because tough conversations. That's actually where the value is. We have to have tough conversations sometimes, and that's obviously reflective of the fact that we all have different opinions. I'll say this: when it comes, Uncle Beno said, yes, at first he was focused on a woman who is 35, but then at some point he said you should know there's some issues somewhere. He said that. And also, when you had that together with what he said, he was saying yesterday, if you listen long enough, he definitely was not picking on women and he wasn't meaning to picking on women. That's aside. Now, if a man that Uncle Beno was describing earlier on, me, I'll tell you like this. If I'm if I knock you twice and you don't get pregnant and you're my wife, I take an offense against myself. Because in my head, I'm a man, an African man, and I'm supposed to be able to shoot that clubs. I don't care how infertile. Excuse me. Okay, this is just a mindset, right? Now I can readjust myself and say, hey, this issue, if you're an educated person, adjust myself. So this issue is not just about persons, it's about, wait, let's talk about this. What's going on? Okay, let's see a doctor. Like, let's have a conversation. But my first angle in my mind is not taking an offense against the other person. How come I can't knock her up immediately? That should be the first question in 2025. So for all those 99% of traditional men who think that way, you are myopic in your mindset. Calm down, relax, it's okay. I know all of us are like that, but it's time to advance into the future. The reality is that, with like we do with everything else, the phone, we educate ourselves, we advance, we move forward, right? It's not just as simple as I should have knocked you up one time. It should, no, it's not that simple either, right? It could be so many things. It could be as simple as even the cycle. Even the ordinary thing as cycle. This is how myopic and how slow we are as men when it comes to fertility. Something as simple as even the cycle that creates, or when's the right time, the sweet spot where a woman can get pregnant. We're so disconnected from that reality. Women have to deal with that on a second by second basis. So I can understand why it's a sensitive issue, but we can't keep giving that excuse. We need to step it up. And anytime we find any one of our 99% African men, we need to check them and stop them in their tracks and say, stop, slow down, slow down. You're uneducated, it's okay. Let's educate ourselves. That's not how it works. If you marry a person and pregnancy is not happening, that means somehow you fell, your chances, you fell in the 25% of people that they will experience such issues, and you cannot predict where that issue is coming from. You definitely cannot predict that it's just suddenly coming from the female side, because that would basically be speaking to ignorance. Ladies, you married an ignorant person, so calm down. It's not as simple as calling him out and dragging him. You married an ignorant person, so you need to educate yourself on how you deal with that kind of person too, because like Uncle Beno have said, an average man who claims to be traditional is probably going to say something stupid that will trigger you. And you need to learn how to build some resilience around your emotions so you can actually get to the results you're looking for. I'm not asking you to work harder than you need to. You need to do that in life anyway. Thank you, Uncle Beno.
All right, boss man. I have Sister Marriott here. Wait, with my bulletproof first.
I'm not letting Marriott inside this studio. Since she
What?
decides she'll never come, since she decides she'll never call into my show, she's not coming inside this studio.
Marriott no dey call in, no. Marriott no dey call in. Na chat she go sit down. They
It's
throw.
true. I've never called
Offended.
an MOP show before.
I am offended. 20 times over and over and over.
Oh Lord.
Sister Marriott. Welcome, Sister Marriott. How you
I'm
doing?
covering my face. I'm offended.
Thank you.
Welcome, my sister. You know, we have Marriott's take now. Marriott's take. Because Marriott, D, Misty, all my sisters, even sometimes show go the sweet, they go, them DD. Now, so they could just drop one bomb. Boom! Everywhere goes scatter. So she not the enter studio MOP, no mind her. But welcome, Sister Marriott. Let's have your take, my beautiful sister. Hello?
Welcome. Come back. Oh, I was playing. Oh, Marriott, come back here. Come back here. Where are you? On mute.
I'm the only receive call. She the receive call, I guess.
Okay.
Sister Marriott. Yeah, it's like she's receiving a call. You know how you receive a call and then you just go away. Sister Marriott, when you're done, please let us know. Just pick up. The floor is yours. But then, the reason we spent so much time on this number 9, that is, Biola wanted another surrogacy to have second kid with her husband, but her husband kicked against it. That thing is deep, and this whole thing is about surrogacy. Please, may we not forget. A man, you have first one surrogacy, you want to have second one surrogacy. Now where you go laugh be this. Okay, let me allow Marriott real quick.
Oh, kick me out. I don't know where you kicked me out.
I didn't kick you out, I promise. I didn't kick you out, I promise.
No. I realized it kicked me out. So I don't know what story I was telling, but basically I was saying that for myself, when I turned 30 years old, what Uncle Beno is saying at 35, where you're like, okay, I don't have any kids. time to think. For me, I had that moment to think because I just watched a TV show about people doing IVF. And it made me realize that I was surrounded by so many women on my mom's side who, because they were waiting for a husband to show up, they never had kids. So my aunt, my mom has 3 friends. One actually passed away while pregnant with after doing IVF in her, like, I think she's like 46 because it was that late. I have one that just did not even, it just never happened. And then, like I said, my aunt. So for me, what Uncle Beno is saying, where you're 35 and you should start thinking. For me, that happened at 30. I started thinking, you know what is important to me? If I leave this world without having a husband, would it pain me? Or if I leave this world without having a child, would it pain me? And at that point, I decided, actually, if I left this world without a child, I'd be very, very upset. The husband one was not going to hurt my feelings, but the child one was going to hurt my feelings. So I decided, you know what, when I hit a certain age, I'm going to maybe try, what they call those people, single mom by choice. But then it made me also take my dating very seriously. So now the person I was seeing at the time, I broke up with them because they, I think, couldn't have a child. So when Uncle Beno said, if somebody tells you they can't have children, are you going to stay? I'm not going to stay because I'd now had a conversation with myself. What is important to me, husband or child? So I decided child was important. So when I was with this person who, whether it's that they couldn't or they didn't want to, they had to go because they weren't going to fit into the life that I wanted for myself. So that's why I was saying that I do agree with Uncle Beno that for most people that have decided that they want children, you can't stay. But of course, there are people who are willing to try so many avenues and try many things to make it happen. And then my other personal story, which is the part that I grew Honey Babe today, is that a lot of Uncle Beno's focus was about the woman not being able to have a child and, African man is going to walk away. That is true. A lot of them will go and, have a baby with a side lady and then spring it on the wife and they'll call a family meeting and say, no vex, I have this child. But for some people, a lot of men, similar to women, suffer from the same thing, just that men are more silent about the fact that they're unable to have a child. I'm an only child. My parents had been together from age 14 and 16. So they're old now, a very long time. They had me in their mid-20s and they couldn't have another child. They tried. They did all you pray, you go to church, you drink agbo. Then they started doing tests, but it was late in the game when they started doing their tests. I'm just saying that the conversation is not a women conversation. There's so much conversation about how these women, no man will stay with you and this, but there are men who are exactly the same situation. But because it affects their ego, they're so quiet, they don't talk. So the conversation becomes a women conversation. It's not a women conversation. It's a people conversation because life happens to you. That's what I wanted. I wanted to call in to support Honey Babe on that because Uncle Beno said he's not saying it, but he hasn't mentioned anything about it. He hasn't mentioned. And the crazy thing is when people will ask my mom, Shani be more mini, are you people not trying? And guess who always answered the question? My mom. She can't have another child. It was my dad that couldn't have another child.
Wow.
Everything was my mom. He would go to all the church programs my mom went. When they'll tell them buy children clothes and pray. Oh, everything was in our house. There was a point, I think I told story on MOP before. One of my aunts, who's like a CNS, she called me Emiri. She said, I'm the reason my parents can't have kids.
Jesus Christ. Retards.
I'm just trying to say that we're having a conversation. No, there's not it's not it's okay. I'm thinking about it now and I'm getting emotional about it, but I'm just trying to say that sometimes the way we frame things, it just makes people want to be defensive.
It's the way we frame it, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the part, yeah.
This woman didn't tell this man. I don't believe there's no way she didn't tell this man that she was on a baby journey. Because even me, that I didn't think that I had any issue. I'm just thinking, oh, I'm 30, I'm dating. I mentioned it from my first date with people. Like, are you ready to, like, what if I can't have kids? Will we adopt? I mentioned it from the beginning with men that I didn't even know. So I highly doubt that this woman married this 40 plus man. And yeah, like, again, anyways, I only called just to share the story. It can happen to anybody, and life can happen to anybody. But if you're a single person, guy or girl, and you want to have a child, then you should take it seriously.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Even though you almost made me almost
I'm
shedding
about to
tears,
I'm about
but
to
thank you.
cry. You're gonna
Yeah,
make me cry.
yeah,
But
that
just
was
love me.
touching. Yeah, that was touching. I don't know what's happening these days. When we have some of these shows, people will come and they will be vulnerable. They will share deep, deep things with us. Sometimes they mess us up. We all of us have had our moment like that, and that's why I keep on saying that when we are having conversations here, these are tough, tough conversation, and I continue to say it. If you are the type who can't stand tough conversation, don't join some live shows. Just look for channels where they will say the things you want to hear, and then it's all happy. But if you have what it takes, the maturity, these are conversations that when you hear it, by the time this thing is happening in your own life, you go just remember and say, we don't talk about this thing before one time. I remember I did a Man of Prestige show, I did Uncle Ben show. This issue came up. There was different views, and people said, so you will just know. So thank you, Sister Mario, for stepping in and clearing this up. And I'm sorry, only if there was a confusion in what I was saying that wasn't clear. So let me just
Again, accountability preferred. If I was a bit too abrasive, I apologize. But I'm very passionate. But I appreciate Sister Marriott articulating what I was trying to say, because, like I said, I think it's not a gender, but I think it's talking about men and women. If you're over a certain age, really think about what you need to do. And Sister Marriott said it very eloquently. And love and kisses to her, my sister. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mario, I appreciate it. So when are you gonna call into my show?
Just put possible on. If you talk about possible, I'll call it.
I will fight you. I will find you in that Canada. I will fight you. Anyway,
I tell you, Mr. Marriott know they calling. She go, and I love her the most because, in fact, anytime I want to do like maybe Beno rant, I like to see some of my sisters in the chat, because when you are talking, and even if they don't have time to come studio, they are dropping the gems.
Marriott is one of my biggest supporter. She's one of my bigger, but they enjoy all of them. The only person, the coconut head among them, that I always make it a point to call in is Natu. They enjoy listening to me more so than coming to do bars. They just want to hear it, But for you, Uncle Beno, they want to come and drag you. That's why they want to come on this and come and drag you by your,
no mind them. And the worst thing be say, I don't piss them off well. They no gree go. That's why I just like, I can't love these sisters. I don't piss them off well. You know how my head be now, Uncle MOP.
But like I said, Uncle Beno, let me say this. Like I said, this is where we get the most out of the conversations, when there are multiple different viewpoints. Just listening to just one viewpoint all day long is not going to help anybody. We need to be okay with people having different viewpoints, so that, because the sweet spot where the lessons are is in the disagreement. And it's in the conflict. Everybody's trying to. One of the things I push against when it comes to this dating relationship thing is people trying to figure everything out before they go to marriage. I said, yes, you should, but please don't count on it, because it's like when conflict happens between you and another human being, that's when you're going to learn most of the lessons. And if you're afraid of that and you're trying to figure everything out up front, you're not going to have the answers, or the devil will get you from a blind spot. He will show you everything you want to hear. And then you end up in a situation, and then you're exiting way too soon, because you've never really practiced the idea of disagreeing with the person and actively listening and seeing their point of view and being able to move forward from there. So that was beautiful. Thank you to Marriott and for bringing that in. Yeah,
thank you, Marriott. All right, as we move on, let me just say this. I really don't say this because It's something that get me angry all the time. So I don't talk about it much, but I just feel like maybe if I say this, it might help my sisters to understand me and where I'm coming from better. I have three sisters. The three of my sisters, they all have relationship problems. The only one that escaped was the one that raised me, our eldest. She's like, I think my elder sister is around 64, 65 years old now. She's the one that raised me. She's the only one that escaped, and she didn't just escape. At the point her marriage broke up. In fact, I always told you guys I grew up in Lagos State. My auntie was a teacher. She carried me along everywhere she go. After I lost my dad, she was like my mom. So we were in Lagos from 19. I was in Lagos from 1982 until I think 1992. Yes, they were raising me. Her marriage broke up at the point. I won't go into what happened, but I know what happened when children, when you are growing up and you see what is happening between people who you think they were your father and your mom, and you see everything that went down. Her marriage broke up. They were separated. I think they separated for like 4 or 5 years, and then they came back together again. And to the glory of God, my auntie is still married till now. In fact, they are growing old together. She and daddy, we talk every day because I be their picking and maybe their firstborn. Even her children did not know that their mom is not the one that gave back to me. Now, when they don't grow, finish. Now, me take my mouth, they tell them, say, Una man and my auntie, no be my mama. Emma Loma Shewiri. No be now, come build me, come take billing, finish my life, you know. But one of my sister died, and her death is as a result of husband madness. And the one that died is the one that have eight children for three different men. She loved marriage. That's my auntie. She loved marriage. She always want to be married. She got 8 kids, and God is so good. The whole 8 children, they are alive now. And me and my younger sister that is following me, we are the one who is taking care of those children. They are grown now. Then my younger sister, I think I mentioned this at MOP show one time. Anytime I talk about my younger sister, I dey verse every day. And that is why till I die, although her ex-husband knows say our path can never cross. I never go jail before. But if that guy stay in the same room with me, 5 minutes, oh, blood go flow. That's how angry and mad I am until now because of what happened to my only younger sister. So since then, I've made it a point that if I'm ever going to be married, nothing will happen to my wife. I will love my wife to death. When I have children, girls, I am going to protect them like there is no tomorrow. Now, as part of protecting them, I am kind of tough. I grow on the street, my eyes see pepper. And I know that sometimes you have to be mad yourself for some people not to take you for granted. So, what I usually tell women is you got to be frank, don't lie to yourself. So, when you see me give some advice, the advice might sound crazy. It's because I have seen what a wrong decision, just one wrong, tiny, big decision can do to a woman. I say this all the time. When I saw my wife, we were in school. But after our first 6 months, the moment my best friend, Dr. Nili, was saying, don't miss this guy, don't miss this guy. Now your wife be this. And I started taking her seriously. I started seeing some unique things that I want in a woman. Even before I met my wife, I saw it in her. One of the things that I desire so much in a woman is a woman who can stand on her feet and look at a man and say, don't try this shit with me. Not in a fighting way, but I like a woman who can establish boundary and say, guy, I don't have issue with you. Do you have fun? But you see, this one, don't go near there. because that is who I am on my own too. I will allow you do whatever when we will have fun, but I'm going to tell you, I don't get wahala. I have easy life, but you see, these are the bridges you must never cross. When you cross these bridges, there may be no going back. Make I just give you a small snippet. I told you now that my auntie raised me. She's my mom in everything. I told my wife that, look, if anybody in this world mess with you, if you like carry to break their head, I no send because they pass their boundary. But please, you see this my auntie, no matter what happened, if you don't, and she and my team no they ever get any problems because that one too, you know, get her time, she too, she no get time. All they do is they laugh, they play, they joke, they ask after each other. You don't finish, they don't leave the same place or something. But I told her that if anything ever happen, that you have to insult my auntie, it will go way, way, way too deep. But no matter what happened, if you can small courage not to insult my auntie in any way at all, babe, forget nothing where you feel the way if you touch me. So these are examples of boundaries. And I remember my wife also told me, babe, anytime where this relationship tire you, we never even know say we go marry then. Yeah, anytime where this relationship tire you, just tell me, say, okay, oh, we don't reach bus stop, I can't do it again. But if you venture cheat on me, say you cheat on me, wo, ole sukomaji. Anyway, all I'm saying is that when you see me say some things and I'm recommending this craziness thing, is because as a woman, I don't want you to be in that zone where a man can just treat you anyhow and just get away with it. And I don't want you to have some mindset that, oh, this man must do what I want. What a man that easily agree to do what you want is fooling you. So that's why I'm saying you should know. If you they talk to them, watch their body language. If you sense that this person is not really agreeing with this, he just pretend. My sister, I beg, Biko, open the conversation again until you people get to the bottom of it. So I don't know. I know I was ranting, but I hope maybe
No,
back
it was good. It was good. It was good.
here of where I'm coming from. Thank you, Jare MOP. I just
It
wanted
was
to put
good.
that up there.
You see, my understanding about human beings is that when it comes to these topics, these relationships topics, especially, is that it is not about that you're good and bad person thing. It is not about the fact that you're just always innocent and nobody is ever right. If you are looking at it from that angle, you will miss it. You have to listen a little bit deeper beyond the surface level. You see, today we're talking about fertility and stuff, right? To me, I can see how it's sensitive to a lot of people. To me, because I have hands-on experience in terms of people around me, not hands-on experience in terms of reproduction, but in terms of how it can affect people. See, it's me and my brother. Some of you know my story. You've heard this story before. If you know my story, it's just me and my brother. At my brother's, my mother wanted more kids. It did not happen. And I saw her also perambulate around different doctors of all different type, even put her health under risk, go through surgery and stuff like that. What I found is that she was trying to satisfy our society, embedded into trying to get what she wants. But what we want is a function of what society also has told us that we want. It won't be a thing unless society values it. And it's not just as simple as men are just dragging men. No, let me tell you something. There's nothing that men are dragging women about that women did not subscribe to. If you look at this story, it was a woman who was dragging a woman in this story, who decided to use fertility to drag somebody else because they chose not to be in a marriage anymore. We just heard it, right?
Yeah.
So it's everybody that subscribed to it. Gender war is fun when you're talking about it on YouTube, but in reality, it's not. There's no gender war. All of us are in the same boat.
Exactly.
All of us are in the same issues. So we have that situation. My mom is still the two of us. Eventually, my father, I have a half sister, but it's not more so about that, because even my father almost regrets that, because in the middle of that pregnancy, he came back home and he basically terminated that relationship. And the person we're talking about is 30 something plus years old now. But it was more so about how all the women in the families, my aunties, how they attempted to drag my mom multiple times. It's not just that. My wife has this story. Her mom was dragged. Her aunties came into the house to beat up her mother. Her mother in the house because of all these types of issues. You see what I'm saying? So I'm speaking to all of us. I also have big aunties. They have now passed away. That never had children because of similar to what Marius just said, right? My grandmother, who is my mother's mother, she passed away in 2015. That's the last time I visited Nigeria. And she has two sisters. None of them have any offsprings. My mother has an older sister. I can say this freely because she's let me just end it right there. Let's just call her an illiterate. My mother's older sister dragged my mother's aunties with the fertility issue. Because somehow she thinks she's figured it out because she had about 50 children. You see what I'm saying? So it's not something. So if I told you within my own family, in every angle of the tree, it's happened. My own grandmother on my father's side had living 6 children. They lived, but she had multiple children before her firstborn actually stayed, and then she had 6 children after that. Right? So this is not something that people can just say, you can point finger with it and shame some people with it. It's stupid. It's useless. It doesn't make any sense. And I think that pressure is part of the pressure that marriage crumbled under. Not just that they are bad people. The pressure of fertility.
Yeah. And it's a very big deal. It's a very, very big deal.
You see what I'm saying, Uncle Beno? That pressure will destroy a marriage. See where it doesn't matter how good you think you are. If you have it to look over your shoulder, are they looking at me? If I had children or not? If a woman comes into a marriage with all this pressure, that man go collect. It's not her fault. Because she won't know she can't move freely as a human being. She can't just be free. Right? Every time, right now, I guarantee you, Biola is somewhere in the corner crying her balls out because of all this embarrassment. The guy also was embarrassed because he was the one begging, right? That please let me see if he can put the post down. Because guess who was upset? The sister was upset. Why are you upset over somebody else's matter? But this is what happens.
Yeah.
They eat more Panadol than the person who is actually inside of it. They would think they are helping the person inside of the marriage, but they're expanding it, making it worse. In-laws.
I won't worry. Okay, I'm sorry to say in-law, I won't worry. I'm just saying that you need to understand, say, now you and your wife first. Una go create cast iron, very strong iron around each other. Back in-law dey him own marriage, they enjoy himself, or he no marry. May carry his own coconut wahala, come dump her inside your own, abi. I tell my friends all the time, if it is not you, your wife, your children first, I don't know what you are doing.
Don't do marriage if you cannot make your family the one you created, which starts when you marry a person. It doesn't start when you create a child. It starts when you marry a person. If you cannot make that person priority over the family you're coming from, don't do marriage. Could it work? It's not gonna work.
People go to their house, they enjoy themselves. Come carry chair, sit down for your own marriage. Because now you carry yourself, go meet them.
So can we Uncle Beno, can we picture a scenario where the guy was like, post story, and he's talking to his sister. He didn't realize that no, you should be talking to her, babe. Well, they already divorced. But what did he do before before it scatter, because he probably could not peel away from his family. You know how the Bible says you will live to cleave. He did not know how to live to
At
cleave.
all.
Ladies, you struggle with that. You struggle with
Yeah.
that. It starts with when you make your child your priority over your husband. That's what it starts with, right? That's what it starts with.
We're gonna go back to that. Maybe we'll run through this one so that at least we can begin wrap up. But we'll go back to that. For the rest of this, we stop at number 9. So number 10, Biola has no egg. She can't carry a child. Thank you, Sister Natu. Sister Natu actually explained this one perfectly well for us. So Sister Natu, God bless you. When I hear Biola has no egg, I'm just like, okay, now I'm confused. But Sister Natu explained it. If you miss that part, yeah, if you missed the part, go to the beginning of this video. I think when we were like maybe 30 minutes into it, that's when Sister Natu came and clarify all this egg or no egg. And I still remember Sister Natu said, if you are 40, possibility the egg might be fragile and things like that. So that's where I think somebody recommended freezing egg. So, and I'm going to ask one question now so that we can use that to wrap up this segment. If you support women between 35 to 40 freezing their egg in order to protect it prior to meeting their husband, drop 1. If you are against freezing of egg, drop 2. Again, if you support freezing of egg, drop 1. If you are against freezing of egg, drop 2 in the chat. Let's do that real quick. Now, MOP, number 11.
Yes,
Sheyi saw hell with Biola. This one, that woman, they piss me off. You believe this one, MOP? Sheyi saw hell with Biola. I agree to some extent, but
everybody inside the marriage they collect, Baba. Leave that in. Leave that in. Occasionally, at least.
All right. So
at least everybody inside life, can we all agree to that? Everybody collect now. If you're rubbing shoulders, there will be friction. It's called life. That's how you grow too.
I hope you know made me laugh. I remember when we were having conversation before we start this show, and you were talking about Biola saying the first year of her marriage was hard, and the husband saying the first 2
years. He said 2 years was bliss. He said 2 years was bliss. He said first year was a struggle.
You know what that reminds me? When you said it, I was laughing. What that reminds me of was when I came to America and I reunited with my wife and my kids. Till date, I'm still saying it. The first 5 years,
you collect.
the first 5 years of living with my wife, I see Oba. Maybe one day when my wife give me permission to talk about at least 3 good times that we got close to getting a divorce. Maybe if she give me permission to talk about, I will share it with you guys. But for me, if you're going to ask me, the first 5 years, I saw Oba. America was treating me.
You saw Shaggy, Wutu.
And I was learning to become a husband at the same time. So, but guess what? If you ask my wife, how was it when your husband came? What was it? The first 3 to 4 years is like the best for my wife.
Yeah.
In fact, the first year and second year, my wife they talk say, "Wow, I can't tell how I used to be so happy with that first and second year." And I'll be like, really? When me at the pie they go, you were happy. But just like MOP said, MOP, you were right there because see, we be 2 persons inside the same marriage, and we both have different experiences. My wife is so happy within that first 2 years. Even me myself, those are some of that. I just look at that like, I sure say I never make mistakes. So they work for this country 1 year, going 2 years. I don't even get shishi. I can hardly save $100 in a month. And this girl, she's born. Anytime I want to come on,
she can't have your experience. She had been around for the longest. She's stable.
Oh,
and you're trying to figure out how to be a man, a husband.
How did you know MOP? And me feel boss bye. And I'm new in America with my coconut head. But we're sharing that for you to know that sometimes even you as a husband, you might be happy and your wife is experiencing a completely different experience
thing.
And you are together. And the same goes for you women. You might be happy having fun, and your husband is in a completely different state of mind.
Different experience,
So
completely.
this thing is kind of dynamic. All
Yep.
right.
Yep.
So that's why that Sheyi saw hell, the number 11. Sheyi saw hell with Biola. I don't buy that bullshit. Both of them saw
They saw hell
shege.
now. But you're not telling us anything new. He saw hell. Of course, he saw hell because he was trying to use coconut head to turn
Oh my God.
an actress to a modern wife. I be traditional wife in which one? Confusion.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
So please, I hope we're making sense. So on the poll we just did, where we asked if a woman should freeze her egg in order to make sure everything is okay, pending when her husband will come, the majority of the answer we got is 11111. And I think I saw one of my brother that dropped two. Yes, Mr. Odutan Remy. If you can do us a favor, can you drop the reason why you elected two in the chat? Why you think that women shouldn't freeze their egg? Honestly speaking, I may be a coconut head traditional man, oh, but there are some things we have to appreciate Oyinbo for. Even though freezing of egg is super, super expensive, but if God bless you, you have the money, do it. There, nothing feels like you carrying your baby and you know this is my baby. If you I heard that thing is expensive. MOP, Abi, that thing they expensive like hello.
So
But
it's
if
very
you have,
expensive. It's very expensive, but it's not the reason why a lot of brothers are against it.
Mhm.
It's not the reason. The reason why they are against it is because of
They just feel like it's not natural, Abi.
yeah, it's the judgmental thing, and it's not just men that judge it. Women judge it. When women are in a convenient position where they can judge, they judge each other too, and it needs to stop. Is ignorant is ignorance is there's a word I'm looking for. It's nicer than ignorance. The word I'm looking for is oh god, but it's basically it's I don't know, but it's just bad. Let's just not do it. Let's not do that. If there are other areas of life where we leverage technology,
Hmm.
it cannot be different on this one. You are an hypocrite. You're an hypocrite, basically. If you judge technology when it comes to natural childbirth, or if you do that, you're an hypocrite, and it's just bad. It's bad behavior, and we need to educate ourselves. Maybe not shame ourselves, because some
Yeah.
people, the reason why they push against it, they don't mean any harm. They quote unquote in their, like, sometimes it's religious in nature. The reason why they do, like, for example, somebody who thinks they've been a gym pastor for so long. I think this guy might have been a pastor, like I said, a Jesus baby boy, right? And he believed that miracle, like God, because the statement they said he made was that God did not create barrens. So he wanted to make a point, prove a point that my wife can still, like there are people that will go decades and later on, and they just want to prove a point that God can perform miracle. And that's also shameful behavior, because they don't know when to stop and say that's personal. They will shame another person who could now wait. They will shame another person who decide to use technology. Now, are we shaming people that say they don't want to use technology? Not necessarily, because you're generalizing and you're shaming everybody else. So we need to call you to order. And also, can we shame a man who says he doesn't want that his wife should just succumb? Not necessarily too. That doesn't, there's lack of wisdom in that. If your wife, who is going to be the carrier, like Sheyi said himself, if she's going to decide to do surrogacy, put up your big man's pants, support her through that process. Okay, have a conversation around it if that's what she wants, because you married that person. If you marry that person, you're not always going to have your way, and this is one of those cases where it might be a double standard, but there's double standard on both sides. So in this case, I disagree with what you guys were saying early, that she should have just shut it down because it's a reproduction thing and she has to use her body. My opinion is that he should support as much as he can, and if it's a situation where he can't support, he needs to have a lot of patience around the conversation around that, and using a rule that if he's not comfortable, just shut it down. I don't agree with that. I don't think that's going to be helpful for him in the long term too, because what it becomes is that it's resentment, and he go collect. That's another reason why I believe he collect, because by the time that woman got hungry and left, she was probably very, very angry. She has resentment. Never mind
Yeah.
what it looks like on the surface.
All right. And Thank you for that, MOP. I think in their case, they both have issue. Biola have a issue, and the husband has his issue too. All right. I just want to say this. I know Marriott could drag me for this one, but I have to say it. I have to
Marriott
mention
and my
it.
sister Black Diamond, she will drag you.
Marriott could drag me because I wanted to say this. Whether we like it, whether we like it or not,
Uh-huh.
technology is moving towards an era that very soon women will not be carrying pregnancy in their body. Yes, there are labs now, there are facilities where they are uh, um, test driving incubator, all those stuff. They are working on it now such that you can actually, from conception, from fertilization to uh, delivery, everything will be done right there in the lab. You can actually, just like that guy was saying in his, this ex-husband was saying in his video, you can actually have the machine at home now, where you will be the one supplying you the embryo feedings and everything, all the nutrients they need, right there in the house. You
So
could
sorry,
just
Uncle
plug that
Beno, let me add this to it, and the baby will be healthier than
now.
regular babies.
What are we saying, MOP?
Yes.
And
the babies can come in 2s and 3s in doubles. You can choose.
You choose. You go even determine which kind brain you want make the pikin get. Do you want the pikin to have a coconut head like Uncle Ben, or you want him to have a very smart brain like Elon Musk?
Wala. Elon Musk, wala.
Or do you want the baby to have a brain like Donald Trump? You can choose.
Donald Trump Itibao. Don't shame our president. Don't do that.
I'm still gonna do another show on my other channel today because this day Agbas boost. The thing they hot every day. But anyway, what I'm saying is that even though those who are traditional people like myself, those people who believe in culture and all things, we have to know that the way technology is advancing right now, depending on how soon people will have access to enough money, some women may not have to carry pregnancy again.
Yeah.
They go just give you condom. Una do kiriwa, you put on there, you tie the condom. Say, doctor, oh yeah, he's here. And come to think of it too, pregnancy do a lot of stuff to women body. Only few women are lucky to have children.
Ewo tún ni Simbi ń sọ. Kí ni Sambo Simbi èwo tí ni swallow tí Simbi tún sọ? Kí là tún gbé kí là jù? Èwo ló gbọ́n swallow?
MOP, no mind that girl. No, don't just mind that Simbi at all. Babala wala lomo ye o. Simbi try not to discover some people they swallow am instead of.
It's supposed to taste good, right? That's a good thing, isn't it? You can even give your wife orgasms from like 5,000 miles away.
Yeah. Some men still there somewhere now when they point the thing away, when they drop am for inside WC. Anyway, let's just move real quick again. MOP.
Yes.
Real quick. Number 12. Biola did not do well, even if she had wanted to announce her separation. She shouldn't have done that publicly. I believe everybody was against this one. Is there anybody with contrary opinion on this one? Okay, let's have another poll real quick. Should Biola have announced her divorce at the same time while congratulating her husband? If you think what she did is wrong, drop 1. If you think she is right, drop 2. If she is wrong, drop 1. To have announced the divorce, to have announced the divorce at the same time while her husband was celebrating his birthday. If you think it is wrong, drop 1 in the chat. If you think it's okay, drop 2. All right. Now, why that one is going MOP, the last one.
They should tell us why it is wrong.
Right?
Kemi said she's not wrong. Kemi, tell us why she's not wrong. You wants to tell us why she's wrong. Mario says sisterhood is not proud.
Hey, Uncle Patrick! Uncle Patrick, wait until we are rounding up.
Uncle Patrick, I hear, sir. I hear, sir.
Beno. Hey, man of prestige.
How are you, sir? Good to see you, sir.
I go say hi to Uncle Auntie B. No, say today na her birthday. So
Oh, we go celebrate her especially be that.
Who be
yes,
birthday? Whose birthday?
Auntie
Really?
B.
Oh, today's her birthday. How did I miss that?
Me too.
Oh no.
We
Oh,
supposed
okay.
go England though.
Okay, we go make come up to Auntie B. She knows. She knows.
You see what we go do MOP. May we invite Auntie B. May we have joint show like this. May she come sit down. May we interview her for her birthday. May we celebrate her. May she
Why
just come
not?
share. May she come share life experiences with us. How about that?
Why not? Yes, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's plan that. Yes.
Wow. Uncle
All
Beno,
right.
you dey try, you see the online. Wow,
We
this
are still
man.
here because we have a lot of people, and the topic is
You know when me and
kind of
Uncle
very,
Beno
very
is here, we
sensitive.
can do 12 hours. You know that, right?
Man of prestige, they try.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I hear
Go
you
ahead,
men
Uncle
they
Patrick.
talk say Uncle Beno they say sometimes go come we be say women will not go to carry belle.
Yes, now.
Maybe tell
Yes.
Elon Musk make he design those robots now.
He's probably working on it.
I beg no fear also.
They are getting there, Uncle Patrick. You know, say men they don't they buy their own doll now. You go customize them. How you want make front be, make back be, the height, everything.
No,
Oh, you
we
better
don't
they do
want
am
that.
Of
already.
course now. Of
Uncle
course.
Ben. We don't want that. We need grandchildren.
You
We
never see anything yet.
we go buy the baby grandchildren.
I better leave that one. This man, what do they talk?
So, Uncle Patrick, everything we've done so far, what's your take, sir?
I don't even know when I did. I tell you.
We are rounding up. We look at some of the basketballs that those who claim to know Biola and her husband very
Uncle
well.
Ben, you
Some
know
of the
I
things
stated it in my comment. This social media marriage judges and attorney. I know this. I tell you. You know, well, you know, I just had the news 2 days ago. One of my close friends, a pastor, that the wife left him for 2 years. I was like, are you serious? They said,
Wow.
Pastor Patrick, how come you didn't know this?
Wow.
So Uncle Ben, I just tired. They said, how come? You know, like my own life, I don't pop nose in people's life. I'm always very easy. Said, how come you don't know this? I said, I'm so sorry. I've not heard part of from either side, you know, so I'm not going to judge. So Uncle Ben, a lot of things goes in that people outside don't even know.
Yeah.
That's why in the court of law, they even give you opportunity to reconcile.
Yes.
They don't just say, okay, even with marriage with no fault, you know where I am, the state I am, it's a no fault marriage, divorce. They still give them opportunity. So a law and it involves somebody's emotion, mental health. So at times when you go this side and now realize that I'm so sorry that I went this side. I should have said this. And it happened to me too. I don't have to, I did because I didn't, why should I have said this? So Uncle Ben, I don't want to do social media marriage judgments. It takes a toll on me. Especially if you don't have details. I'm serious. We are human beings now. Some people do some things because of lack of ignorance. Because of ignorance, I mean. Because they don't. But at the end of the day, some people even divorce, go and remarry and say, I made that mistake. I left my first marriage. Why is Biola saying that the first husband wasn't, no physical there? You understand?
Yeah.
No physical violence. That the man for once never, So, and let me say this lastly. Uncle Ben, man of prestige. Africa, we Africans, I'm going to use Nigeria as an example. We are just coming up on the fact that people don't open up. People are not vulnerable. Yeah. Do you understand me? Even your wife that has gone through some things,
That's a good point. Yeah.
it takes a while for her to open up, or the man. I'm
Yeah.
serious. I'm going to give you an example. You know, a white pastor, I was listening to a podcast. This man was telling in the podcast what he went through when he was a teenager. He said the mother had a serious problem with the dad. The dad was cheating, going outside drinking. In the process, his brother died, and within 18 months they divorced. That they had to move to the grandmother's house. That he was younger. They said the junior sister just called out that he was just coming from the house. He saw a priest coming out of their house and told the senior sister was in high school. So your brother just spy. And they told that as a younger brother, I was like, what happened? My brother just spy. He said the thing just messed him up. Uncle Ben. And he's a pastor now. He said after he got married, he has no children. And let me say, he said they don't discuss such thing in their house. Their mother will just cover up, okay, let's move on. But the thing was affecting her seriously. Now, one person they talk this one, he said when they got married, the father visited his house with the wife, and the wife didn't go through such thing. And the father, the wife they were having dinners. My father-in-law, can you tell us what happened in your first marriage, and you know what are you enjoying your second marriage now? He said this man said almost got frozen on the table. He said, no, my wife don't say that. We don't say such a thing in our house. He said the father just cooled down and was telling them everything, all the mental issue he too himself went through. That was the dad. What am I saying? This man said because they don't discuss such thing in their house, he brought it to his own marriage. He said he almost destroyed his marriage because the wife was open. Both of them are white, but he was not open. He has to deal with stepfather because the mother got remarried. He said the thing affected. Why am I saying this? I'm going to bring in Africa on there. We in Africa, we are still very behind. We don't open up with our past.
Yeah.
This is something not to be discussed. One of my friends told me the wife is a professor, Uncle Ben. This man too is a professor. But the wife came from a polygamous home. So the wife draw the mother so close to them because she doesn't want the mother to suffer. And because they are from polygamous home, I want to take care of my mother. He said when they do something, when the man talk, the woman will say, well, my father doesn't shout to me like that. I will say, your father doesn't shout to you, but your father has 4 wives. And he claimed to be a reverend. You know what I mean? The woman will be mad. The woman never opened up to the husband what she went through in a matrimonial home. And they have serious issue. They are together. They don't have, but you know, the man to man, the man, they talk. Yeah. If you have a man that will stay in the office till 9 o'clock, you know what I mean, Uncle Ben?
Yeah.
When I call him and I ask him, are you yeah, I'm in the office. I don't want to go home now. I just want him to calm down. They are not fighting, no. He said he doesn't want talk, nagging, you know what I mean? So my bottom line is that we haven't got to that stage in Africa where we are vulnerable.
We are getting there.
When Natu was telling us, also thank God for Natu. I give her a flower. Most marriages, couples are not open to themselves. If you tell your wife, say, well, you told me this, will you go and seek therapy? She might be offended. She might say, I don't need it, which is wrong.
Yeah.
And most of them try to draw I'm sorry to cut you. Most of them try to draw their family in and say, my brother will not leave my brother. Or let me give an example. That lady, the professor, she's the head of the family, the firstborn of the mother, followed by the brother, and he has two other brother. To the extent that my friend has to ban the brother from coming to their house. You can imagine when you have a brother-in-law that can come to your house and just go and sleep on your bed, for example,
You
because of her
nonsense
sister.
women.
And the
What
sister
kind
said,
of
I can't
nonsense
do
is
anything
that?
about it. This is my brother. I love him. We know we went through in a matrimonial. Doesn't mean if you went through that, you should now bring that to your house. So people need to open up. Thank you, Uncle Ben.
Thank you, thank you,
That's a
thank
good.
you.
That's a good point, sir. Vulnerability. That's something that the Gen Z is afraid of.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching my screen, since Uncle Patrick was here, I've been showing you all kind of fashion design and all that. That is still from Sharaluge, Sister Yinka. So that
Wow.
is her Instagram channel. Please go and follow her. In fact, she had more exciting videos on her TikTok. If I can find it, I will show you too. Again, if you want to impress your wife, now men make me they share this thing, oh, not even for women. Women know how that they sort themselves out. But I know many men are out there who don't know how to buy all these designer clothing for their wife. Please talk to Sister Yinka, very experienced, and she do you know one cool thing? In fact, I forgot to add that earlier. One of the problem I had when I got to US, and that kept me away from native attire, is fitting. Tailor know the day to fit those clothes. But guess what? Sister Yinka does fitting. So that's why I'm
Okay.
like, wow, this auntie is good. If you buy from her, she will get the size of your wife. They go talk because I remember when I did mine. Sister Yinka goes, okay, Uncle Ben, Jemba sister me sorrow. You don't even know what you they describe. Just give me just give me your wife number, make they talk. And they talk, and then by the time Sayinka sent the clothes, everything was perfect. So you see that fitting, you need them. So when you patronize Sister Yinka, talk to her, she will look at you. She's a fashionista, and she will come up with styles that when you go to party, head go turn. So I'm still gonna share her website and everything, but I just want you to know that here at the Real Farm, we have a lot of businesswomen, a lot of talented people that are into one thing or the other. We have those who are into consultancy and everything. So we are a family. That's why we call it Real Farm. Let us share, let us patronize each other. And if you have anybody that is stressing you, you are married to a man that is disturbing you, you need Agbero brother to tackle am for me. I dey, my worry. I shake gbogbo were ni. Shey you say my head don dey run go back. Now madness where they do, na make my head they run. Thank you, Uncle Patrick, for at least
Uncle
helping us
Ben,
chime in.
is she in America?
Yes, now, Sister Yinka, I think Sister Yinka even there closer to the MOP than my side. Sister Yinka, which should I be your side? I think Maryland. Is it Maryland or something?
Okay,
I feel like Sister Yinka there closer.
I
He
will
there
have my
closer to
daughters to check
Mhm.
her out on Instagram and
Maryland. Sister Yinka is in Maryland.
okay,
Maryland, the
that's good.
Mhm.
DMV. She's in the DMV.
Yes, she's in Maryland,
Charanoge.
and this is her website. Okay, I will send you later, but let's run this up. MOP. We have
Yes, sir.
really done a fantastic show today. I don't even know that we'll have time to. And you don't tell me and you don't hang out like this last. You work locally and hustle and everything.
I know.
Now we be consultant. They always stay busy. You
I'm
and
on
your
the road
client
from
and
time to
everything.
time. Hmm.
And me, I'm always running
But
around
about
town.
I'm small now, so I did. Once you see these two blue lights, you know I say I did soft life small.
All right, just to bring this thing home,
Hmm.
the 5 lessons from Biola Adebayo's divorce. I think that's the last thing on our agenda that we did not treat yet. So here is what I would tell everybody who is watching now: Prestige Farm, Real Farm. Everybody, please drop at least one thing you think is a lesson that people can take away from
Fantastic.
this
Love
drama,
that. I love that.
right? And please remember, these are human beings. When you watch their video, you will get more closer to them when they are talking.
Facts.
Marriage shit happens in marriage, you know. We I've always said this, even we where we damn with me, which quarter I go say I will dey now. Let's say if marriage is supposed to last for 60 years, I dey first quarter. We just me just complete first quarter. So the journey is still far.
Every
This
day
thing
na
no
fresh
dey
day.
easy. Yeah, this thing called marriage is not easy. Please don't blame people who are divorced, who got divorced or something. It no just work me, you know. So please let us read through all the comment mop if you allow, if you agree. I will say viewers drop one lesson from this Adebayo situation.
What did you
Look
learn?
at it together, and then mop will round it up for us with 5 lessons from am. Me, I no get any lesson from this. My lesson no go work. We go just end up being gbasgbo. So let's start taking the comment. Let me start with Simbi. Simbi, you are a young lady, early 30s. Can you tell me at least 2 lessons you learned from all this, Mama?
Simbi is Olueleje Tutu. Did you say early 30s?
Simbi is in her early 30s. So
That's Olueleje Tutu.
don't mind that her voice. So she
Good
almost tricked me
evening,
with that voice.
sir.
Good evening, Simbi.
Good evening, sir. MOP.
Good evening, Simbi.
Hi, Uncle
Welcome.
Ben.
Yeah.
Hi. Why are you laughing? Ah, Simbi.
Uncle
Are
Ben.
you,
Uncle
you know
Ben,
they
sir.
do with are you doing withdrawal method already? It's 9 o'clock in Nigeria now.
No,
You know they do withdrawal
no,
method
no,
already.
no.
When I
No,
didn't know now.
I'm laughing because you just suddenly remember that I'm here. I
Ah,
mean,
we saw you. We saw you. We're just thinking you will
Hey,
interject us when you're
Uncle
ready.
Ben knows
hey,
what I'm talking about. He knows.
Simbi, I am trying to protect you, Nee. Okay. Anyway, what are the two
Oh
lessons
yeah, tell us. Tell
you
us.
get from this?
Okay. Should be sensitive to our partner's feelings, respect their decisions, and then be ready to compromise. No marriage will actually work out or become a success if you are not ready to compromise. You can't always have it your way. I think these were the last things my dad told me before he died. He said, you
Mm,
cannot always have it your way. If you always want to be right and you always want to stand on your right, then you're going to have so many problems in life.
mm,
So basically, be ready to compromise and respect people's feelings. I mean, your partner's feelings.
mm, mm. That's a very good lesson. Now, if we talk about this fruit of the womb challenges, with the way it happens with Abiola or Biola marriage now, Simbi, what can you say is 1 or 2 things you learned from it?
Okay, I think both of them were not really honest with each other. If you don't like something, just say you don't like it and you don't want it, rather than pitying the person and saying, okay, you know what, let me just pity her or let me just pity him. And then you go into the marriage and you're miserable. And we can already see the results. So they were not being honest with each other. And then
Mhm.
you also talk about knowing your partner, knowing the person that you got married to. She's a Yoruba lady, he's a Yoruba guy. She I'm very sure she knows that she married a traditional man because like we've been saying, he's
Simbi,
already
Simbi,
loud
are
and
you trying to
clear.
shade me? Say now only Yoruba man, I be traditional man. What are you talking about? Why,
Uh,
Biko,
that's
Biko, one yo.
that Uncle Ben, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say is
Okay.
generally African men like everything the natural way. And I've seen men that will always say when you tell them to go for fertility test, maybe the church is about to wed a man and a woman, and they're like, okay, go for fertility test. The guy will be like, I don't need to, I'm fine. I'm okay. I think I'm okay. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm a sharpshooter. I'm very good, sir. They say things like that, and sometimes these women will just be like, you know what, if he says he's fine, then he's fine. But then they will insist that you, the woman, you should go for the test.
All
So
right.
men should be open to going for tests and regular checkups. Don't say you're
Okay.
fine because you actually don't know what is going on in your body until you go for
Okay.
tests.
Thank you. Thank you, Mama. See, that's why you are my right hand baby girl.
A straight shooter.
No, my hat.
A
We
straight
not
shooter.
even do allegedly today anyway, so we don't need her voice for allegedly. All right, MOP.
Sir,
Let's quickly look at what people are dropping in the chat as the lesson and the takeaway from today's show. Real quick.
let me see some that I find interesting. I think Mercy Kindra dropped something. Let me see. It said respect your partner decision. What do you think about that one,
Mercy
Okobelo?
Kendra.
Yeah, Mercy
That
Kindra.
one are number one. That one are number one. I won't lie. That
So
respect
so
your
so I
yeah.
like to they give examples, sir. Make I give you
Mm-hmm.
example. You know,
All right.
your partner decides. I just want to use the opportunity to spell it out properly. Your
Okay.
partner decides that they are pregnant and they want to show the whole world in a photo shoot. That's their decision. Should you respect that or not?
Hell
It's
no, it's
also a
not
decision.
happening. It's not happening.
So what's the apple now? What's the apple? You only respect decision when you like it,
No, it's not. I respect
or
when I
when you.
like.
Okay.
I will explain why it's not happening. First off, I will let her know that look, I'm a Christian, but at the same time, my Bible also taught me to be careful. There are enemies around and things like that. I really don't see why you want to share your is it baby bump belly on social media.
The the
Wait, after we
the
have the
why is
baby,
my decision. What do you mean? I just told you it's my decision. That's the why. What do you mean you don't understand?
as you
The
no,
my
I'm
it's my
explaining. Like I said,
uh-huh.
like I said, when I say no to anything, I usually explain why I said no. And then for me, I'm a consequentialist. If I tell you I'm not okay with this thing and I give you my reason, and I feel like you have not convinced me why that your reason for doing it outweighs my reason, I will simply tell you here is what's going to happen. If you continue and you do this thing, if so and so happen, don't bother to call me. I won't participate.
So you go try to manipulate me to not follow my decision. You won't respect my decision.
It's no, you see, that is where I say all these terminologies are dangerous. When people simply no MOP, at least
And
people are listening
I'm
now, they
with you.
should
They're listening. They're listening. It's okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
See,
But
I've
it's
always
an
said it that
engagement between me and you now, right? It's an example of how it plays out. So
yeah,
now
but
I
I'm
go
telling
receive.
you
I'm say you they manipulate me instead of just to respect
exactly.
my decision.
Okay, you see it as manipulation, but for me, I will explain to you why I won't do this. And if the reverse is the outcome, what will be my move? I will tell you. That's the way I operate. Look, I don't forget how many times where I don't tell my bosses at work, say, if you want to fire me, go ahead and fire me. Because sometimes, even at my work, oh, if they say do this, if I look at that thing like, okay, this thing does not align with my scope of practice, I go tell my oga then this thing is against my scope of
If
practice. I'm
somebody
not going to
use,
do it.
if somebody
So it's
use,
the same thing in my home.
follow up
Yeah.
question for you, sir. If somebody use my brown skin stomach, drag me for TikTok 3 months from now, you go tell me say I told you so.
You won't even you're being for me. Oh, I don't know. Every woman knows the kind of man they are married to. For
Uh-huh.
somebody like me, you're not
Uh-huh.
going to even come and tell me
Now
because
go
you
come
already know
cry your
what I
shoulder. Now come cry your shoulder. Say they drag me for internet. Go and defend me. Men are dragging me.
you know go
In fact,
come.
they drag you. They're gonna call you simp for TikTok
You know
as
go
they.
come. Not be only sip na soap. You know go come. So the bottom line is know
Mm.
your partner. If your partner give you reasons why they don't want to do this or that, just respect it. Then if you have a genuine reason, I have changed my mind on so many things before. When I look at the reason my partner is giving me and I see that oh, this one make more sense than my reason for saying no. I don't know if you get what I'm saying, MOP. That's all I'm saying. We can preach communication compromise from now to tomorrow. There are
Mhm.
some things that doesn't require compromise. You just
Like
have to
what? Like what?
respect
Give
it
me
for what it
example.
is. It's all depend. Not be one night we they talk now. Yesterday, don't we have
So
in
you
the
know,
day
please
before
compromise this one. Now just no compromise this one. That's what you're saying.
like there are some things that is off limits. That's just everybody did different. This is
As a
what
deal
makes you a
breaker.
man. As far as I'm concerned, these are what makes you a man. The person you are in this game with should know when you say I'm not gonna do this, she should be comfortable enough to ask you, okay, babe, why don't you want to do this? And then you should be comfortable enough to explain without no intent of manipulating or anything at all. You feel me? Okay, for instance, I think I've made an example here before. There was a time this pastor came from Ghana, and everybody was like, "Oh, the pastor come Houston. Hey, 3 days crusade. Ah, we are going, we are going, we are going." And madam comes, "Ah, babe, people are going to the crusade. Let us go now." And I'm like, "What crusade?" A pastor came all the way from Ghana
I'm
to
definitely not.
Houston,
Me, I'm definitely not going.
to Houston, and we should be going. I said, "Babe, me, I'm not going, no."
I'm good.
And it becomes, hey, like you, hey, but you know now it's God thing, it's prayer. And I say, babe, I don't see any reason why I have to drive 2.5 hours to Houston to go and meet a pastor that came all the way from Ghana. They have too many problems in Ghana. I'm coming. They have too many problems in Ghana. He never solve them. People there, they suffer. He never solve them. He can't come here. So I'm not going. When he reached it, I tell my auntie, if you want to go, please, you are free to go. But you see, for me, I know they go.
You
And
know
it's
they
not
there.
fine. That's just my own nature. There are some things I won't stop you not to do. Most times, if I have to say no to anything, it is either that thing will affect it, because for me, this is the way I operate.
Uh-huh.
I look at the whole family.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see things say only me. Will this thing affect me? Will it affect my wife? Will it affect my children? If I look and say it not affect my children, it
Uh-huh.
not affect me. Auntie, you like them, go ahead. But if I look, say, it might affect me. No, 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 no. I'll say, I know they do. So MOP, there is no
Uh-huh.
need to try to convince somebody that you are supposed to work. Next person go first. That is why you are the husband. That is not controlling. That is you establishing boundaries and stating firmly.
What if you say she can't
No.
go? Would that be controlling to you?
Why would I say she can't go? You know, concern me. So far, I say
But
I know they
some
go.
husbands do that. Some husbands do that.
Yeah, those are the one we can talk about.
Some wife go even say, you know, if
Okay.
it go certain hangout because a girl they don't like they there. Some wife
Uh,
they do that one too.
yeah. So we just have to learn. You will always meet a man. Like I've always said, any woman that said, "Oh, I want to marry a man that's gonna be a provider and a protector and all that." The man that truly want to provide and protect and take care of everything, that man will have some principles that you have to work with.
Right.
It's the same thing with women. I just told you right now, I've always wanted a woman that is strong. Oh, my sister said, "Make I know they use strong. Emma be not strong." I've always wanted.
They don't want to be strong anymore.
Well, if you see
They
here,
don't want to be
if
strong
you marry
anymore.
out Didi, they go come scatter here now. If you mention strong woman, no. So for me, I've always admired a woman that can look me in the face and say, "This is what I want. This is what I want to do," and then we can explain it. It thrills me. Sure, you feel so. It's different from everybody,
You
but
say,
I don't believe you
make
should
us say
be
this.
trying
I
to.
agree with you, by the way. But make us say this, right? You see, there's a guy called Dami. They call him, his popular name is African Hips. He's a comedian. He's also it's a comedian in Houston, I think. He's also a realtor.
Mhm.
He's an influencer, Sha. You
Yeah.
know, he did a skit yesterday where he put his wife next to him, and the caption said, "I'm going to I'm going to show my wife something that men can do but women can't do." You know, that's what the caption said. And then he pressed record, and then the video was rolling and rolling and rolling for a good 40 seconds or so. And during that 40 seconds, the wife was like, "Okay, now show me now." What's the thing that you guys can do that we can't do? And it was just quiet throughout.
Oh,
And I,
I saw the
you
skit.
saw this kid. You see, the point I just proven is that unfortunately, that advice, like many other advices, is probably going to be much more complex. In reality, the advice that you should respect your partner's decision,
Mm-hmm.
that advice is going to be in reality, when it's playing out in real life, is probably going to be a lot more complicated. Because at some point you really want to do the right thing, which is respect your partner's decisions, until they encroach over something that triggers you in a funny way, that makes you feel some type of way, and suddenly you go try to manipulate them to change their mind. You can manipulate them by convincing them, or you can go silent treatment and say, I don't tell you. I don't say my own. No. It can play out in so many different ways. So I will add on to that advice. I think it's a good advice, but
Mm-hmm.
I will add on to the advice. While you're respecting your partner's decisions, I think it's more so about respecting their individuality. We have like multiple chapters on this in our books. It's more
Okay.
so on respecting their individuality and their agency as a human being. I know the Bible said we are one, but just
Yeah.
respect that that person is an individual. Respect that that person will, even if you disagree with something, respecting that if they disagree with you, they are coming from a place. Try to understand that point of view. And then that way you know actually understand what you are respecting. Don't just respect, because respecting your partner decision can come in the form of being dormant. You become a doormat in a relationship. You said
Yeah.
earlier that you like when a woman can speak her mind. I think we all like confident partners. We find it sexy, right? But also the way we move sometimes don't make them feel safe enough to even express themselves. For example, if every time she says she likes something a certain way, you find a way to change her mind in the name of, but the way she's receiving that experience is that, I'm not gonna have my way, I'd rather not. Biola is that example. She says she no like wahala. So she go push issues under the rug, so at one point she go just blow up. And now a sister-in-law will call her sharp mouth.
Yeah.
These are how
Yeah.
these things play out. So I think
Exactly.
it's a good advice, but let's expand it out to respect your partner's individuality, autonomy, and you don't know what those things are unless you are very good at active listening. You pay attention to your partner in real time. Don't assume what they like 5 years ago is what they like today. This is what makes you say, why did you ask these questions in the beginning? Because they did not know too.
Yeah.
You have to
Yeah.
stay on top of that.
Yeah. All right. So MOP, the lessons that they suggested in the chat, I saw this one earlier from Beams AB. Beams AB said Biola's ex-husband is going through accepting the first son, and Biola has already accepted and wants to do another one. The man needs therapy before another child. Now,
Yeah.
MOP, I see. I know why you're laughing already.
Why? Why am I
I
laughing?
Because you that therapy where they there, you don't dey see where the thing they go.
African matter.
Mhm. So now, the lessons we're gonna read all the lessons. So keep dropping it in the chat. We'll be rushing now. The thing here is this. I see this one as part of the lesson people should take away from today's show. Therapy in Africa, sometimes if you say therapy, I don't know how it dey sound for us, but that man just needs somebody he trusts, he
That's
believes,
it.
maybe
That's
a
it.
clergyman, a
Yeah.
clergyman that can help him understand what is unraveling before his eyes. So, Beams, thank you very, very
When
much for.
when you invite me as an African man to therapy, the way I hear him be say, poop the smell for my body. Like it's all wrong Lara me. Like something is wrong with me.
Mhm,
And it's not
mhm.
even that simple. It sounds like an attack. It's
Exactly.
like you're saying nothing is wrong with you, but everything is wrong with me. That's
Everything
the
is wrong
way
with
my
me.
subconscious mind processes it. So most likely
Yeah.
it will kick against it. Is it right or wrong? It's not relevant. That's just how we receive it. So you better have some wisdom around how you present this.
We human being, we are unique. Shout out to my sister, Black Diamond. Black Diamond said, learn from people's experience so you don't have to live it. There are many sides to a story. Just pick your battles.
That's a
Your
good
take
one.
on that, MOP.
It's a good one. It's well rounded. It's well rounded. Learn
Right?
from other people's experience. Second-hand experiences. Experience is the best teacher, and it doesn't have to be your own experience. You can also learn from other people's experience. But experience is the best teacher. There are too many people teaching stuff they've never really experienced in social media streets. Be careful.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much. This one is from Messi Kendra. Shout out to you, Messi. Messi Kendra said, "Be emotional intelligence and a good conversation helps in marriages." Shout out to Sister Natu. The other day we did a show here, and emotional intelligence was part of it. So Sister Natu, I just say, "Oh, okay, okay." I get prestige family student here. Sister Natu, oh yeah, let me break it down. She break it down perfectly well. MOP,
Yeah.
your take on this one? Be emotional intelligence and a good conversation helps marriages.
She's absolutely on point. Emotional intelligence is everything else. If you're looking for the end all be all, one size fits all, cut all, you know how they say there's no one size fits all, there is. It's called emotional intelligence. And the
All
first
right.
step to it is learn your own emotions as an individual first. That's the first step.
Yeah.
Learn.
MOP, please. Sorry, Baba. Let me send the link to your book, Number One Red Flag. I've been searching for it for my destiny. I never tell, and I usually kept them where I did retrieve them real quick.
Oh,
But let me send it. I need to show people, and they need to go get and read it. Both
man,
Number One
man
Red
of
Flag and the
prestige.com.
other one.
Manofprestige.com.
Okay, that's where you have it now.
All the books are there, yeah.
Okay, I usually go to Amazon. That is Amazon is usually my number one go to.
Yeah.
All right.
Manofprestige.com, yeah.
All
So
right. Okay,
So
continue,
the
Baba.
first step to emotional intelligence is to first of all master your own emotions. That means, gentlemen, you cannot pretend that you don't have emotions again. So you have
All
to
right.
learn that. That's number one. Number two is whoever you're interacting with, you need to pay attention to how they are receiving, interpreting, how they're interacting with you at an emotional level. That's the second step.
Yes.
You cannot do that if you fail step one. If you fail step one, if you go there and say, I'm a logical person, you cannot understand other people's emotions if you are a
I like.
robot.
Yeah.
Then the
Yeah.
third step to that is social intelligence. You're not in a cave, there's rules to our lives, the way we live.
Yeah.
So you have to, don't go there and say, forget all that culture stuff. Culture is a real part of life. Oh. That's part of your social intelligence. You need to understand
Yeah.
that if you marry a man of a certain culture, don't go there and say, Oyibo people don't have culture. That is ignorant. Oyibo people have
Okay.
culture.
Baba, how you want your NSC? Even though you know they drink, you must drink NSC this time around. For saying Oyibo people have culture. Because Sister Marriott, D, where the Malowa Gbogbo won't see. Marriott, D, 69 to 63 years. They don't drag my butt tire here. They say, I when they talk culture. And they tell us, oh, you won't get culture and tradition. So
There's
MOP,
culture
you
everywhere.
must drink
Yeah.
that NSC. Yes. You will drink that NSC, Baba.
Unfortunately,
Go
I know they
ahead,
drink.
progress.
I they
Progress,
drink
yeah,
water. I they drink water and zero sugar. Because I know Marriott is about to remind me. And zero sugar ginger ale.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, the website you're looking at right now, that is manofprestige.com. It's very easy.
The
All
first book
one
on
word.
there is Number One Red Flag. It's a good one.
Yeah. So,
Written by me and the
manofprestige.com.
wife.
Mm-hmm. Let me show you that one real quick. I actually bought this one, and I want you to also get it. It will help you a lot too. If you can please read. Our people know they read. Now TikTok, now they read
The
now.
audio book there. You can listen to audio book.
So there you have it. Number one red flag, Lola and Ola. I read this one myself all through. So let me share the link to the website. Please click on it, go and check it out. All the thing way man of prestige, me and I did talk here since it's not easy to bring an expert and we are interacting like this. It make sense. So also Go to Man of Prestige on YouTube. Bro has a lot of video there that you will learn a lot. And he produces almost every day, unless once you go pursue money like me, if you just disappear 2 weeks, 2 weeks, you feel no see am. So
You
please
get
go
it.
to.
You get it. You
I
get
get
it.
it.
If you
I
don't
get
get it, forget about it.
So please, ladies and gentlemen, go and check it out. Now, Kemi. Oh, I like the way you write your name, Kemi. What is in that your profile? Say be cautious and be conscious of how you distribute your energy. I like that one. But
No,
anyway,
Odipo. Odip,
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 gone,
Odip.
Odip, Odip. So Kemi says, in my opinion, the lesson from this scenario is that no one should marry if they are still relying, if they are still relying onto their family for decision making process. Kemi, how do you want your NSC? I wish
Yeah,
I
you
don't.
have to
I wish I
leave
don't get my $1
in
million.
order to
I could get
cleave.
the share money. Eh?
Uncle Ben,
Yes.
send it to me. I can drink for their
Look.
behalf.
Ologogoro ni ẹni Simbi.
I'm not my dad. No, beg back me. MOP. What will you say to what Kemi said? If you still want to be relying on your family, no kukuma marry. I support this one 1000%.
1000%. But let me spread it out. Sometimes when we give these advices, we have no idea how deep they go. You see, it's easier said than done. That doesn't mean you don't have to do that to have a successful marriage. If you are still, because it's so tricky, right? That if they tell you that you are the one that have not, what's the language you use, that you are relying on your family, you will tell yourself like, no, that's not me, but actually you are, right? It shows up in very, very subtle ways. See, when everything is happy and dandy and you're kissy and lovey, the last thing you do is to go and be asking them for decision making. You know, when you do ask for decision making, when there's basketballs between you and your partner, when there's a little bit of a disagreement, when it's effortless, you're not overthinking it, you're just, you thought it was harmless, you're just discussing. Before you know, you said the wrong thing in front of your mother brought it up 3 years later, and you don't realize
3
that
years, MOP. 3 years is too long now. Láwọn màmá tó wà ń sìn, within 1 year, they don't show you your receipt.
ìyẹn easy. Nǹkan tó ṣe sọ pé 3 years ni pé ìyẹn actually easy. Àwọn tó máa ń show àwọn ìyá tó mọ̀ pé tó pé wèrè àti ìyá ilé ìwà ti mọ̀ pé when you know that this one is wèrè, it's easier to handle those ones. The one that's not easy to handle is the one that's actually liking you, likes you as a son-in-law, mother-in-law, daughter-in-law. The one that tells you, I will never do that to my daughter-in-law because they don't collect before. But when she show you a true color, see that auntie right there, that auntie, right? Yeah. She said something that I picked in there, right? She said, you were right all along. That means she was taking sides with Biola all along until it got too much.
Got it.
You have to pay attention to those small ones. The easy ones are the ones that are loud that you can catch. You say, this is yacht, I'll pack this one to side. The ones that are dangerous are the ones that will go take, and then the truth. You know what we say about truth, right? The truth is undefeated. You don't have to help it. Yeah. The truth will show up because at the end of the day, so if you don't do leave to cleave, it doesn't matter how long it goes, you go collect.
Yeah. And the fact that she said you were right all along, meaning that the man has been telling his sister everything that was going
exactly down. He didn't realize how dangerous it was, and he would never admit that he's not the one who has not left his family to cleave. So when there was small issues here and there, he was whispering, and the sister was like, maybe the sister actually likes Biola until 2 days ago when she made that announcement. Okay, Otitoge, enough is enough.
What are you saying? To can drag by. Thank you, MOP. Let's move on to the next one. However, ladies and gentlemen, if you go to manofprestige.com, you're still gonna find this free book there. It's called Get My Marriage Back, and it's written by Lola and Ola. The Lola and Ola, now Man of Prestige, where you they see for you. More than go to say maybe now one person way high though. This guy you're looking at on my screen right now is a big man, a top shot, and a professional, and he got a lot of clients.
Still be she my pray over here. And me go over my pray over here from
You were here yesterday when we did do our last prayer.
I listen. I think I finished it this morning. Yes.
So please, ladies and gentlemen,
No,
go and download these books.
not that one. There was not the one from yesterday. There's another one where she was praying, and then she started saying money, and then suddenly your amen started going louder and louder.
So please, ladies and gentlemen, go and read these books. They will really, really help you. I think I've told you guys one time before that there are so many things we are doing in our marriages right now, but we really don't know how to describe them. When you read Man of Prestige book, you can actually say, so this is what I was doing. For instance, when I read Man of Prestige book, that's why I know that, so all those times that when my wife say, babe, if you get time, can we talk? And I'll be like, sure, mama, let's talk. And I'll go and sit down and she'll be telling me what's up. And I will just be listening. She will talk, talk, talk. I'll be listening, looking at her mouth, even though my mind is running wide at times, even when I'm listening and they see the lips. Then when I read Man of Prestige book, I now say that, what I was doing is active listening. Even though I'm being distracted with her lips and her eyes. Sorry, my wife has cat eyes. So sometimes, even anytime she dey talk serious thing, na so that eye go dey like this, it go be like cat eye. So even when I'm concentrating and listening, but I'm still thinking again. So when I read Man of Prestige book, I'm like, oh wow. So what I was doing is active listening. Then there are just so many key things in those books that you won't even know you are doing them because you can't classify it.
Yeah,
But
because
I
you
read those
meant
books,
no harm. You meant no harm. Contrary to what people think, they think their husband was just wicked. They think their wife was just a wicked modern woman. Oftentimes, it's not even any of that. If just calm
so
down.
please, these books are free, and if you're having issue in your marriages, talk
My
to
Chi is promoting already. Chi is here. Thank you, Chi.
please, if you have issue, Man of Prestige, go and talk to him. So go and read these books. When you read, you learn. And let me tell you something again. This one is for my brotherhood because I have 72% men on this channel, and my analytics is telling me all the time that they are the one who watch the most. Please, brothers, I know when we listen to all these terminologies, it can drive you crazy. But ever since I discovered Obodo Yimbo TV and I've been listening to all my sisters, I have come to learn that those terminologies, the way they sound, it go make you fear, it go make you they think of feminists. But when they break it down and explain it to you, you can say, oh, so Tabaje Chehu Wabai Olonja. Like the one that got me the most when I hear he say he's misogynistic. I'll be like,
or chauvinistic,
Sisi Omo.
You know the best.
For that
There are two best people to pronounce those words for you. Guess who those two people are?
I think Sisi.
And
I don't know the second one. Honey Babe.
Oh, you consola.
I'm telling you. When me and Sisi, when we never do know. I one time be like, I go strangle Sisi.
I go Ben.
I was listening to Sisi one day when Sisi was like, no, right now I'm in my soft life era. If you're gonna take me to dinner, you come to the house, you gotta open the door. African men don't do that. They just wanna bang you. You gotta come and open the door. You got to be. He said not chauvinistic. The moment he said he's called chauvinistic, I'm like,
chivalry. Chivalry is when. Yeah,
chivalry. It's called chivalry. That's a good thing now.
No,
don't do me like that. Amaka will don't do me like that.
Chauvinistic in the mind, you got to be chauvinistic.
No, Uncle Ben, there's a difference. There's a difference. You're mixing it up, sir.
You don't understand the table. You don't understand the table.
My table?
Make I come borrow your standing table.
My table they move now. If I do long show like this, I will sit down later.
The way you dance, I say you make you don't fall off chair and just notice say you dey standing.
No. This is the table I use in my so nice. The thing is that Sisi almost won't kill me with those terminologies. Now later, when me and Sisi come begin the close, now come say, wow, this is like the sweetest person you want to be your friend, though. But still, me and I see they do basketball. So all I'm saying is that, brothers, sometimes you have to read all these books that break this thing down. It make your life easier. And when you listen to people like Man of Prestige,
And the
you go
story
to
is
Okoboyibo
told by
TV,
two people from me and my
exactly.
wife's standpoint. She told her own story, I told my own story.
You
So
see,
you're getting both.
and my sister own a cool pass. Man of Prestige own, you go know say Man of Prestige they do orator, but my sister own, pam pam, she they break it down, and I'm like, okay, this is how it should be. So please try to get these books. Just go to manofprestige.com and download it. It's free. Save your marriage. Marriage is sweet, especially my brother. If you are like me, you don't dey see 50, like say 50 day like this. Look for things that will make you enjoy your marriage. In fact, once you are approaching 50, no, they make your wife the best. Let your wife be happy, because right now you are at her mercy. Bishop Wabai say, I'm at my wife mercy and my children mercy. Mo dẹ̀ ń wò pé age ló ti ń lọ yìí. So you will learn when you talk to people expert like this. You listen to sisters. Me, I listen to understand what is going on in other people's life, so that I can see how we can use that one to adjust my own. So please read these books, listen to Man of Prestige, listen to live shows, listen to people when they share their stories, and you will improve. Let's move on. So Kerry said what she think people should take away from today's show. Kerry said,
Princess Karen.
mi ìfẹ́ pé nítorí òyìnbó ni ó mọ̀ pé kárẹ̀ yẹn ó nítumọ̀ ń bí, so má pè ní kéré.
Ìsọ aṣọ lórúkọ, ẹ wá sọ lórúkọ.
Chief said, I don't know why they call her. They call her Kerry. You mọ̀ pé kárẹ̀ for here.
She fit don't even know what it carry me for
You
America,
don't
but
know.
it's okay.
So she said the importance of prioritizing well-being and not letting external pressures overshadow personal needs, even within a marriage. MOP, can you address that briefly,
The
sir?
importance of prioritizing well-being and not letting external pressures overshadow personal needs.
Yeah. Then I
Even within a marriage, yes. It goes back to the individuality thing I said earlier on. So it's not just your partner who is responsible for respecting your individuality. You are responsible. You're actually the number one person responsible for respecting your own individuality. You're actually the number one person responsible for respecting self-love. You're the one responsible for self-improvement, which is why we write books and even read books, so that you don't have an excuse to not read books, right? That's why we do live shows, so that you don't have an excuse to not say the education is not out here. That's why we're doing all these shows, right? So you're responsible for your own well-being first, right? So I agree with that, and the external pressure now will require a certain level of emotional and social intelligence, because once you know they do life with another person, waiting with me self-love go adjust small. Some of you, I need to preach self-love to you. Some of you, I need to tell you to stop being selfish.
Love yourself, Abi. Love yourself.
It depends on. It depends. Some people are loving themselves. They are selfish. They need to stop. So it depends on what we're talking about. The specifics. I've heard enough people say self-love, and they're just selfish people. So just want to put that out there.
MOP, are you trying to say millennial and Gen Z self-love is a different
Gen Z
kind of
collect? They say Gen Z collect. Gen Z collect me. But yeah, external pressure is real. A lot of you are operating from what the society think, and you rather do that than pay attention to the well-being of the relationship between you and your partner. You're moving. You're being controlled and influenced by external factors more than, and it takes it takes a high level of self-awareness, self-awareness to detect that, because when you are doing it, we know fit tell you, because coconut head, we know fit tell you, say this is the way they do, and sometimes we have to like listen to you so you can feel heard before you can hear us, right? So it's a very, very dicey thing. External pressure is real. Self-awareness exercise for all of us. All of us are influenced by external factors, all of us. So the idea here is not to turn it off, but to be aware so that you can learn how to navigate it to create the result you're looking for.
Thank you, MOP. All right, we're gonna be rounding up. Let me just take a couple of more. We don't try. Let me just take a couple of more comments and we will leave.
Say I want to
So,
sorrow. And can you stop
my
attacking me? Self-love, not selfish.
so Sister Yinka Yikus Pepe. By the way, Sister Yinka is one of our channel member, long channel member. So God bless you, Sister Yinka. I told you guys that when
Shout
we
out
do
to
this,
Sister Yunkus. I follow her on TikTok.
okay. See, when we do
Possibly
these shows,
on Instagram too.
yeah. Oh, you follow her on Instagram.
I think so. One
Oh,
of the two,
good.
Instagram or TikTok.
Good.
Yeah.
So, guys, please support our ministry. When we do this show, we are not making money from it, but at least it connects us from all across the world, and the show enable us to learn and share in our own African beauty. So, we that we are hosting this show, we are not making money from it. But if you can spare 2.9, is it $299 as membership? Please share. And I'm also producing some content that I kept in the membership. Also, do the same on Man of Prestige. All right, thank you. Sister Yinka said the lesson to take away from this. She had four of those, and I'm going to run through the four. She said, number one, marriage is between two people, not the couple and their audience. Hey, Sister Yinka think you blow for you. Marriage is between two people, not the couple and their audience. Sometimes when we seek in applause, sometimes what we seek in applause becomes a wedge in the relationship. Number
Yes.
two from Sister Yinka, um, when you share life with someone, why
You
this thing
owe
they
them.
delay before they show up for my big screen self? On delay me, they
Eh.
fair work glass. I have my
Ah.
big screen right
Now
in front of me.
wireless. Now wireless.
It's actually big TV, so I'm watching YouTube at the
Okay,
same time that
let
I'm
me
Oh,
doing.
read,
okay. You go
sir.
delay now. You go delay
Okay,
now.
please read,
Yeah.
Simbi.
When you when you share life with someone, you owe them consideration, not just transparency.
By
Hmm.
the way, I prefer CB's voice than yours. Thank you.
MOP. So you don't like this sexy voice? I've been doing
Why
good,
the sexy
MOP.
voice up? What's apple? Anyway,
MOP. This is
um,
your brother,
it,
man. You
it,
don't like this
it,
sexy voice? Come on, bro. Come
Kojo,
on.
Kojo.
Okay, man. I go speak New York accent for you now. What? What? What you talking about, man? What you talking about? You don't recognize my voice no more. What you saying?
Tell
Come
me
on,
what
Nick.
your boss. Tell me what your boss said when you were trying to do a presentation. You said something on your recording. I heard.
I'm opening me. May we come up for here, Baba. All right, this one, I think this number two is very, very deep. It says, when you share life with someone, you own them consideration, not just transparency. Hey, mind you, Sister Yinka has been married for say 25, be 26 years now. I don't even know that sister. I never see person wait deceive me like Sister Yinka before. Anytime I see Sister Yinka and I remember how long she's been married and the fact
Congratulations to
that
her.
yeah, and the
Congratulations.
fact that her kids are even graduates now. I don't they talk, say this is how they confuse me. Why can you be this long in marriage? So please, when you see people like this speak, they are sharing life experiences with you.
You
So I
know,
think this one is
Sister
powerful.
Yinka is speaking. I like to call her Yinka's Pepe. I prefer that. Sorry.
I mean,
Um.
I dey call her Sister Yinka. I dey feel like saying an insult if I call her Yiku's Pepe or something.
Okay, it's
Forget.
okay.
Don't
Now
let her
nickname.
face deceive you. Don't let her name deceive you. She not be. Wọ́n ṣe méjì wa mẹ́ta ló
I
wo
like the brand Sarah
Uncle
Loge Yinka's
Ben,
Pepe.
Uncle Ben, we have a new channel member, Olakumbi something. Welcome. Shout
Woo!
out to
Olakumbi,
you. Thank you.
Olakumbi.
I no
Thank
get
you.
those.
Shout out to you.
I no get
We
those
don't get
emo
portable there.
sound. The one where I get, if I play am, you go vex, leave the channel back. But anyway,
We don't
we
get
are
portable there to dance for us. No
see who I get. See who I
problems.
get.
Let be poor. Breathe.
Ah. We know they poor here. I beg, I beg, I beg.
Thank you, my
Uncle
brother.
Ben, this one is not
Shout out
good
to
though.
Olakumbi Fakunle. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Kumbi. All right, let me just read through Sister Yinka so you can take it all at once, MOP.
Okay,
All
sure.
right. So number three is Simbi. Can you read number three real quick?
Okay, so number 3 is saying healing, fertility, and parenthood journeys are sacred, But if both partners aren't on the same page about going public, it's better to pause than to press post.
All right, that is a
Could I
good
take
one.
that again?
Don't worry, I'll take it with my sexy voice. Number three,
Okay.
healing. Healing, fertility, and parenthood journeys are sacred. If both partners are on the same page about going public, it's better to pause than to press post. MOP. Shall I take care of him, Baba?
I really like that.
All
It's
right.
actually one of the major points that I really need to make at the before we end
Yeah.
today. Because
Oh. Hmm.
I'll say one thing because I know you're going through the list. One thing,
Yeah.
there's so much wrong when it comes to the side of Biola.
Hmm.
You
Hmm.
know, I think
MOP, you no enter my shoe. Wo àwọn aunty ma be ja ni o. No be prestige farm and refab o.
I,
Àwọn aunty TikTok. If they
you
hear say
know,
you talk anything against
you know,
Biola, o ma be ja ni o.
Biola is actually personal person, right? I don't know her personally, but as in like I like her everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I said something earlier on that overzealous thing. That we always do the right thing. That quote unquote I'm transparent. I'm just telling the world the truth. Where to the
Yeah.
point where it blinds you,
Hmm.
right? She did not know anything about marriage, and that's not a shame. Most of us did not know anything about marriage, no matter what age we get to before we do it.
Hmm. You
So
learn every day.
yeah.
You learn every day. All right. Number 4. Sister Yinka said Simbi, number 4.
Okay,
Simbi!
number 4. I'm here, sir. Number
Oh
4
yeah.
said, don't ignore red flags in communication styles. Body language plays a big role. Know your partner.
Yeah. 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 Number 5. I like this.
Okay.
Me, when man of prestige talk, me, I go refer to this number 4. Because this number 4 is where I see a lot of people, both men and women, made huge mistake. That number 4 right there. They always go by what is coming out of somebody's mouth, not what the body language is saying. And when they are talking to people, many of them just want to hear exactly what they already have in their mind. The
Yep.
answer when they want when that person give them.
I call it lame.
Okay, make I not talk.
That's what I call lame behavior.
Make I not talk. When I go talk, say
Yeah.
my voice don't they go up now. So number 5,
If
Simbi.
all you understand
Number
is
5.
words, is lame.
Abby,
Okay,
number
so
5, Simbi.
number 5 is saying silence may keep the peace, but it often protects dysfunction. Speak up early, speak with wisdom, and don't wait until your breaking point to be heard.
Exactly.
Facts.
Exactly. Thank you. Wow, Sister Yinka, you really followed this show today, no be small.
And
And
according to
mhm,
Biola, both of them they brush issues under the rug. They are both like the reserved type. So sometimes when the other person is not reserved and they tend to do bad boast, it might actually be a blessing in disguise if you learn how to listen actively and have some patience. They are
yeah,
and sometimes when the other person tends to be quiet, it can be a blessing too. So it's not one is better than the other. It's about understanding who you're with.
exactly. So lastly, Sister Yinka said
Number
true
6.
intimacy. Okay, go ahead,
Okay.
go ahead. Go ahead
True
with your sexy
intimacy
voice.
requires hard conversations, not
Mm-hmm,
quiet resentment.
mm-hmm,
Peace at home should never be at the cost of your voice. Find someone
exactly.
wise that can help with the talking process if need be.
Oh, heavy. All right,
Yeah.
MOP. To round it all up, I'm so sorry I couldn't get everybody. Black Diamond, thank you, my beautiful sister, Black Diamond. Black Diamond say Oyibo get caution. Mario said we know Oyibo has caution. Waiting, we
You
anyway.
know, say I'm well. She say we know you both have culture now. What do we do?
What till we do? Okay. No, that they always attack me. Say, are they even Dr. Adana go say, hey, Uncle Ben, I know say all this story where you they talk, you go land for
Uh-huh.
culture and tradition. And I'll be like, even the Oyinbo self get cultural tradition now. Anyway, MOP, let me go through what Sister Yinka said first. Then we can just round up on that by going through the rest of the chat.
I
But
really like it. Marriage is number one. Marriage is between two people, not the couple and their audience. Sometimes what we seek in applause becomes a wedge in the, Yoruba people so okay, you could speak as Yoruba person. So Yoruba people so to agree about lanu. Alangba only will be happy. If the wall no crack open, the lizard no fit enter. Protect what you have. If that relationship is valuable enough for you to still be in it, there's a good chance that you're doing a terrible job at protecting it.
Exactly.
So I'll leave that at that one. Number two, when you share life with someone, you owe them consideration, not just transparency. It's my favorite. It's my favorite because truth tellers know they let us hear word. They want to tell truth. They are not considerable for how it is being received on the other end. And then when the other person fire back with defense, because when the person feels attacked, you know what they do, right? They defend. When they defend, you know what they're doing? They're also telling you their truth. You know what we know about truth? It's bitter. It's a hard pill to swallow. Right? So, especially when you call it brutal honesty, the only thing that human beings feel is the brutality. You don't go fit here your honesty. So be considerable, especially when you are dealing with marriage. They're supposed to be adults. I know. You told yourself they're supposed to be adults. They're supposed to just be able to be adults in this marriage. Well, guess what? They are not. When they are having sex with you, they're not adults. They are children. Okay. All right. So number three.
You just deflate us like this.
I'm so sorry.
So you mean say with my bald head now, if I go marry one 18 years or 20
there's
years
certain
old now,
things that auntie in your house can say to you right now, you go become a child instantly.
I know my mumu button you get the remote. I agree.
You go suck up, you go suck your thumb like this. We're gonna look for the adults.
All right, let's go.
Anyway, number three, healing, fertility, parenthood journeys are sacred. I like that word. If both partners aren't on the same page about going public, it's better to pause than to press past. This is for the Abiolas out there. In this social media age, it's very easy to wrap this up into this is individuality for Abiola. She should be able to, as a woman. But I'm telling you right now, these men out here, they're not equipped like our fathers. Our father will just ignore you. They will marry a second wife and bring it home and everybody go do all right. He go collect too. But
MOP, you must drink this Hennessy by fire by force.
But these men out here today, they are more feminine than what you might be used to. As in, like, they won't let you slide. They will drag you in that femininity with you before they get past it. So now just they drag each other. It's chaotic. When you have two feminine energy trying to create sexual polarity, you know they work is the point. Right? It's chaotic. So if you are dealing with this guy, if both partners aren't on the same page, right, about going public, the person who catches that first should slow down. Just stop. Like nothing, just because you don't get to announce surrogacy when it's not yet on board with it doesn't mean it's the end of the world. You're in a marriage and that marriage is going to protect you than this internet street. That marriage is a covering for you than this internet streets. This is the hard part right here, right? Now that man need to be understanding, but the point is that the goal is unity. The goal is unity. Unity is not going to fall out of the skies. However, it's going to take patience. It's going to take one person leading with listening and then the other person, and then it's a dance. Eventually, you guys will end up on the same page. The problem with the same page with Gen Z, when I say Gen Z, I mean all of us in the modern world. Okay? The problem with that...
No, MOP, I not be Gen Z. Mark me, man, I not be Gen Z.
If you dare inside...
I not be Gen Z. I be Gen X.
Especially if you eat McDonald's in your house. all of you, right? The problem when we say on the same...
No bets, MOP. I don't eat McDonald's. I eat better fufu. Fufu, pounded yam, egusi soup. I'm not Gen Z.
You the pound them?
Oh yeah, I'm Gen Z.
Okay, all right. I didn't think so. So all of us, when we say on the same page, the problem with that is that it's easier said than done. We're expecting the same page to fall out of the skies. We don't want to go through the process of active listening, meaning I have something to say. Let me say it now. Why are you talking over me? That moment when somebody says something that triggers you and then you're being tested, supposed to just leave, like just cool down. Even if you don't finish the conversation today, right? That's what makes it a hard conversation. I think on the next point she talks about hard conversations, maybe on number 5. But that's what makes it a hard conversation, because they are triggering you, and you know that they are wrong, and you want to correct them in that moment. And man of Percy say active listening. And it doesn't feel fair, because why should I be the one active listening all the time? That's why I said fairness is not the goal. The goal is unity. Right? And that's gonna look unfair for a while before it gets to the point where it is now fair. And everybody will tell you, say, you're lucky. They don't know the process, the work you've done.
Yeah.
Number 4, don't
we are number
ignore
4, yeah.
red flags in communication styles. Body language plays a big role. Know your partner. I like you know your partner. I don't think people ignore red flags. If they saw it as red flag, they will stop and see it as red flag. They won't even believe it. They don't see it at all. So, and actually, I'm trying to desensitize people from looking for red flags. I want them to more so spend all the energy on themselves, working on themselves, so that they don't become easy target. Because a lot of people are looking for red flags. They are now a walking red flag.
MOP, let me just chip this in. My coconut head disagreed with one thing. You say you believe people don't see red flags as red flags. That's why they walk into it. You are absolutely correct. But I think some people are actually attracted to red flag. Make I give you an example.
Okay.
My best younger brother waited with me for here for this Texas. Fine boy. I think he's like 6'2". He used to be a former footballer. 6'2". And he get better job, money day. He doesn't drink, he doesn't smoke, he doesn't do nothing. He know the fight. So serious guy. See, he know dey this US 10 years. He mind in business, he no impregnate nobody. If you see the
It
way
sounds like a red
women,
flag, but go ahead.
no, it's not a red flag. He's married.
Why no impregnate anybody? What's happened?
He's married. He's
Oh, he's
married.
married.
Yeah, that's why I'm giving him that credit.
Okay.
He's married. Wife then Nigeria with Peking. He traveled to go and see them and all that.
Okay.
But for him being here 10 years, the way women are rushing him and him pushing them, saying, I'm not saying they live inside the same house with them. Sure, you they hear me. But where I'm going is that height alone, when you see a man that is 6 foot plus, single and out there, you should know this is a walking red flag. But irony, that's when your sisters will say,
that's what they want.
Oh, really? Man, he's so good. He's handsome. Sometimes the women make people like us that we are short of 6 foot. They make us feel like God take us to bonus. So I want to say they see red flag and they embrace it, a man of prestige. That's all I want to say, Baba. Carry on.
I like what you said. It's good. Because the truth is that Mr. Nice Guys always finish last. That's the truth. The truth is that we all are attracted to toxic. No, somebody's going to be in the chat and argue with me now. We're all attracted to toxic. Okay? We would like to think we're not. Okay? So, in fact, the sentence that this advice that Sarah Loge gave, don't ignore red flags in communication style, is either is extremely right or is extremely wrong. It's one of the two. Okay.
Mario, no bet. Mario, say, oh shit.
Mario, not the dragons. What's in dragua?
Oh shit.
Okay.
You know that in Yoruba language
6
now,
foot.
when Yoruba woman look, you say, oh, really? Oh shit,
Yoruba women like Yoruba women like well, the older ones. They like yellow. Hello, yellow.
Oh, yellow. Oh shit,
they are dragging Uncle Sholade now. They are the one inside of his DMO, but they are dragging him on TikTok as we speak. They are dragging him as we speak. No, the older one, Yemi Sholade.
Yemi, okay.
Yoruba women are dragging him now. because it's say who they inside DM the most. They say Uncle Yemi. Now them they inside the DM. Oh.
Anyway, go on, MOP.
Yeah, so it is true that most people are attracted to varieties, fun, um, something that's not so predictable, right? So if you come off as you're walking a straight line and you are just a straight up green flag, generally people are like, you're boring. You're basically just boring. Okay. And that's true on both sides, So, but it's not an absolute. There are people that are ethical, and there's some people that actually find even ethical exciting. It just depends on case by case, individuals to individuals. So, but with that being said, back to the main point, don't ignore red flags. Red flags in the eyes of the beholder to some extent. There's some things that if you count me and you 10 times, right, and you put us together, most of us will agree it's a red flag. But I think majority of the actual red flags are things that are nuanced, right? Yeah. For example, that young man I think he said he's 48. It's not exactly young, right? He sat down, he's cross-legged, all poised, speaking phone, right? And he's a Jesus baby, and he checks everything through Christ before right? Most normal human beings will not see a red flag in that. What are you waiting for is what they will ask someone like Abiola. They will say to ba duro ama lele. Why won't you marry this boy now? But you and I, although maybe because we've seen this story now, we're able to see this guy's body language. It seems like it's not too comfortable. Yeah. Also, at the very minimum, we know that there's a disconnect between what he said and what the wife said in terms of 2 years was bliss. Biola said half of it is poto.
It's poto.
Right? So now we're saying this because we know this now. The point is that the actual red flags, they are more nuanced. My own red flag, if a person is not open-minded, if they tend to do most of the talking and they don't know where to catch themselves. Now, women do tend to talk, right? But it's a tend to. It doesn't mean it's always true, right? Yeah. If a man shows up to a date and is doing most of the talking, the minimum he could do is to be self-aware and say, I'm a talker, but I'm gonna let you talk. Yeah. That's the minimum he could do. You know what I'm saying? So you as a lady, you're not able to pick that up because you're a quiet person, so you enjoy a person that's a talker. You can't pick up that red flag because you don't see it as red flag. Okay. You see what I'm saying? So it's a very tricky thing. I would say if you can identify it as red flag, if it's making you feel funny, it's probably a red flag and you shouldn't move forward. So she's still right.
Yeah, thank you. I dropped the link. We are rounding up already. I think we're almost at the end now. But
somebody wants to come up.
It's Dr. Adama. Now I want to come fight.
Allow her now. Fight me, we don't do the 7 hour already.
Dr. Adama won't come fight me. Dr. Adama won't come tell us now. Say I disagree with this. I have an objection with that. Dr. Adama.
I'm here for it.
Zuru winke o.
Zukwa nuike. I know it better than you. Zukwa nuike.
No be Zukwa nuike. It's Zuru winke. Zuru winke.
Zukwa nuike.
Simbi. How do they say it? Simbi yetisa long.
Sibiti soon.
Well, this is what we never got to
Zukwanike.
Zukwanike. Okay, good. Zukwanike.
You can talk now, Dr. Adama. No, we weren't hearing you before, but now we can hear you now.
Okay. What I wanted to address that we never get to touch on was the issue of trauma. Being that we don't talk about trauma enough because there are so many things that could traumatize each and every one of us, and how we define trauma is different from everyone. So when in this situation, given that this is her second marriage, and I feel like whatever she came with this from the first one included him as a man, meaning the husband as well. So how do we highlight that I want people to get healed and get talk about what your past experience has been instead of focusing on jumping into something new because you want to move on? You need to heal first, rediscover yourself, and evaluate yourself and point out to yourself what did I do wrong with this past relationship or this past marriage that I should have paid more attention to? So I am sorry to throw you guys off, but while I was doing my notes, I was watching, even though I wasn't chatting, I was doing my notes. So that popped up on my brain, maybe because I saw it in my notes. I
Yeah.
came in, I said, yes, that's a good one. So
Um,
how do we address trauma and to know both parties involved, both the male and female, is okay not to be okay. I say this
okay.
every time in my show. Just because a person looks eloquent, they speak eloquently, they look put together, you don't know what someone's history is until
Okay.
you get to know them on a personal level. So that's one thing I came in. So if we can touch a little bit on that, I'm sorry for throwing everyone off, but that's why I
Ah,
You're
came in.
good.
Thank you.
You're
yeah.
good. Don't
Dr.
worry about it.
Adama, we have done 5 hours, 12 minutes already, but I think there are just so many aspects of our situation in Africa we can look at. And this trauma thing that Dr. Adama mentioned is really key. Even though Man of Prestige can address it briefly, I think it might be something that will require a separate show on its own. Maybe Man of Prestige can do it on his channel where you can dive into this trauma because, to be honest, trauma is real. It's hard to overcome it. I told you guys, I think I shared this which day where Dr. Adama come mess us up here. I lost my senior brother, my immediate senior brother, and he's the one I consider
Oh,
my best friend of all my siblings. My mommy had 8 kids, 8 children. We are all grown now, but that particular one he paid me well. He's still paying me till date. So at the point I have to pray, I have to do so many things about. But did you know for like because I lost my eldest brother in 2004. That's when I lost him. Did you know the problem that lost stayed with me until I got to America? Even a year in America, it was even hard because when America hit me, that my brother is the only person I used to open up to, that I would tell whatever I'm dealing with. So when I was in America and I was going through all this, I'm being broke, I'm working around the clock, no money, and I'm struggling with marital life. Don't get me wrong, me and my wife, we have always loved each other. But after our marriage, we only do honeymoon. We didn't live together. So when I came to America, that's when we started living together. So when I was going through those bad both,
that's called one chance. You
you
enter
know,
one
you
chance.
know, the person where you dey vex for,
Uh-huh.
and you with a day 247. And the person can't see what you are dealing with at that time. So my brother is the only person I usually talk to. So from one good year here in America, I'm still carrying that trauma with me. I thought I'll just be like, what's in this life? And like I've always said, I've lost so many people in my life that even in my side hustle, I've covered so much burial that right now my mind is in a place like nothing they treat me. I talk about death as if it's nothing. I expect it to happen at any time, sef, because I've seen people who lived that I cover their pikin wedding, cover their own birthday, the next year or about 7 months later they are gone. I've seen so many. So that thing about trauma is real, and when people come together in marriage, people are coming from different experiences. There are certain things behind it that is troubling people. So, Dr. Adama, you nailed it. However, Dr. Adama, you did not do one thing before, and I want you to do it before MOP address this thing. Please, for the sake of traditional coconut head brothers like me, can you differentiate between trauma and village people? Because sometimes some of us are dealing with trauma and we believe saying that village people now they behind them. Can you differentiate it? That trauma is not the same thing as village people being after your life. Oh, you just have to deal with it. Can you say that, please? MOP, you
Yes,
are
trauma
laughing.
is not the same thing. It's not the same thing as your village people being after you. And I recognize because you know what? We had a show this week and people saw me break down. Now, let me tell people, as a professional, I'm an anesthesiologist licensed, and I am in the OR most of the time, and I deal with people on the
On your
phone.
phone after you've plugged up their body already. But go ahead. I'm
Okay.
hearing you, Dr. Adama. Go ahead.
I deal with, I see in the OR when you come in, it's called an operating room. You see all kinds of things. And what people don't realize that after a while, seeing that blood, you get numb to it. My job is to control your breathing. That is why when it comes to the medical practice, we are one of the highest insured because everything that has to do your breathing, we have to intubate. Like we have to make sure you have oxygen flowing. It entails a lot. 12 years of school is nothing for me. 12 years of school. My husband went to school for close to 18 years. He's a neurosurgeon, so that is on a different level. The point I'm trying to make is for me to come on a public platform. My husband just came on home, and we're talking about something as basic as income. And it reminded me of how I lost my brother. And I broke down. I want to tell people something. Listen, no matter how solid you think you are, trauma can creep in into everything you have worked for and destroy it because you refuse to address it.
Mm-hmm.
And I have bottled it up for so long that my husband kept saying to me, no, you need to go see professional help. You need to, every time you look at your brother's picture, you just lose it. I don't like this. And it took that happening for me to pick up the phone and say to her and say, you know what, I need to see someone because I have to really talk about it. So there's a difference between village people attacking you and having trauma. Yes, I can agree with you on that, Uncle Ben.
Yeah,
Let,
thank
let
you.
me ask
Thank you,
Dr.
Dr.
Adana a
Adam.
question. If village people are attacking you, as a matter of fact, can it feel like trauma?
Yes, it can feel like trauma because you know what? This is the thing is we are product of our environment. Okay. When we say village people attacking you, let me make sure I understand what you're talking about. You're talking about voodoo, right?
Yeah, village
Whatever,
people.
actually,
Yes.
we mean
Juju,
whatever it means to you. Actually, we mean whatever it means to
juju,
you.
ogun, 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 abenu
For me it
gongo.
means voodoo. For me it means
Yes.
voodoo. It
Okay.
means
Wait,
voodoo for
Dr.
me.
Adama, no
Yes.
verse. Simbi, when did they call voodoo for Igbo language? Amadioha, Abi? Is voodoo not Amadioha?
Ekwesu
No,
or something.
No,
Amadioha
Oh,
is
that is a
God.
god, though.
It could be Agbara. It could be anything.
Okay. Simbi, what do you say
Yes,
they
it could
call
be
him?
anything. So Cindy is Igbo just like I am.
Is CB Igbo?
Omo Igbo ni
Cindy
Simbi,
is
you
an
don't know
Igbo
ni?
girl.
Igbo lo
Yes.
Yes,
Chiloruko.
I am.
Where did you get your name from? I thought
That,
CB.
Okay,
Oh, I thought
Phoebe,
that was
okay,
a
actually,
Muslim name.
Mama Dami CB aka Mani.
Phoebe, Chineye,
CIGY.
Chineye.
Mm.
Really? I didn't know
Mm.
that.
My
Oh,
name is
wow.
Mm.
Chineye. So
Oh
I
well.
just I and added baby.
So,
I say
Wow.
Shomo.
Christy, did that make sense with what I said? And can
Yes.
we,
All
is
right,
there
let's
a
go.
way we can
Yes,
touch on
yes.
it?
So,
Yes, thank
so
you,
you
sir.
you you made sense. Thank you. I appreciate you. You made sense. I think African people, I would estimate 99.999% when you say it's village people, it's your trauma.
Mm.
Okay, it doesn't mean that there's no juju voodoo. As a matter of fact, I don't have a way to prove it to you. Neither do you. Right? So I think what we need to focus on is trauma. There are people till today. My father would tell the story of a woman, a particular woman he knew that floated through a door. The door, the door was not open. I'm telling you. So, and that would come up when it's time to actually address certain things that are real life that we can actually address. One thing that Africans don't acknowledge is the very essence of our mental health.
Yeah.
They can't, it's such a difficult thing that they can't comprehend it. Kí ló ń sọ gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ mental emotional nonsense yìí? That's how their body does them because there's a disconnect between what they know as reality and mental. And the only way to address quote unquote trauma, right, is to be able to listen to a person from a standpoint that you understand they actually have mental and there are mental considerations when you are listening to them or anything like that. Now, it's not your job to psychoanalyze your partner.
Yeah.
The way I see trauma is we should just know that it's present. It lives with you. The only thing you can do with it is the same thing we said earlier with self-awareness, right? Self-awareness, if there are issues you're going through, if some things trigger you on an ongoing basis where it tampers with your relationships, it's not even just romantic relationship. This thing is affecting you when you're dealing with your sibling. You just get triggered, and other people are like, why are you triggered? And you said, I'm not triggered. And then you just told us that you're triggered with that behavior. It's confusing, and it's a very broad topic. I'm not speaking from a place of clinical expert because I am not one. Okay, if you are dealing with traumatic experiences and you notice that it's affecting the quality of your life, it's time to talk to someone. I'll give you a quick example. If you tend to hear voices in your head, random, willy-nilly,
Another level.
if you it takes, listen, I don't want to speak no further to it because again it takes professional hands, right? I'll just tell you that it is a thing, and some people are dealing with, I said that here yesterday when I was here, when we were planning the part 2 here, right? I said these people like Biola, it's not as simple as the guy may be collecting water and not even understand what it might be stuff that came from her past, or vice versa. You see what I'm saying? It could come from childhood. But the way I look at it from the lens of as an individual is that I went through primary school. There was a day that I was left in school that nobody was picking me up. I was abandoned. There's all kind of traumatic things that I call it traumatic, but it's just events as far as I saw it before. There were events that happened that children should not have seen. Who's to tell how far it goes in dictating or influencing my decision-making skills or my ability to relate with other people? We don't know. Can you ever turn it off? Like completely? No. It's just knowing these things and learning how to navigate it. I don't like spending too much time on traumatic. I'd rather stay focused. Personally, I'd rather stay focused on skill set. You're dealing with other human beings. These are some skill sets. If I see things I don't understand, I have people to refer you to. Thank you, Okubenu.
Yeah, thank you very much. And just like that, Honey Babe, you want to add anything real quick because I'm rounding up now.
I don't even know what to say. I've cooked. I've come back. You guys are still doing live.
Yeah.
I commend the two of you.
All right.
Yeah. I think I don't have much to say, but I think Dr. Dana said it all. I think it's about people have got a lot of trauma and they need to acknowledge that. And once you acknowledge it, get the help that you need. If not, it's going to be a revolving door of going into different marriages, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because you've not dealt with the trauma, whether it's trauma growing up, whether it's trauma in marriage or a specific incident, you need to deal with it. Talking to myself as well, because it doesn't make sense that you've not dealt with things and you're just literally going from one relationship to another. It doesn't make sense. I mean, everything that Dr. Dana said, but yeah, that's all I had to say, really. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. So, Honey Babe, thank you for all your participation today.
Sorry, I was muted. I have questions for Honey Babe. Honey Babe, what do you have to say about the village part, the visitors?
The village people.
You know my thing. I mean, personally, for me, I think it's very quick to put it on religion or to put it on someone's doing me, taking your photo or taking your name. I think it's a case where there's a lot of denial. If there's issues, it may not be witches and wizards. It could be a case of just you have issues and you need to deal with it. So that's all I have to say on that subject.
Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you. Take care, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay. One of the things I can tell you is that when it comes to this village people stuff, if you believe Christianity is real, if you believe that you have to go to church to protect yourself, I will advise you to also believe that village people, they are super real.
Make I shock you. Christian people actually believe in the witchcraft more than Jesus. Continue.
Yeah, I just wanted to put that one there anyway. All right, thank you. We've really covered a lot on today's show. I'm just trying to see.
Wait, I don't think I caught the number 5. There was a number 5 from Auntie Yuku's paper, right?
Hey, you didn't talk about number 5? Let me see.
Don't think so.
Okay, I start everything, so I should be able to find it.
I
Number
know
one.
Siam next to the other one in the favorites, so maybe.
Yeah, it did. I start everything. This one.
Oh, not number 5. Okay. Trauma hits deep in African society where it's often ignored and left unaddressed only to resurface. They address it, they just go to Jesus.
Go on, Gary. MOP. Black Diamond. Make me they laugh. Black
No,
Diamond. No one here.
okay, please let's do.
Woo!
Wow. Wala. Listen, speaking
God
of
help my
trauma,
brother.
speaking of trauma, that's the trauma that a lot of people are dealing with.
Mhm.
The way they've been conditioned heavily to the village people think. It's a big deal. It's not something you see when people say, it's let me see, I think Chie just said that. Chie said things they happen. When people say things they happen, said before. Of course it's happening. Listen,
Mhm.
a whole generation of Nigerians, Yorubas, Igbos alike, all tribe are stuck because of village people. You don't think that's things the way they happen? I mean, how far do we need to go? Do we need to
Abi?
prove that they live on a planet somewhere? No, I don't need that. All I need to see how you express the heat you feel when we say village people, how it affects you as an individual, how it spreads into your relationship, how people are literally telling their parents that they don't want to deal with them anymore because the pastor said they have been touching you from the village. Is that not things where they happen? This is a big deal, right? Maybe we should call it symptoms, right, of the village people. Maybe it's the after effect. I don't know how you want to position it, but to me, the village people thing in African relationships is a big deal.
Mhm.
We don't need physics. I met an astrophysicist yesterday. We don't need them to help us prove this one. We can just look around our relationships. Is this a big deal? Yes, it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
And being dismissive about it is not going to help like anything else. Saying,
It won't.
oh,
It
that
won't
doesn't
solve
exist.
anything.
It doesn't
Mhm.
help.
Mhm.
So, but you're going to need professionals who can understand that context, because if you go to a Igbo person and you talk about village people, they will look at you as the village person.
Okay, MOP.
Yeah.
You don't collect. But that's a very good point. You don't collect. Black Diamond said, MOP, all this grammar now, how will it help my fear?
Black
Let
Diamond, that
me
Oyinbo person, she needs to talk to Oyinbo therapist. They go help her. I know she
Black
look
Diamond.
in that picture, that thumbnail look all dark skin, chocolate, melanin, all that. But she be Oyinbo person. She need to talk to Oyinbo therapist.
Black Diamond, they say you need to go and talk to Imbo therapist. Okay, Black Diamond, I can be your therapist. If you used to be scared, just talk to me. I will just need to ask you a couple of things like, can you recognize a winch if it is flying around your bed? If you can't recognize it, just
If
take a
I can
picture.
recognize you, I go punch you in your face.
Don't worry,
Uncle
my
Ben,
sister,
what's the
Black
difference
Diamond.
between sleep paralysis and they're pressing you?
Simbi, if you are
I,
in Nigeria,
another angle.
if you are in Nigeria, they are constantly pressing you if you don't have money.
I,
They are
Baba,
pressing you all
Baba,
the time if you
sometimes
don't have
they wake up and they feel like somebody they press me, yo. But usually I need food and Panadol. Or try, we call it, what do you call it here?
MOP. MOP, may we not follow
But
this
it feels
route.
that way. I have to be honest with you. You go feel that way.
May
So
we, may we not go this route, MOP. One day,
make we just leave
I dream say I go to feed tiger inside cage for this same America. This is why I tell you, never reach like 2 months now. I go to feed tiger inside cage.
Ilembaka.
And and the tiger was so friendly, like the tiger be like a pet, and they were carrying me. I just they give am me.
So
Then
you
all
got
of a sudden,
comfortable.
you know how you go there inside dream, it go feel so real. Then reality go begin hit you. So
Mhm.
from inside that dream, I come dey think say, how
You
is
got comfortable.
this tiger so friendly? Now I go say, tiger. Now so I wake up. I begin to sweat.
Wake up.
Fan they blow. I don't know. Say I don't they fight for my life.
Where I come from, right? Our belief system is if you have a bad dream, right? I was raised to believe that victory is here already, right? Like Ati Shagun, if you had a dream, a bad dream, and then you had a dream, we would just conclude that we've defeated whatever that situation is. That's what that means, and then we will pray from a place of gratitude,
Yep.
and we just pray. There's some people that they're so traumatized by spirituality, particularly African spirituality, that they're not comfortable. That's not enough for them. It must be something bad. You have to see something bad for them to be comfortable. And then you have to prescribe something tangible, like we are on Jauria Dieni or something. Something so you have to like take off the head of a chicken, spray the
Oh
blood all
my
over the
god.
place. You have to do something tangible. If you don't do something like that, they're not okay. Oh, they're
Uh,
not all right. So this thing is a bottomless. You know how you said make we no go there, right? It's a
no, no go
bottomless
there.
pit. Oh. It's a bottomless pit. Some people go to their grave like that. I know them personally. Like if they said they're not talking to their mothers anymore because the pastor said something, that's it.
I
Because
beg.
now we try to disconnect it from psychology. It's actually the same thing as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Because I can understand it from a psychological standpoint. If you tell me, say I don't see something, and once you tell me, it's like telling me, say you don't see red. Ask me not to see red, and you see pink elephants in the room, and then you tell me, make sure you don't see a pink elephant. I didn't see pink elephant everywhere because you don't tell me. Is that
Yeah.
not psychology? So if I was raised to believe certain things over and over and over again, including our relationships, right? You tend to always gravitate into that direction unless going in that direction becomes too painful, which some people are, which is why women are pushing back. They're now saying, because at one point you couldn't tell a woman to divorce, so that's like that's like village people. That's the worst thing that can happen to a Nigerian woman, divorce.
Yeah.
But now we're seeing that they're the one pulling the trigger because the
All
pain
right.
of staying in bad relationship is bigger.
Yeah. Thank
Yeah.
you, man of prestige. Thank you, everybody. Today has really been a very, very great show. Now, wow, almost going to 6 hours, and we are not being paid for this thing, and we cover a lot. Man of prestige, you're the man, man. Shout out to all
Once in a
my
while, it's okay,
sisters.
brother. Once in a while.
Yeah, all my sisters and brothers that are part of today's show, you are all the MVP. I see the Prestige Farm in the house and I see the Real Farm in the house. Please go back and watch this video. I will try as much as possible. If I still have my own saved up in my StreamYard, I will break it down. So it will be like maybe 1 hour so people can watch it easily because this one is really, really long. But first off, let me ask this. If you believe today's show brings value, drop one in the chat. If you think this show really brings some value, drop one. If you think there is no value in today's show, drop two so that we not go do anything like that again. But if you think it really brings values, it brings some balance and some understanding, drop one in the chat. Please help us take that poll real quick. Please. Man of Prestige, they check everywhere your platform. Let's see if people are really
If
voting for that.
if
So
if you drop one and then you don't share to your WhatsApp groups, village people they look. Oh,
yeah. Sisi say I need the whole weekend to listen. I'm even shocked. Sisi is not here today because usually it's na me and Sisi one way or the other. But it
hi
be like
CC, where have you been?
yeah, it's like Sisi just look saying today's show. Let me just allow
No,
people
but
to not
but
help
CC
brother.
fit hang out with Auntie B now. Auntie B did the show earlier on.
No, I think Sisi was busy today anyway. Sisi is
Wait, there was something that Eyitayo Sharon said earlier on. Did you pin it? I think you put it up. I was gonna address it. There
What
was
did he
something
say?
I forgot. Ita or Sharon posted something. I remember that name from a comment that I really wanted to say something to. You know Pinam? You know, remember?
Do you remember what we were talking about when they said
Ah,
comment plenty where I pin here?
yeah,
Opo,
I don't see I'm there. I don't see I'm there. Ah,
I
it's
see
okay.
Chidima and okay, Eyitayo, we're sorry. Please don't worry. Another time. It's because this particular topic is kind of unique, is dynamic, is sensitive. It involves people real life pain. So that's why everybody that know how we do show, today's show is kind of different. No
Yeah,
bad
it's
goes,
actually
nothing, nothing,
the
but
topic is bigger than I thought. Actually,
yeah. No, yeah,
yeah,
it's really huge. So Eyitayo, don't
yeah.
worry. On another show, we will definitely pin your comment. Uncle Dayo, Barika Disala to you, sir. Uncle Dayo,
Shout
make
out to
we
Uncle Dayo. How are you, sir?
yeah. Uncle Dayo, Misty find you come yesterday. Thank God say you they do celebration. Misty say we must not allow you enter studio. Misty say you there for her bad book. Say
Ṣé
you must
Muslim
shut
ni
up.
Uncle Dayo ni?
Muslim Lokudayo.
Oh wow.
This is where I miss Nigeria. By now, I go don't date either Lagos Island or somewhere with my Muslim friend. Now at Mama Shifa, but this freaky America, even the Muslim where the America they go keep meat. You know, go even see them. You know, go see
Uncle
their
Mm.
Ben,
break
they brought food
life.
to the house. Me, I don't chop before show starts,
Hmm?
so
You
I'm
see what
very
I'm missing now?
advantage of being in
Yeah?
Nigeria. Yay!
Oh, okay. If you scroll back up to 5:24 p.m., I think on your
Ah,
end might look like 4:24 p.m. on your end. 4:24 p.m.
where I want to see okay for the timing
Just look at the time. Just go back to up to
for
4 in the regular live chat. You scroll back up
I
to still
see
there.
4:32.
So 4:24 p.m. Zukwa. It's right after Chiye correcting on Zukwa Nuike.
Okay, I see a Yitayo one. You say 4:22. I see 4:29.
4:24.
4:28. And then let's go 4:24. Yes. Found it.
That I say, why do Niger married couples celebrate wedding anniversary even when they
Oh
aren't in
yes.
good relationship? I think you highlighted it, but then
Yes. I don't know how I take lose them.
yeah, until we suddenly hear divorce news, to me
Ah,
it's manipulative. Hey,
Sharon, no one more will come up for you. Sharon, I beg,
Sharon wants shame married people. She
maybe
wants
we
shame.
should do a separate show on this one. You see, MOP. It's just like that question I asked yesterday.
It's the
When
question
people
from yesterday. Oh, it's the question from yesterday. That question where you say why you want shame marry people
why
with
you go say
marriage is not an achievement.
marriage is not an achievement?
Or
I
2 days
fit
ago.
die. I fit die anytime somebody say I'm
Now
they
the
do
same
prophet
question be this one. Now they're calling us manipulative because
that
we
we
no
are
one
celebrating.
because we no one tell you say our anniversary. We say we dey do gbas on that day. Eh?
Eh?
Ṣe
That
ibi
we are
tọrọ
that,
já síra
that,
náà.
that we are celebrating on happy marriage. Why are married couples who are not in good time celebrating wedding
So I
anniversary?
should not post my wife that day happy anniversary. I should come and tell you say we did gbas. Let's think I'm true now. Let's think I'm true properly. I should not post my wife on our wedding anniversary, happy anniversary. I should come and tell you, say, this morning we argue. Let's think I'm true. Gen Z people, let's think I'm true all the way very well.
Let me tell you something about being married. Most time when you are married and you truly love your partner deeply, una go dey fight. That time when una dey fight, you know still mean say if una dey go party, una no go still reach that party dey smile, you no go still dey admire your wife, behave yourself, you know. Una fit even finish the party, come back home again, still dey do you no see him head, you no see her, you know. It's just what it is. People should celebrate every year if they are married. Like I was saying yesterday, that show where MOP say at the rant at the para. I was paraing because when people say marriage is not an achievement, I do feel like okay, is being single an achievement? Do
When
you
you
know
say,
that
I wouldn't ask the it's been so good, actually, I wouldn't ask it, but it was good. It was good when it came because I was like, he's
when
going,
you saw the question, right?
it's going somewhere, and then everybody was like, because they will easily get you with that one because the point they are making is that none of it is achievement, so they easily
Uh-huh.
got you. But when you now came with the third one, I said, no baton.
Ah,
They just froze.
Wahala wa ni. I never even delete am sef. Well, I never even deny. I still keep am for my this year. You see, the question still there. Is marriage an achievement? Sister Rose was my guest that day. Oh, shout out to my sister Rose.
Sister Rose,
Sister Rose,
yes.
they helped me break am down, break am down. Even in the chat, everybody was breaking it down. Now they smile, say these people don't know the kind of trap where I don't say to.
She was patient with you.
Let's keep going.
So
Sister Rose, now New Yorker now. You know how your people they be for New York. Sister Rose, you know they send oh my break here down.
Yeah.
Now I can ask this one. Would you consider being single an achievement?
That one is easy as if I was a single Gen Z, I will easily tell you no. Because the point I'm trying to make is that none of it is achievements. But give me the third one. Give me the third one. Give me the third.
You know, when I still say, even I say, because I already know, say when they see is single be an achievement, what will happen. So as we begin, they go round, the thing don't get as it be. That's where Sister Rose say, Ben, I see the diplomatic shade you are throwing there.
Right. I forgot the exact. She's diplomatic shade. I heard that part. Yeah.
Okay. To calm the nerve, now it's okay. How about this? Do you consider a university degree an achievement?
That one no get themselves. That one no get them. I think somebody said, somebody went around and said, no, said yes, and then came back with style and said, is it not something you used to set up your career? So no, I wouldn't say that. I'm like, where?
That show is so fun. I don't watch it like twice myself.
This one. I said, see, my own Oyinbo too much. I no go fit ask this kind of question because I go want, get them too soon. This one, do you consider a millionaire a successful man or woman? We had people that said no, it is not. Now, to me, no condition is permanent. But again, why are we having the conversation? Because the first question, remember I told you yesterday, the first question is marriage an achievement. If somebody said is marriage an achievement, I go say, who they ask? Who is asking? That's what I want to know. Right? Because if it's a Gen Z body, I said no, it is not.
It's crazy. When I now finally drop this one, is it okay
for single men and women to shame married people? They don't want to be bad people, so they couldn't. And of course, they won't admit they're shaming you.
That was crazy, man.
But the tricky part, Uncle Beno, let me just speak real quick in 1 minute to that, right? Yeah, the tricky part about that is that there are many, many married women who are pushing that rhetoric that marriage is not an achievement. So it doesn't.
There are plenty now.
There are plenty everywhere, So oftentimes there's no a real discussion around it. There's no real discussion. It just feels better for certain types of people. And also, women don't like to drag themselves. They always say brotherhood don't drag themselves. I say, no, women don't like to tell themselves the truth. They don't want to be that person to be dragging you. Unless they are pissed off at you, then they will drag you. They don't care if you're a woman. They don't do the. They will drag you.
Yes.
It doesn't matter. They will say, "I don't do that gender thing." Like, no, it's because you don't like what they did. Stop it. Yeah. All of us, they do brotherhood and sisterhood, which is fine.
Okay. So MOP, no verse. So to answer Eyitayo now, should people celebrate wedding anniversary even when they are not in good time relationship?
I think she's Eyitayo. Is it she or he? I'm not sure.
It's a woman.
Sharon. Okay, Sharon.
Sharon. That's a
Yoruba people sọ pé ohun wa ni là ń gbé lárugẹ. If you don't gbé your own thing lárugẹ, who's going to do it for you? If you don't edify your own situation, who's going to do it for you? So what would you rather do? If you go back to, I think it's number 3 or number 4 of...
And she said it's manipulative.
Yeah, because she's saying you're not being truthful. That's what she's saying, right? Mm-hmm. So if you go back to what Auntie Nyiku Pepe say, if you go back to that number 4 or number 3, one of the two, the one that says considerable and transparency, right? Yeah. There's a big battle between transparency and emotional intelligence. Okay, because oftentimes you just want to tell the truth, right? Because the truth will set you free, but it might maybe not set the other person free. If it's truly truth, it should also set the other person free. Yeah. If it's only setting just you yourself free because you feel better about yourself because you're telling the truth, it's not good. It's just your own truth. The reality is that if you're in a marriage with a person, you will probably need much more energy in celebrating each other. It is super easy to drag ourselves. We can do that any day, okay? Because I have feelings as a human being, and I know for a fact my spouse will offend me sometimes. So one of the easiest things for us to do is to drag ourselves, even if it's not publicly, is to hold resentment, silent treatment, all this. You know what is super hard to do? Gratitude.
Yeah.
So if you can be super intentional around gratitude, like that day will be a good day, an opportunity to say, let me reflect. I don't feel like celebrating this person today because I feel some type of way. Let me reflect. But I'm going to celebrate this person nonetheless, because there's a reason why I'm still here.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not because if I had my own money, I wouldn't be here. You just told me again. You're telling me the same thing I just said. There's a reason why you're in this situation. You stay there because they are representing some type of value for you. Maybe if you start with that small value and start to celebrate it, maybe it can expand. Maybe it can expand to other area of your life. So honestly, people dragging themselves on the internet is much more manipulative than not, because they are trying to manipulate the public. They're looking for public validation. And we know it's not true. Some of us know it's not true when you come and drag your partner in the public. We already know that you're just being manipulative. I don't think it's manipulative to celebrate a wedding. The wedding is bigger than you.
Bumi said, make I no talk, Sha. Bumi, where do you want talk? Where do
Makes you
you
no
want
talk.
talk, Bumi?
Makes
I
you no
must
talk.
celebrate. We must celebrate.
Makes you no talk. It's actually very wise what she said. If you don't have something nice to say, don't talk. She shouldn't have said happy birthday to my ex-husband.
And then went on full blast on the husband.
If you don't
Women
have
are
something
wicked.
nice to say, it's wiser. You're not wiser than people that say, make I no talk, sha. You're not wiser than those people.
MOP, no verse. Make I add this one. Not be person be made, Oche.
No,
She
Ogo.
not still made, Oche.
They will say I'm not male, I'm not Jesus. So you see, you think it's a matter of Jesus.
Imagine that. Made, Oche. Somebody carry a whole grown woman. He give her belly, he bump pikin, he still come back, he talk, say, I marry a second wife. Bam! May didn't say pim.
Now, Uncle Beno, I always like to add this caveat, Sha. It's easier said than done. When you're caught up in your feelings, your partner has offended you, and then you still have to celebrate them. I can agree that it can be difficult, but that's where your intentionality comes in, when it's most difficult to do, right? But just remember that day, what you were doing that day when you decided to get married is bigger than you. You were basically, if you're a Christian, you know you were entering into a covenant with God and another person, not just that person, but God. So at the least you can do is honor that situation. And if you don't have something nice to say, hush it. Just hush it.
All right.
So no, to answer Ita, no, it is not manipulative. The opposite of it is manipulative. A person who wants to tell the truth tend to be more manipulative, because they're trying to cajole us into the idea that they are the truth teller. I address this all the time, and it's not real. The reality is that as human beings, we're all flawed. All of us are flawed. And it's okay to back off sometimes and listen more. And wise married people will definitely not come to the public and tell you that they were in basketballs with their spouse on that day.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, MOP. All right, we're just gonna bring it home.
Please, I light Uncle Patrick's prayer. I beg. That one is very, very important.
Now. So, Uncle Patrick said, Simbi, can you read that? Or you're sleeping already? Anyway, Uncle Patrick said, marriage is an achievement for only the married. Marriage is an achievement for only the married. They got a marriage certificate to display.
Roberto.
But MOP, if I tell you, say I don't know where our marriage certificate, I know say my wife hold am, but I know the last time I saw my marriage certificate was when I they go embassy, MOP. When I carry my bag, all the photo, everything. You know how back in the days when they go embassy. Now that time I carry my marriage certificate, Ogunbi, I say, You know, no go deny me, say I'm not married. Not knowing, say America don't already check system. They don't already, they no, they didn't even verse me. They don't look one single picture for waiting I can't go. The bag still there this house. So my wife won't trash. I say, you know, go trash and lie. Leave that bag here. All the load where days I leave and there. I need that for history. Now, so I carry and go embassy. With marriage certificate, they don't ask me nothing. All they ask me is, what they even say, what's my name? I confirm my name. And they're like, oh,
You're good to go.
who are you going to marry? My wife. I tell them the name of my wife. And that was it. And then they give me paper. Say, you know, in Nigeria, when they won't give you visa that time, I don't know how they do it now. They'll give you paper. You can't go for VI. Now you can't go collect your passport. They'll collect your passport, give you paper. You can't go collect your passport and the visa. That was it. So, Uncle Patrick, you are right, but I don't even know where my marriage certificate there. I need to ask my wife now because this is America.
Uncle Dai has triggered me. This is something that Marriott or Black Diamond will say, or who else would say something like this? I'm trying to think.
About what?
That last comment that Uncle Dai put there, responding to Uncle Patrick.
Well, Uncle Patrick prayer first. Uncle Patrick said, my prayer is that everyone gets married so no one feels left out. Let all experience the best goals in marriage. Amen. I like that best goals in marriage because I think the best goals is what make a marriage fun. To me, if you know how to handle the best goals, it make it fun. MOP, what do you say, sir?
Say less. Say less.
Okay, then Mr. Dyer now said, Uncle Patrick, not everyone wants to get married, as made clear by the
Oh, see, he was saying what the real fam sisters will say. That's why I say it was triggered. See, this is how you get triggered. I don't even finish the line. I don't get triggered. I just read the first part of the line. I don't get triggered. This is the normal response.
It was said, and it's what a lot of people have been saying. You know,
yes,
we had a show before the other show where I now asked that question of is marriage is an achievement. We first had a show where we flagged this thing, and many of our sisters made it know that some people don't want to be married. Some people just want to be.
Make I ask you a question, Uncle Beno.
Did
you ever argue with that point that some people don't want to be married?
Honestly speaking, let me just put it this way.
Maybe you don't argue
if you not go bring any gospels, if I am free to speak my mind,
maybe you don't argue
I think everybody want to be married except for those who are special. And when I say special, maybe alphabet community or something. I think everybody want to be married.
What about sisters, fathers, Catholic priests? Some of those don't want to marry.
That's why I say there are some with exception. But outside that, many people want to be married. If marriage show you pepper, or you were dating and you were constantly meeting among these mad people that doesn't respect you, they don't show you true love, they disappointed you, they frustrate you to the point that you get to a stage you just feel like, you know what, I can't deal with these mad people anymore. I don't want to be married.
Uncle, if I tell you, say I know they eat fried egg, would you believe?
I don't know. I can't determine that, Baba.
Well, if you were to generalize, you would say they don't even know they like fried egg, right?
They like fried egg. Yeah,
but no, I'm supporting your point you made, right?
Of course.
But the truth is, I know they eat fried egg, and you know the funny thing, I barely was there the day I was traumatized by egg. I was a baby. Yeah. I choked up. I threw up, and I know they eat fried egg today. I was a baby when it happened. So speaking of trauma, remember we were talking about trauma, right? Maybe by now I should have forgotten about that and move on. Everybody they like, right? So it makes sense that anybody we don't collect from marriage, they go around, they talk, say marriage, no be achievement. It makes sense. The part that is going to be a struggle for all of us is telling people, getting people to admit that it is because of traumatic experience that you are saying that. We go shalaye tired on that one. So the best bet is for me to just say, you don't think it's an achievement? You know what I do at this point of my show? I go play Kamala for them.
Oh my
you are
God.
right. I cannot argue. You are speaking from a place of experience. I cannot argue now.
Marriage is an achievement too.
Because
If you know
usually they are
sacrifice,
not open to any conversations around that too. But I
Yeah.
think what's more important is the reasons why they are saying that, the trauma, which is what Dr. Adama said. We don't want to be dismissive to that reason. You're going to need a lot of patience to get people to admit to that. Go ahead, Uncle.
And just like you said, I agree with you. I agree with you because it's just like when you try to become a millionaire, you do everything, you know, become a millionaire. You go say, everybody is not meant to be a millionaire. Everybody is not meant to be a millionaire, Joe. All right. Today,
money, you go say money does not buy happiness.
Money does not buy happiness. Poverty only kure.
And let's flip it on the other hand, right? If you don't collect for a relationship, but now you don't manage to figure out how to get guys to buy you Bentleys and Range Rover, you go say, I'd rather cry instead of Range Rover than cry.
One time I was privileged to hang out with some brothers. He got one man. That man he don't marry, divorce like 3 times. He don't go accept in faith, say you know they divorce again. These bros no they ever get any better thing to talk about.
He won't get that one.
If we go, if na bar, if one woman's call me, go look, Ori, I want stupid human being. Oribo show wole nsin. Nonsense.
That one no go fit hang out with us here. That one no go fit hang out with us here.
And I'll just be like,
yeah,
you don't even know this woman.
It's all the same as far as I'm concerned.
But I think just like the trauma Dr. Adama mentioned, and like you said, a lot of people are walking about with pain, anger, and trauma. That's why they will look at a woman or just look at a girl and just make up their mind about her life. Just say some things. Anyway, if we will continue, we know we'll come on here, man of prestige. It's fun. But let's just end on this note. Man of Prestige mentioned a video while we were talking earlier. I just say, may we just laugh small as we come out. So watch this, guys. If I ask you guys,
is it this is the guy? This guy did it too. The other guy is the different guy that did it.
He's actually the one I saw.
He's the original one that did it. Linga Lamb. Okay.
So one thing he said, finally showing my wife something man can do that woman cannot do. This video is so funny, okay? And I just want us to end on this very light note. Take a listen. To play on. Oh yeah, my village people don't come.
Village people don't freeze them.
Maybe doesn't know why she's here, but today I want to prove to her there's something men know how to do very well that women don't know how to do.
Okay.
Bumi Toja, Bumi no mention Kukidola. Bumi, leave a boy. MOP, this Bumi na troublemaker. Check Bumi Prestige family.
Bumi yo.
Troublemaker, yeah.
Bumi Amara.
Hi.
Omo Ibo to saw you, but that's what we used to call her.
I'm starving.
Sure, you see.
And you're just standing here looking at the camera.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't women do this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, Uncle Beno.
Mm-hmm. Women, Obiri.
I don't understand. Is this really a thing how women are receiving?
She don't get it.
She don't.
So hungry.
She don't get it.
You decided to play this game right now when I'm this hungry.
Now she's hungry. We're too way. Make us see if I catch that other one real quick for you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your time.
What time? What time? What time? I don't get it. Why are you laughing? What time? What time? I'm hungry.
Bye, guys.
All right. Okay, MOP, I bet. Let me ask viewers. What is the problem there? What happened? What is that thing women cannot do?
They tell us. Let me see. Chiye says still talking. Olakubi say, be quiet. It's too late.
Women. Jesus. Only then go they ask question.
What a man can do, a woman can do better.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's all right.
Only them they ask question. Only them they answer the question. Only them goes to the look say, hey, is something okay with you? And then all you have to do is just keep quiet and just let peace reign. Anyway, on that note, thank you everybody for hanging out with us today. MOP, please appreciate the Prestige fam. Appreciate them, Baba.
I appreciate you now. Let me just say one thing, right?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for the promotion, Uncle Beno. I appreciate you.
I know Alaba.
Yeah. When you're done with this good video, go and find the video with Biola Adebayo. Go to her channel. Go and find the video where she said my journey through marriage. Feel free to jump to mark number 16, 16 minutes mark. At that point, she talked about she was looking more for a playful, more of a playful guy. But this guy, as you can tell, probably if you watch this video, it was a serious guy, Oloyinboni. In fact, she referenced back to the first time they invited to come and win an award, which was the first time they met. She even made fun of. She's the kind of girl, from what I can pick up, I haven't done any assessment of her, but just what I can see from the surface. There's certain type of people, both men and women, that if you go too deep in conversation with them, you just want serious talk, let's talk. They will sit down there and talk with you, but they don't hear anything anymore. So eventually they will get burnt out. You can effectively smother that relationship to death. You see what I'm saying? It's the main one, not be this one. This one is the clip. So you have to go and find the actual video. It's called My Journey to. So when somebody says they're looking for more of a playful guy, and as playful as that sounds, that can be a very deep thing. People have different types of personality, right? And if you now end up with that person because you present as something that looks good on the package, it doesn't mean you can still successfully do that marriage. But in order to do it successfully, there's a place of understanding. It's a lot of hard work that you will need to get to make that work. Because one of the first things they will point at, remember I told you there's some easiest things to point fingers at, right? One of the easiest things to point, that women especially tend to point fingers at when there's problem, is they will say, I don't think we are compatible. The earlier you are in that marriage, the more they will say it. I don't think we're ever compatible, because they will now start to remember, you know what? Then they will start this rhetoric that I saw the red flag. I shouldn't have gone into it after seeing the red flag. Listen, there's red flags everywhere. That's the truth. You didn't see it because it wasn't a red flag for you. She also made mention, if you jump through to the 23 minutes mark, she made mention of the first year of struggle. Contrary to what the guy said, which the guy thought was 2 years of bliss. Now, the guy could be sugarcoating. It might have been sugarcoating what the reality was. But also, us men, we also tend to see things from Sebi's marriage. We already expect that there will be tough conversations sometimes. Well, if you end up with a personality that doesn't like wahala, she said, I will just beg and I will just gingerly walk away. That is a personality type. If you end up with that kind of person, who know they like wahala. Uncle Beno, I think you're that kind of person too. You described it as when you were talking about the silent treatment thing, and I said no, it's not a silent treatment thing. You know they like wahala. You just shut down, right?
I shut down. Make only you they deal with the situation.
Exactly. So her being a woman, what she had to do, she said in that interview, is she had to come and apologize. But even after apology, she felt like sometimes she apologized and the apology they work. I've spoken in the past about why apologies are some of the most destructive things in marriage. People that love apologies, people that don't get enough apologies in their marriage will disagree because they are not with a partner that apologize at all. But if you don't collect apology from a person that don't change their behavior, the last thing you want to hear is apology. You feel like they are manipulating you, So I think that guy shut off based on what Biola actually said, right? That guy will shut off and she has to apologize, and the thing they work. For a person,
it's a Yoruba MOP.
It's not a Yoruba thing. It's a personality thing.
But majorly, I can only speak from my own tribe.
Okay.
Majorly, I see that a lot with Yoruba men, good Yoruba men.
Uh-huh.
If they are trying to be reasonable with you and you want to do this, why don't you do it my way? It has to be my way, or anything you don't want to see a Yoruba guy's way. We're not gonna follow you drag. Honestly,
Well,
because me, I can't easily
you know the
mind
funny
when
thing.
they follow you drag.
No,
Case closed. Just shut down.
you know the funny thing. You know the person that shut down the most, and the person comes back to try to push another the road with apology. She shut down the most. Remember, she know they like Bola. She will shut down first and then go like a day or something like that, and then try to come back because now she's the woman. Gender also plays a role, right? And she'll now apologize, and the guy, the apology is not enough because he wants to address the issue. You are the one, based on what you described to us in the past, you're the one that didn't want to, you will just shut it off, right? He wants to talk about it. He doesn't want to go to bed without talking about it. She wants to go to bed and let's address it later. She will rush it under the rug and then they'll come back later and she could now apologize, thinking the apology should be good enough to solve the issue. And it's, see, so it's not a two-sided thing. It's a very complex thing, is my point, right?
Yeah.
So now, hold on, no, give me 1 second because this is very important, right? So over apologizing, how do we measure that again? We don't know until we know people's specific story, right? But it's a case of people basically drained themselves, right? And of course, it's easy to point fingers at the girlfriend, the friend from across the street that the guy got pissed off at, that they ended up allegedly having to call the police, right? Of course, the issue will spread to even extended family if you let it. You see what I'm saying? So the pressure I said earlier, a lot of pressure came from the fertility issue. She had normal menstrual cycles. It wasn't stuff that could be predicted, contrary to the people that would want to drag her for that.
MOP, I think there is one part I wanted to go and rewatch in the video. It's not that relevant anyway, but I don't know if you caught it.
Which one?
Did you catch where she said she had abortion before?
No, I didn't catch that one.
Okay, you may have to rewatch it.
Yeah, but for me, if somebody is 39 years old, never been married, I won't put that past her. I won't put that past her, and I don't think that's necessarily something to shame anybody about too. And there are people that have also had 14, 21, and they still have children.
Wait to MOP. We don't do long time. Maybe we'll do another show. You don't depress my neck now.
I don't keep my foot on your neck.
Yes.
Sorry.
When you say abortion is not something,
no, they use the word too much on YouTube. They flag videos. No, they use the word too much. Just say a word.
Or
baby deletion.
So, oh, you both okay. So now, when a woman have done that, and the way you put it, that you put it like it's not a big deal.
No, it is. Okay, so let me help you with that. Let me help you with that. It's a bigger deal than you think it is, but not for the reasons you think.
Why would
it's because
let me explain why I'm saying it's a big deal.
I would get yours in a second, but let me explain this part to you, right? One of the worst decisions that a woman have to make. By the way, majority of people that have to go through that procedure are not people who are messing around. It's some of the most difficult thing or decisions they have to make.
MOP, you have to trend carefully here.
Yes.
You said the people who go through abortion are not people who are messing around.
They're not necessarily people. They're not the worst of messing around, you know.
Okay, if you say not necessary,
the people that have to do that oftentimes are not the ones that are mess around. That one, they don't need the baby delete. They know how to take care of themselves before that happens. That's what you're not understanding, right? That's what a lot of men don't understand. The people that have to use this procedure are not the people who mess around, for the most part. They are the people. They are the naive ones. The ones that didn't know things, they didn't know about after money pill and any of that nonsense, right? They are the ones that you actually want to shame. They are the ones that know how to. You don't have to worry about them. They took care of it before it happened.
Okay. No,
So so
we
so
just gonna
so
do.
that's so let me say this. Sorry. That's what disconnects the argument from a lot of men's standpoint. Most men want to come from an angle of they want to call it body count. They use it to measure body count. No, the body
That
count
is
does
to some people. It's not matter
uh
of body count. Seriously, I know ladies who had been with guys, just one guy, and they go don't delete like three, four situation like that before. Just one guy. They are not sleeping around. Some guys are just so stupid and crazy that
You
they
talk
are
about the
sleeping
guys or
with
the ladies?
both of them now. In this case, I'm just saying that everybody has their reason why when that question of have you committed B or IAB before, when it comes up, everybody have a reason why they are asking. For me,
Mhm.
if you say I've done this before, I'm interested in the story behind it. So you see, I want to know the story behind it. Does it happen? You didn't plan for it, which we know in most cases people don't plan for it. But I want to know the story behind why you think that decision is the best decision for you.
Okay.
Now, if somebody have a history
Mhm.
of multiple deletion, a woman you've deleted like maybe 6, 7 times, it's different for everybody. For some men, that is a red flag. It's not
Wait,
about
wait. You
body.
have to wait. So you have to wait to hear that to see that woman as a red flag. That's the question now. Did you have to
No,
wait
no,
for
no,
her
no,
to tell
no,
you
no,
verbatim before you
no.
see that woman as a red flag?
No, MOP, you are not getting what I'm saying now.
I'm getting
The
it.
moment conversation get there, when
Uh-huh.
conversation get to that point, that a woman say, "Well, I've done this thing before." I'm just saying, each man is different. Some men don't care; they just walk away.
No, every
But
man
for a
care.
no, I won't say every man. I'm just speaking that
No,
for some people, it cannot
every
be every.
normal man now. If you say
eh,
you don't do this thing 7 times like this,
mhm.
it won't shock them here. Every man care. That's not the point of the conversation. Every man care now. You see what I'm saying? The point I'm making here is that for somebody to have gone through that 7 times, it's not a normal. That's not your normal day to day. The point of the previous conversation is that somebody has done it before. That's a different conversation. Done it before from doing it 7 times, as in this is your life. That's like two different conversations.
Okay, maybe
You see what I'm
we might
saying?
come back and talk about
If
this later.
if
We
a
have
person
people
have done
anyway.
it, I'll make this one last point so I can
Yeah,
finish my thought. Right? If a person
yeah.
have done it 7 times, there is a 99.9. I'm just picking up numbers. Chance that they won't even tell you that. You're probably never going to find out the truth. So again, it's a useless conversation. All in all, you fell in love with a Kwekus and Olosho, and then you're now trying to turn them to a housewife. That's probably what that is. Because you have your doubts for other reasons, and the person has done it 7 times. You have your doubts. They won't tell you the truth. You actually think they've done it 21 times in reality, right? So the real conversation is people that for the most part need to do this are not your typical sleep around type of person. There are situations that happen in life where people have to go through such procedures. There are circumstances. Majority of them are like that. That's the same political argument that they have over there. Does that mean people can take advantage of it that the bad ones? Yes, they can. But that's really not the conversation, I promise you. And honestly, I don't think we're equipped enough to have the conversation, to be honest with you.
Okay.
But she said I was talking about the point where she said she had normal menstrual cycles. My point is that there's so many for a 40-year-old woman, the expectation that she's a virgin, that is such a lame expectation that she has not been around the block.
Who say he's a virgin?
I'm guessing I'm guessing that was the expectation, that she
For
was a
who
virgin.
say they expect 40 years old virgin?
For Shei, if Shei was
Oh,
thinking in that way,
you don't
right?
know.
The
Somebody in
expectation.
Nigeria, moving does MOP. Just finish your talk. They go. And I don't want to start Wahala now. Nigeria,
Wait,
Nollywood, virgin.
so
Living as a
so
virgin.
they went through. The point I'm making is that they went through a high tense pressure with regards to their fertility, to the point that I don't know if you caught that point in the video where she was even some friends talking about, influential friends were asking, check if he's had babies somewhere else before, because I think the guy is 40 plus 48, something like that.
I
If he
know
had
it's
babies,
like the guy. This is the guy's second marriage.
Exactly.
According to what I
So
found out.
I say that to tell you that in marriages, right, you need to be well prepared for this thing. The curveballs are going to come from a blind spot. You're precisely, for the most part, going to be trying to do the right thing, and you will still be caught in the crossfire.
Okay.
So, and you can build, you can stop at any point and build the right foundation. You don't have to have the right foundation from the beginning. You should try your best to start right, but you can stop wherever you are right now and build the right foundation. I definitely know for sure, based on what we've seen right now and what we know so far, they did not have the right foundation. They had Christ. Whatever Christ meant for them was not the right foundation.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Uncle Patrick said, I'm calling for the adjournment of this meeting.
Anyway, this is a very interesting conversation. Like I said, I will try and see if I can have this saved up in my StreamYard. I will split it into 1 hour, and then I will title it in such a way that it will have like number 1 to 6, so that it's gonna be easier for anybody who want to catch up on it. This has been a very interesting conversation. I think for me personally, I learned, and I do believe that people have received value from this. Thank you for joining us, everybody. Man of Prestige,
I
as
learned so much.
usual.
Shout out to Nyinku's
Thank
Pepes
you.
for all the lessons. And
Yeah.
everybody for the contribution. Dr. Adana, everybody, Marriott, Honey Bay, Onikonsola, Simbi Fure, thank you so much for everybody that called in. Uncle Patrick, of course. We miss you, Uncle Dio. He usually calls into your shows. And we miss CC. He usually calls into your shows. So thank you, everybody. I appreciate you guys.
It's weekend.
My G Chi, my G Natu, Black Diamond. Good to see you all, guys.
Yeah. CC like enjoyment. So today na Friday. I know what happened. Definitely, my brother don't enter town. Be that once my brother enter, and I love this about CC. Immediately my brother enter town like this, CC go
She could just
disappear
dump
from
you.
internet.
She could
She
just
go
dump you.
disappear from internet too. After she don't enjoy finish, then she go, hey Ben, let me tell you what happened this weekend, Ben. My boy, my man took me out. We went here, we went there, and I'll be like, CC, are you trying to make me jealous now? You abandoned me for 2 days. You did not come and rescue me from sisterhood, only to come and tell me all the place where you go have Faji. Eh? Sister Chinye does the same thing too. They are all in the same WhatsApp group. Did you know that Sister Marriott, our own, na Spain? I was going to ask herself, why is this Spain all the time? Sister Marriott always want to go to Spain. But anyway, that's the beauty of having you all, our beautiful sisters. Sister Yinka, Mr. Dayo, Uncle Patrick. Uncle Patrick, thank you very much for being our senior uncle and
CC and Uncle Dio don't they engage Basbo inside chat on top silent treatments.
May we not go live here today if we go into that one. CC go begin say, no, you don't shut down people. That's not good. That's childish. No, maybe we don't even go there. We can talk about it another day. But thank you, MOP.
Another day.
I really
My
enjoy
brother,
having you
I
around.
appreciate
God
you.
bless
Please. Maybe in another 3 months or 6 months we'll come back again. We'll do another marathon. Auntie B will be like, I'm not watching.
What I even wanted to
She gonna cook jollof rice, they listen though.
What I had to do, MOP, maybe we'll reach out to Auntie B.
No, we should do it. We should do it.
We should celebrate Auntie B birthday especially. May we carry Auntie B sit down for hot chair. May she just lecture us about life so that we can really celebrate her as the queen.
Absolutely.
Abi?
Yeah, we should do it. We should do it. Let's chat up behind the scenes about that.
No,
I'll reach out to her too.
No, Allah. I mean, send me word to my sister, Sister Lola.
Same to you, your wife and your family.
Too. Yeah, they see her for TikTok. Your wife. Sister Lola can dance. So I go don't. If I just have a TikTok, I go don't laugh. Taya. She go down always happy, and I'll be like, this is what I'm talking about.
Who you think say they teach her how to dance? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
MOP, no even go there. The one time when she feature you for video, you they look the camera like say, make I do am, make I release am.
And they dance every beginning of my show. You know they see me, they do like this at the beginning of my show every day. And they play music 5 minutes minimum, so I can,
MOP, you know who they dance this dance when you just do now. Not do this dance again, you go collect to.
Who they do?
They dance like that. Tinubu. Na Tinubu dance.
No, na Kingdom dance for Nigeria be this. Na Kingdom dance. Wait till they done like kingdom dance for
Na
Nigeria now.
Tinubu dance be this MOP.
Okay, Bala Blue, Bala Blue,
All
Bala
right,
Blue.
thank you, everybody.
Let
God
the
bless
poor
you all.
breathe. Take care,
Thank
everybody. See
thank
y'all
you.
later. All right.
Yeah. Woo! Jesus, man, that was deep. Thank you, everybody. God bless you all. Thank you. I was gonna if Simbi is here, she will have prayed, but time is late. And Simbi, I need to get Simbi. I need to send her more data. We did 6 hour show and Simbi was on the show all through. That's a lot of data. I don't know. And they talk and they say since where this guy don't jam this new man. Money they flow for Simbi body. Before, in case you don't know, any girl wey fit use data for 5 6 hours for Nigeria na big girl, no be moi girl. Simbi just dey pre ten d o. Simbi don jam odogun. So Mona help me dey celebrate my Simbi. All right, thank you everybody. Let me just pray. Father Lord, we have come before you today. We've been able to deliberate on this critical matter. We try to use our human wisdom, but we believe that you are going to turn it around and let this deliberation today bring about positive changes in people's life. Lord, once again, the topic we treated yesterday and today is a very sensitive one. People are really going through a lot because of this um, fruit of the womb expectation. Father Lord, whatever everybody desire, please answer their prayer. Lord, we commit everyone who look towards you for the womb for the fruit of the womb. Please grant their heart desire. Lord, forgive them their sins. Father, touch every part of their body, the water, the blood, the stomach, the womb, every part of their body. Father, please touch and renew it. Oh Lord, if everything we said today, if it come off as annoying to anybody, please console them, Lord, and forgive us for all the things we said. If it's like a sin, Father, please forgive us. In Jesus' mighty name, we pray. Thank you, everybody. I don't take this for granted. Thank you for always showing up. Thank you for supporting us. And to our new member, thank you very much. It's not easy. 299 every month, day easy. So I really appreciate you. Sister Yinka, Sister Natu, all the members of the channel. God bless you. Thank you for all the support. We're gonna see you guys in the next one. Man of Prestige go live every day when it's free. Please go and follow and listen to Man of Prestige. Brother dish out a lot of knowledge. It doesn't matter. There is tendency that sometimes when you are listening to Man of Prestige, both of you might be going back and forth at times, but just keep on listening. Just listen. Man of Prestige will always come around and explain it better so you can grab it. But the beautiful thing of it all is that all the things Man of Prestige is sharing, you're gonna see a couple of tools that will help you in your relationship. And to make it even better, he put all these things out there on YouTube for free. And for those of you who hang out there with us on Uncle Beno's channel, Uncle Beno is a brand. Just imagine this uncle that is eccentric, is local, is traditional, and they hear he get coconut head. That is who Uncle Beno is, and Uncle Beno will say his mind. Now, Uncle Beno may be wrong, he may be right. It doesn't matter. What matters the most is that we come together, we discuss these issues, and we learn something out of it. And again, we are Africans. We should be proud of ourselves, no matter where we are. However, with all the tradition and cultures that we embrace, we also should understand that the world is changing. In case you don't know the world is changing, look around you. You're going to feel technological advancement. And technological advancement comes with innovations. And innovation simply means new ways of doing things. So even though we believe in culture, we believe in tradition, we must also embrace the fact that there are some part of our culture we have to let go. That's why I love my sister Marriott so much. We did a show one day and Sister Marriott put it out there that we need culture edits. It's time we remove and delete some things away from our culture and we blend it with something else. I am a fan of that and I support that fully. So please, my brother, if you are like me, do what I did. I still hold on to our traditional and cultural values. I believe deep down in my heart that we got something beautiful going on in Africa. But at the same time, I am not oblivious to how westernization and technological advancement is bringing about positive changes. So because of that, I've begun to see myself as a traditionalist. Okay, I call myself a Western traditionalist. I said it one time, and my sisters were laughing like, "Uncle Ben, Bola to Jassy." What I mean by that is that even though I still respect, I believe, and embrace our culture, I also know that I have to yield and create space for Western ideologies. Because right now, whether we like it or not, the world is a global village and we are mixing with different people every day. So things are changing. So when it comes to divorce, marriage, and everything, please let us work together. There is nothing like a perfect marriage. What we see and describe as a perfect marriage is just two imperfect people that comes together and agree to work together so they can preserve the union of marriage. I don't even know all I'm saying. All I'm just saying is that let us embrace each other, respect each other, love your wife, love your husband, respect your wife, respect your husband, and create a beautiful home. God bless everybody for joining us today. We shall see you all in the next one. Shout out to you, everybody. Uncle Dayo, I need my Ileya meat or else wahala go happen. All right, bye, everybody.
Don't bless me with good luck, oh. See me the rise every dawn. Enemies go on, make I fuck. Oh God, they carry me go. Faith is strong, I know good dog. Oh, oh, hallelujah, they echo loud. 2025 now,